friends, and welcome to this City Council meeting happening today, May 20th. We will start this meeting with the land acknowledgement. By the way, it's nice to see so many people here. Welcome. The land that Eureka rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Jirojiji. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments remove the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from the land and threaten to destroy their cultural practices. The City of Eureka acknowledged the Wiyot community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement demonstrates the city's commitment to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism. And we will move into a roll call.
Councilmember Castellano?
Here.
Councilmember Moulton?
I'm here.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Bauer?
Here.
Councilmember Contreras-Deloche is absent
She's
at the moment.
She's right here.
Oh, Councilmember Contreras-Deloche?
I apologize.
And Mayor Burgell.
Here. Okay, would all who care to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we had no closed session this evening. So for our mayor's announcement, our first proclamation tonight is for the Humboldt Bay Marathon, and I will be reading that one. Would you like to come forward, Terry and Rich? So in recognition of the Humboldt Bay Marathon, Half Marathon, 5K, and Marina Mile Fun Run Walk, August 2025. Whereas millions of people run and walk on a regular basis because it is an accessible, inexpensive, and environmentally sound form of exercise and family recreation, and whereas Humboldt Bay Marathon is a nonprofit organization with a mission to support fitness, outdoor recreation, and trails in Humboldt County, which is well aligned with the goals of the City of Eureka, and whereas the Humboldt Bay Marathon and Half Marathon will utilize and showcase Humboldt Bay and Waterfront Trail. And whereas this is an annual event that draws hundreds of runners and running enthusiasts from around the world, showcasing the natural beauty and climate of the region and increasing tourism revenue for local businesses. And whereas environmentally friendly tourism is an important part of the economy and events that utilize, promote, and support the growing local trail systems help to make Humboldt County an ecotourism destination. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Kim Burgell, on the behalf of the Eureka City Council, do hereby proclaim that August 10th, 2025, as Humboldt Bay Marathon Day throughout the City of Eureka. The Council encourages everyone to get out and watch the races, to use the Waterfront Trail, and to support activities such as the Humboldt Bay Marathon that promote fitness and outdoor recreation.
Push. I want to thank the City of Eureka for all the support that they've given to our event through the years. The city has been an absolutely wonderful partner to work with between the use of the Matticat Plaza, the use of the Waterfront Trail, all of the support that we've gotten from the city. They've unlocked gates, they've removed bollards, just almost anything we've asked from the city, they've been very forthcoming. And our event would not be what it is today. It's a very Eureka-centered event. It'll be down at the Matticat Plaza for the start and finish lines for all the races. Will be right there. So it's a party day. Please come down and join us and have a great time.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Sure.
So because the final 4 miles of the Bay Trail is going to be done in time for us to get it recertified as a Boston qualifying race, we're going to make use of that new trail for the first time ever. So we'll be using all of the Waterfront Trail and then all of the whole Bay Trail for those people running the whole 26.2. And for the first time this year, we will be offering a non-binary category in the races. So it's male, female, non-binary, and we're excited to offer that. Those are the big ones. So, it's not too late to register. You don't have to be a fast runner. We take slow AFers as well. So, get to it. We'll see you out there.
Thank you. Okay, and our next proclamation is the National Search and Rescue Week. And Kate, would you like to come forward? And this will be read by Councilmember Moulton.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome.
City of Eureka Proclamation in recognition of National Search and Rescue Week, May 19th through 25th, 2025. Whereas the U.S. Senate National Association for Search and Rescue and local search and rescue units across the United States have designated the week leading up to Memorial Day as National Search and Rescue Week, and whereas the City Council recognizes the importance of local search and rescue services that are provided by citizen volunteers, and whereas throughout the history of Eureka and Humboldt County, search and rescue personnel have made our region a safer place by helping to save the lives of fellow citizens who are lost or injured, and whereas search and rescue personnel continually offer educational services that provide community members with the survival knowledge necessary to live and recreate safely in Eureka and Humboldt County, and whereas search and rescue personnel train continually in order to maintain mission readiness and to be able to address complex search and rescue situations with both knowledge and skill, and whereas search and rescue personnel are instrumental during national emergencies or natural disasters as they are willing and able to respond and remain on mission for many weeks. Proper management of... Sorry, there's something in here that was from... Pardon me. Whereas search and rescue personnel carry out missions that involve personal sacrifice of time, finance, and property and place their own lives in danger. Now, therefore, I, Katie Moulton, on behalf of Mayor Kim Burgell and the Eureka City Council, do hereby proclaim May 19th through 25th, 2025 as National Search and Rescue Week in the City of Eureka, and call upon all citizens to recognize and honor the dedication, sacrifice, and outstanding service of our Humboldt County Sheriff's Search and Rescue volunteer members who work tirelessly to protect and serve our community.
So I've been on the search and rescue team for years now, but just 2 weeks ago, I broke my foot on Shasta, and I actually needed the help of another search and rescue team to get safely down to the trailhead. And so I can really attest with very fresh memory that it's really important and it's really comforting, and it's a good thing to have a local search and rescue team that's capable and working for your community. So just thank you very much for recognizing our team today with this proclamation and all the first responders who we work alongside. Thanks very much.
Okay, so I have had a request to move item H1, Bill number 1040 CS, to the beginning of the meeting, immediately following the mayor's announcements. Is there a motion to move item H1, Bill number 1040, to be brought forward on the agenda to immediately follow announcements?
So moved. Oh, second.
Great, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
And so with that, we will come upon item H1, Bill number 1040 CS, Unlawful Camping Ordinance, with City Manager Slattery. May we have a report?
Yes, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. First off, I'd like to apologize for not being there today. My daughter is graduating early from high school, and I'm at one of her graduation receptions. So I'm going to try and share my screen. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this item before you tonight is Bill number 1040CS. It's the Unlawful Camping, Sitting, or Lying Ordinance. At the April 15th meeting this year, council directed staff to bring back a revised unlawful camping, sitting, and lying ordinance. Prior to that, at a previous council meeting, council had agreed upon having an update on and a report on social services and behavioral health. So I'll go through with the contents of this presentation, and then I'll get forward with it. So first, we're going to talk about the social services and behavioral health update that was requested from council at the previous meeting. And I'm going to talk about some research that was performed in 2022 by the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness. I'll do a brief ordinance review of some of the revisions that were made and what's in front of you tonight, and have a discussion about the law enforcement assisted diversion program. So at the previous meeting, council agreed upon getting updates on certain areas of behavioral health and social services. Those updates requested were a working group on homelessness, a discussion with the county to partner on a lead program, homeless court, increase in detox and mental health facilities, the number of folks that need zero barrier sanctioned camp, funding for portable toilet bags and trash service, analysis of crisis response, request for more folks volunteering on the trails, and an explanation of the city ordinance that they need versus what we have as far as existing violations. So as far as the homeless working group, the city has been a participant in multiple homeless working groups, the main ones being the Homeless Leadership Work Group, as well as the Continuum of Care. We have been members of the Homeless Leadership Group since its inception, and the Continuum of Care, I believe, since 2017. All of these groups are a wide variety of folks that participate, government, advocacy groups, private participation. They all meet regularly. It allows for public participation, and it also allows for subcommittees to target specific efforts. So staff, if wanting to expand on this, because additional groups and meetings could cause, a diffusion of efforts and potential redundancy, we'd recommend that we look at subcommittees on these existing groups to concentrate on specific efforts related to homelessness. As far as the discussion with the county and to partner on lead programming, discuss this with our staff, some of the issues associated with that are scope and capacity. The amount of referrals by the DA office would put this beyond the scope that we're proposing for the city. It would cause the program to likely bolster staffing outside of what we have for an existing budget, and potentially risk not fulfilling any commitments that we have with the DA. There'd also be some issues related to equity. Eureka funds are designated to support Eureka community members. To distinguish the difference between the two of Eureka community members and non-Eureka community members could potentially deny opportunity for treating some of the clients, and has potential for litigation. And then also the success of the program. As we expand this and determine that success, I think we need to concentrate on a smaller workload and make sure that that caseload is taken care of effectively. And it could likely decrease compliance due to less opportunity to keeping those folks on track. As far as homeless court, it's a lot different than what we were proposing for the diversion program. The goal of LEAD is to intervene before involvement with any judicial system, whether it's an attorney, a judge, or a courtroom. Homeless court does not do that. Just missing a date for the homeless court can carry penalties within itself, which is what the program is trying to avoid. And the program for our diversion program has the interaction with the profession, the professional that we're providing, whether it's a mental health professional or a social services professional, and not the courtroom. Those who aren't, don't wish to participate in LEAD could obviously be handed to the homeless court or the care court. Care court is also another option. The city's attorney's office had a recent conference that they went to discuss care court. In other jurisdictions, they're having more success with this. Currently, as care court is established right now, it only relates to psychosis, so schizophrenia, those types of things. It doesn't expand to bipolar or substance use disorder. There is some legislation that's coming down that we'd likely consider council to support, that would include those diagnoses as a part of the care code as well. The other area to give an update on is increase on detox and mental health facilities. As council is aware, the Crossroads is expanding with the Henderson Center project, which will add more substance use rehab beds. Aegis, the medical assisted treatment, MAT, is expanding its outpatient treatment. The Triage Center in Arcata is still slated as a go, and that will have crisis, dual recovery, as well as sobering beds. And then as far as the city, and as we expand our care program, which I'll get into a little bit further later, it's helpful in supporting in work groups to develop plans for those facilities and support those people in getting it. We can be supportive through zoning and permitting for those facilities to make them allowable. And then CARE's expansion reduces the needs for those facilities by intervening in the field and providing case management to community members. The other area was a number of folks that need zero barrier sanctioned camps. We've had this discussion before. Zero barriers is something that the city cannot afford from a liability perspective. There has to be some barrier screening process similar to like we have for the warming center. But as far as an estimate from our outreach workers, as well as input from EPD, we're guesstimating about 50 to 70 individuals that are in that area where they are refusing to go to shelters or other services. Right now, I'm happy to announce that the Crowley site is up and running. We have the property manager on site, and we're starting to enroll tenants in there 5 at a time. We should have them in by the end of the week, and we'll continue to enroll them until we're to capacity. As we discussed previously, we've been establishing a waiting list for that from folks along that trail segment that are on that waiting list, and they'll start being enrolled into the program. We also have the warming centers, which are obviously the lowest barrier that the city can support. They allow both of these sites, the Crowley site as well as the warming centers, are housing first principles. They do allow for pets. They do allow for partners. Both of them, the warming centers, have been very successful, and I'll get into that later. And then we also have a potential project where we're pending funding for as a relocation of Blue Angel Village. The Betty Chin Foundation is receiving a donation to replace the containers that are there on site. Relocating those to another location would allow for 40 more of the housing first principle, very low barrier space for individuals. As far as funding for portable toilet bags and trash service, portable toilet bags are not tenable. Having those and picking those up become a hazard for us, and disposing of human waste needs to go into our treatment plant technically. We have tried other programs. We have done porta potties in greenbelt areas. Has not been successful. Not to say that we couldn't try it again, but the result of those were damage to those facilities, very high costs for the city, and eventually the vendors not wanting to allow for those to be there. The other program that we tried is we opened up the Old Town restrooms 24 hours. I think it lasted about 12 to 18 months. I don't remember exactly. We had similar problems. We had a lot of calls for service, and we also had problems with people taking over the facility, and then a lot of damage to the facilities. We had to jackhammer the floor a couple of times because of clogs that we had in those facilities without oversight of those facilities. As far as trash service, the city has done a lot in this area. If we go back to Palco Marsh, we were providing dumpsters once a week for the last few months there, and that the city would go out and empty. We weren't successful in having the community members assist in that. So that was a very large effort of swap crews from the county as well as city staff doing that. Since then, when we address encampments, we always provide trash bags for folks and request that they bag their trash and that we would come by and pick it up. We've even gone as far as providing incentivized trash pickup and paying folks for filling those bags. They've had mixed success. I don't know about, they've had mixed results, I would say. I wouldn't say success. And, you know, we continue to do that. We continue to offer that service both from our Old Town maintenance worker, as well as our waterfront maintenance worker, and our parks rangers at CSET offer that service to folks right now. Staff has been working with Council Member Castellano on a potential new program that would be similar to this, but likely involve some more volunteer efforts and some education to those community members out there. And I'll get to that in a second. Next thing was the analysis of crisis response. Fresh off the press, we just got our numbers for 2024 from our care team. What I've done here is I put together the stats related to 2023 versus 2024. We do need to take this with a grain of salt because we have added additional case managers. So the increase isn't solely based on, the community members needing this service more. It's more of a capacity to be able to provide that service. However, it is significant, the increase. Total case management encounters went from 780 to 1,100, a 47% increase. Total individual clients increased 61%. Total crisis responses increased 48%. Those responses that resulted in a 5150 increased 96%. And those diverted from 5150 increased 47%. The percentage of the community members that were homeless and not homeless decreased actually 6%, but still a very high percentage of those folks that we're responding to. And the anosognosia rate has been even amongst those folks that we've responded to. And anosognosia, once again, is a person with mental health where they don't have the mental capacity to realize that what they're doing is causing harm to themselves. I believe this is the last one. Oh no. The more folks volunteering on the trails. Just recently, we've had an issue with one of our volunteer trail stewards group because of their concerns about safety at that location. They actually put a pause to that program. This was at a time when we were down staffing, not only from maintenance purposes, but also from a patrol purpose in that area. Since that has happened, we have 7-day coverage with our park ranger as well as our maintenance workers who can help with that. So the program's still back up and running. So we've concentrated on a lot of vegetation management. We've got staff that have been trained on the flail more to help with that vegetation management. But unfortunately, I think that the numbers are still so we still have participation. Certain areas have been more difficult than others. One area where staff see a potential assistance is the pending trash program that we've been discussing with Councilmember Consolano, and she's been talking with other agencies on, is basically having volunteers going out and trying to educate those community members about, helping the cleaning process, being provided bags, filling up those bags, and having staff coming and taking care of those. And we'll have more to report on that in the future. As far as city ordinance versus existing violations, we've talked about this a little bit in the past. Obviously, having a city ordinance and our municipal code gives us the prosecutorial authority, allows us the ability to implement the diversion program. There's been a lot of discussion from community members that why do you need this? Because, you can charge these folks with other violations in order to, be punitive. That's not the intent of this in the first place. But we also, as we've stated many times in the past, many of these community members aren't committing other crimes. They're not, doing drugs. They're not stealing. They're not being violent. So not all of them can be addressed through existing violations. I do want to read a couple of examples of this to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So let me get to that. The first example is, I'll read from a memo. In late 2022, EPD became aware of Jane Doe. After receiving numerous citizen complaints regarding municipal code violations, the primary concern centered around the accumulation of trash surrounding a vehicle she was using as a residence, which had been left in a public parking lot. In early 2023, CSET contacted Doe and learned she was not originally from Eureka and had family in the Bay Area willing to assist her. At the time, Doe had no criminal history in Eureka and was primarily associated with nuisance-related issues. Seeing an opportunity to provide long-term stability, CSET assisted Doe in obtaining current registration and insurance for her vehicle and provided fuel so she could travel to her family. This plan served both to support Doe's path to stability and to address the concerns of community members affected by her encampment. Despite receiving support, Doe failed to follow through with the agreed-upon plan to relocate. The day after she was observed leaving her original encampment location, CSET encountered her behind a local business. CSET again urged her to leave the area and reestablish contact with her family. She stated she would do so later that day, but ultimately did not follow through. She later returned to her previous encampment. After repeated abatement notifications, her vehicle was eventually towed. To date, staff has contacted her approximately 135 times. She has been convicted of several crimes committed within the community. She is currently on felony probation related to those offenses. Doe has since constructed several of the most complex and problematic encampments staff has encountered. Utilizing materials such as pallets, scrap wood, chain link fencing, she built large, highly visible structures near public roads and businesses, generating numerous complaints. These encampments not only diminish quality of life for nearby residents and business owners, but also have caused significant damage to the environment. CSET has coordinated the removal of thousands of pounds of debris from her camps. The first major cleanup required the combined efforts of code enforcement, CSET, numerous volunteers, heavy equipment, other city staff to remove large quantities of trash and materials. The most recent cleanup involved dismantling a two-story structure, including a wood stove erected by Doe in a greenbelt. This operation was supported by SWAP and city staff and removed several tons of waste. Despite her frequent law enforcement contacts, CSET has continued to offer Doe support and services and resources. In the past several months alone, CSET was able to secure temporary housing for her and personally transported her to the facility. After checking in, she returned to her encampment to collect her belongings with the understanding that she would transition into housing. Instead, she chose to remain outdoors, expressing unwillingness to comply with the facility's rules. Unfortunately, these sustained outreach efforts have not led to meaningful long-term behavioral change. In cases like this, where assistance is repeatedly declined to safeguard the community, we need to safeguard the community, uphold public safety, and protect environmental integrity. Another example I'd like to read is with another individual. The following is a summary of call for service history involving a male community member who we refer to as John Doe. From 2018 to 2023, John Doe was typically associated with vehicles and was contacted in a more diverse range of areas. Since 2023, he has primarily been camping in the vicinity of the dining facility at St. Vincent's. 2023, John Doe was contacted relating to escalating verbal arguments with others, throwing rocks, initiating a fight with community members, resulting in both parties sustaining head injuries and other violations. 2024, John Doe was part of an incident that resulted in another man being bear maced, contacted related to verbal arguments with the female partners, another one attacked in relation to owing money to another community member, and violations of criminal protective orders. In 2025, John Doe was allegedly attacked another community member with a metal pipe, resulting in a broken arm. While these are serious crimes, they do not get prosecuted because victims are not willing to file charges. It's the one in many examples of a community member predating on others and EPAD having no recourse. Mm-hmm. John Doe has been associated with 4 assaults in the vicinity of the dining facility since his time living there. Based on previously calculated statistics, approximately 2 assaults happen in this area every 150 days. In the 870 days since John Doe has been primarily camping in this area, he has been associated with the vast majority of altercations that have occurred, approximately 66%. So that is the overview of the social services and behavioral health updates that council requested a response on. Through this whole process, staff and council have received a lot of information related to research done on the criminalization of homelessness. Staff has researched all of that information. One of the most pertinent to criminalizing homelessness was done by the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness. It was done in October of 2022. The study is called Collaborate, Don't Criminalize: How Communities Can Effectively and Humanely Address Homelessness. What came out of that 2022 study were 7 principles for addressing encampments: establish a cross-agency multi-sector response, engage encampment residents to develop solutions, conduct comprehensive and coordinated outreach, address basic needs and provide storage, ensure access to shelter and housing options, develop pathways to permanent housing and support, and to create a plan for what will happen to encampment sites after closure. So I'd like to go through these. It's very clear that the city has been performing this well before this study. The first policy is to establish a cross-agency multi-sector response. The city has been implementing and administrating all social services programs in collaboration with public-private partnerships since 2017. Our Pathway to Payday program has about a 95% success rate. We've been doing that program with the Betty Kwan Chin Foundation, DHHS, city staff, and local businesses. It's extremely successful and continues and will continue. We used to do it annually. We do it quarterly now. Rapid rehousing following the Housing First principles. Over the past 5 years, we have housed over 230 community members through these programs where we receive funding for. We also have a co-pilot program that works with local volunteers that co-pilot some participants in our program to help them through the process of gaining an ID, filling out a resume, participating in Pathway to Payday, participate in our job skills training program and the other programs that we offer. Next policy is engaging cabinet residents to develop solutions. We've been engaging with community member solutions since 2016. There are months of service fairs at Palco Marsh engaging community members and developing strategies on to provide services and programs to those individuals that were residing out there. It resulted in the Blue Angel Village, which is still successful today. We also resulted in programs and developing further programs, which was prior to us doing the Pathway to Payday. We developed dog training programs for those residents, as well as other programs that were served as a part of that. And that was based on input from those encampment residents. Homeless outreach workers. We've been employing 2 full-time homeless outreach workers since 2017. They meet people where they're at, and they get input from them that help us develop our programs and our collaboration with other agencies. Most recently, we've developed what I would consider an encampment around the dining facility on 3rd and A and 2nd and A. As a result of that, over the past couple of weeks and over the future couple of weeks, every Wednesday we'll be holding service fairs, meeting out there with not only our outreach workers, but also behavioral health specialists, our care workers, our park rangers, and other agencies that we partner with to discuss how we solve that solution and get their input on that solution. The other is conduct comprehensive and coordinated outreach. The city, once again, has participated in the Homeless Leadership Work Group and the Continuum of Care since 2017. That involves government agencies, advocacy groups, public, everybody. We've established an emergency shelter overflow agreement with St. Vincent de Paul back in 2019, and it continues today. This agreement is much more successful than the emergency weather agreement because that was only implemented when those weather requirements were met. This overflow agreement with St. Vincent is enacted anytime that we have a full shelter space, and can be enacted anytime we have a full shelter space, whether that's family and women or men's or whatever it is, it can be activated. We've established warming centers work group in collaboration with the city, DHHS, Betty Chin Foundation, local faith-based organizations. And just in February 2025, we provided over 400 bed nights, a very low barrier, housing first principle, dogs allowed, partners allowed service to our community members. The other issue is address basic needs and provide storage. CAPE has been providing basic needs and programming for community members since 2017. Once again, in meeting people where they're at and getting their input and helping them with those programs and services. 2016, we provided storage bins for our shelters and continue to this day with those storage bins. Currently pending a navigation center that the county is looking to put at 3rd and Commercial Street. That will provide storage for community members, as well as pet kennels as part of that facility. Nice. The next policy is to ensure access to shelter and housing option. In just Eureka alone, we have over 350 available on-call shelter beds for community members. Since 2016, that number has more than doubled. With the expansion of the Women and Families service at the Rescue Mission, Betty Chin's Family Center, her extension of her day center, the men's side of the rescue shelter, And then, of course, we just opened the Crowley property with 38 beds. That'll be very low barrier with Housing First Principles. As far as low-income housing, City of Eureka alone are in the development agreements for over 300 very low and low-income units for community members. We are currently under construction for 89 of those units at 3 of our properties. Housing Authority, on top of that, just within the City of Eureka limits, have over 190 units that are in development agreements. Next policy is to develop pathways to permanent housing and support. CAPE has received millions and millions of dollars in funding over the past 5 years, and we've housed those 230 community members following Housing First Principles. On top of that, when we first started the program, we recognized the need for more support to make sure that they maintain these services and also to work with people to prevent them from becoming homelessness. So we've hired a full-time housing coordinator, 2 full-time housing support specialists, as well as other staff, and their sole purpose is to assist community members in securing and maintaining housing. We also just recently implemented a homeless prevention program, and we have secured over $140,000 for that program. The next policy is to create a plan for what will happen to encampment sites after enclosure. We have, in my experience here at the City of Eureka, as far as an encampment site, similar like the South Bend or Palco Marsh, I would say Palco Marsh is the only one that's been somewhat stationary encampment site that needed an overall program to address, and it's not just spatially different from other places. So we did that through the programming, through the outreach, and through the development of the village, as well as the programs that we provided those people. Right now, we're doing the same thing with the dining facility. It's not quite the same scale, but I would consider that outreach, and the plan for that is in development, just like it was at Palco Marsh. Now I'd like to go into the ordinance review. For the ordinance review, we had some minor revisions as part of the ordinance. We added some whereases as a part of it. One of the big differences with the revision is that the LEAD program and the parameters surrounding the LEAD program, the administration of the LEAD program, was not included in the ordinance language itself. What we did is we included that LEAD program into the ordinance itself and made it a part of the regulatory measure. What we did is we added a definition for the LEAD program. And that definition states that the LEAD refers to the law enforcement assisted diversion program administered by the city's mental health, crisis response, and social work professionals. The program serves as a pre-booking diversion model aimed at reducing criminal justice system involvement and connecting eligible individuals to services such as mental health treatment, housing assistance, substance use support, and case management. The LEAD program is limited to 10 active participants and 10 individuals on the wait list at any given time. When capacity is reached, LEAD staff will communicate with EPD staff, sergeant, or their designee to temporarily suspend referrals and enforcement of this ordinance, except in outstanding or exigent circumstances.
Or whenever their supervisor approves.
Yes, with supervisor approval. As far as the diversion program as well, in section D4, talks about the capacity limits. The law enforcement assistance diversion program serves as an alternative to misdemeanor prosecution for violations of this section. The program will operate under a maximum capacity of 10 active clients and 10 waitlist clients, 20 total. When the waitlist is full, these staff shall communicate with the EPD CSET sergeant or their designee to temporarily suspend referrals and enforcement of this ordinance, except in outstanding or exigent circumstances with supervisor approval. The other addition or revision of the program was to add a reporting requirement. And so staff added section H, reporting requirements. The city manager or designee will present an annual report to the City of Eureka no later than the 31st of each calendar year, detailing the number of misdemeanor citations issued under this ordinance and all LEAD program related data. This report will include, but not be limited to, the total number of referrals to LEAD, the number of active and waitlisted clients throughout the year, the number of clients who completed case management programs, and a summary of the demographic and service data relevant to the program's performance and impact. Staff, is hoping to demonstrate that we have been doing the alternative model of criminalizing homelessness. We've been doing this for close to 10 years. What we're seeing is that we need a tool to address some of those community members, a very small population of these community members in those that are not accepting those services and to help them to realize that what they're doing is not good for themselves or the community. So we're not using this as
So, friends, excuse me, City Manager Slattery. So, friends, you will all have your opportunity to speak. Please be respectful during this time so that council can hear. We can take a recess and empty the room if that would be preferred. I would rather not do that. So please, if you could be respectful during this time, that would be very helpful. Thank you. City Manager Slattery.
Thank you, Mayor. I would say that the city of Eureka is far ahead of the curve, even far ahead of the research that has been presented to staff for review. We have been practicing compassion for a very long time, and we've been practicing cutting edge social services programming, case management programming, and mental health programming far above and beyond any other municipal jurisdiction. Our professionals who are in this field feel as though that this is another tool that will help address the issue. Under no way do we believe that this is going to solve homelessness. Under no way do we believe this is going to put a roof over people's head. The purpose of this is to provide another resource for our staff in order to help address the issue that we're facing. As far as the LEAD program, I want to make it clear, this is 100% implemented and administered by our mental health, crisis response, and social work professionals. There's been a lot of discussion about law enforcement, its name in the wording of it. I would think of this as more of a law enforcement alternative diversion program. The reason why we did the assisted one is because it's nationally recognized. We can get support from other things, but that can change. There's also been discussion about the fiscal impact of this. Fiscal impact remains no impact. We provide these services to our community members, and as you can tell from our crisis response numbers, we have capacity to increase. We have capacity from a financial standpoint to help with housing first principles and getting people into housing. We also have support to help facilitate shelter spaces, which is demonstrable by the double an increase in shelter space since 2016, and us furthering that shelter space with the Crowley property and future projects. This is thought of an establishment of LEAD. Our LEAD program has been in place for a long time. We've been doing diversion practices based on the LEAD model with our social services for a very long time. We have 2 pathways currently to get into that diversion program. We have our social contact, which comes from our homeless outreach workers, our other community members that are experiencing homelessness, our Old Town stewards, and other social contacts that they have with these community members. We also have a community referral system that brings them into our diversion program. The county, DHHS, Open Door Mobile Medical, Providence Resource Center, Eureka Rescue Mission, St. Vincent's, Aegis, Betty Chin, CARE. We even have our own email that's concernedneighbor@eurekaca.gov that can get these individuals into our diversion program. What we're doing here is adding an additional pathway, which is an arrest diversion pathway for that. And to finish this off, there's been a lot of talk about experts, a lot of talk about research. A lot of that research is very valuable, and I don't downplay the value of that research. However, we're a very unique town, and we are a lot different than some of the studies that have been done on communities based on that research. And so I want to read a couple of letters from some experts that have been in this field in the city of Eureka, concentrating on city of Eureka problems for well over 60 years. This one is from Betty Chin. First and foremost, I want to say that this letter recounts my experiences only. I speak on behalf of myself and no one else. I've been serving homeless people in Eureka for 44 years. It is my passion to help others in need, particularly because I had no place to live when I did not have my freedom. I do this as a way to repay those who helped me gain my freedom. I do not take freedom for granted. This work has been a great journey for me. In the beginning, everybody was so against me. They accused me of helping all the homeless people here. I had problems with the businesses, the police department, family, and friends. I was banned from going down to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Streets in Broadway. But I had to remember that I was not above the law. I didn't have a license to give out food. The police told me that at the time, the homeless were people who were out of luck. Those who suffered from mental illness had nowhere to go. I prayed for them because I remember that it was like when I had no freedom, no options. I prayed for hungry children. Society was against me, but it was fine because I felt that helping the homeless community was my passion, and it still is today. The homeless community knows what I'm doing, but I never talk about or invade their privacy. I don't do that because I respect them. So more people have to come to me, which means that I have more and more people to feed. From my own experience, there were veterans who were told to go to veteran services, but they wouldn't go further than intake. Sometimes there are people who are always talking, but they don't do very much. They're just talking and say that they will do things. Because there is no one to help, or they refuse to help, these people have no hope for life. They don't care what happens. That's what I see on 2nd and 3rd Street, which has now moved all the way down to the co-op. I believe that every homeless person, if you get them the right treatment and support, they can reintegrate into society. It's always better for them to have a safe place to go. That's why I try to provide it. Off the streets, it's safest for them. This proposal reminds me of what happened with Palco Marsh, which everyone was against. The people were protesting all the time. At that time, the city asked if I could help with the housing the homeless people who are in Palco Marsh. That's how we created the village. There were many people against me, against the city, who protested the elimination of Palco Marsh, but we still did it. When I started the village, people started a rumor that my staff and I would ship them out of the area. They had people come over and tell me off. People would pretend that they are homeless and try to check me out. They say that I'm committing human rights violations, that I make people disappear. I already told you I don't do paperwork, but I do keep who comes in, when, where they stay, and what time they leave. We house 26 families with children, some of who still to this day live in that housing they obtained after being removed from Palco Marsh. Last year in November, when I began hosting the emergency overnight warming centers, I learned some things. First, I learned about unity. Second, I learned about how different organizations had a way to organize and to bring in volunteers. I don't think any volunteers from the EWOC, the Emergency Warming Center, would have come to my organization independently. It takes leadership in the community, which helped us come together to help shelter people overnight, especially homeless people with mental health and drug use problems. Jacob has good leadership. He was able to gather volunteers who would never come to me. I know some say I don't need help, but I really hope that someday they get help and a better quality life. All of these people say I support you, but these people need to have experience to support others, not from paperwork and not from the textbooks. They have to dig deep in others' lives that are not like their own. I have found that many people don't want to find that and dig deep into their other people's lives. There are some great programs that we have. I work with the Uplift program. They're out on the doing research on the streets. I trust Robert and Jeff, who I've worked with for many years, and they build the bridge for clients every day. The care team and everyone else, our organizations all have different ways of running, but we have a mutual goal of helping people. I 100% support Jacob, and feel free to say that myself. I do my part of the work. Others do their side of the work. We can work together to build a bridge for the clients, not for ourselves. I want people to understand the proposal for this new program. They have to understand that most people of the clients that are mentally ill, drug treatment people are like kids. They need extremely high levels of support to succeed. If they go to your program, you have to do everything you can do to support them. When I first heard about this new program, something bothered me about it. If you don't go, then you go get a felony. But when I thought about it more, I remembered these two people who went to jail and realized that jail is not the bad place. They got charged and did their time in jail. They got out and still were able to work. If you don't do tough love, what kind of quality of life do they have? Will they just die out on the streets? They had no workplace skills. They had been on the streets for so long. We needed to help them, work with them, and support them in getting a better quality of life. I really trust this proposal and believe that it is needed now. When I need help, when I need someone, when I need a professional to show up, the care team shows up. That's what I need. When you're dealing with these type of clients, you need action right away. You cannot wait 2 days or even the next day, because I'm a person who's really impatient. So that's exactly what I need. But I'm getting to the age where I can't do that anymore. I'm hopeful that there are young people who are stepping up because of this. I believe that this is a good program. I believe that people understand I cannot solve the problem alone, but I will still try and find a way to help people. But my energy is limited. So I really hope that people support this. The other letter is coming from Brian Hall, who's the executive director of the Eureka Rescue Mission. He's been in the field for 26 years, 18 and 12. I've been committed to the mission for over 18 years, including the past 12 years in my current leadership role. For many years, our organization has stood as a beacon of hope for individuals experiencing homelessness, addiction, and hopelessness. We've witnessed firsthand the transformation that is possible when people are given the chance to change. But what we are seeing now outside our doors on 2nd and 8th Streets is a tragedy. The situation has deteriorated. Trash is piling up, needles are scattered, drug use is in the open, and violence is becoming a regular occurrence. Our staff, our guests, and the surrounding community are all living with the consequences of these conditions every single day. I want to be clear. I'm not in support of punishing anyone who is struggling. Our mission has always been and always will be to offer help to those in need. We provide food, shelter, clothing, and recovery programs, real tools that can change lives. But many of the people who are living on the streets outside our facility are unwilling to come inside. It's not because there's no room, it's because we have standards. We do not allow drug or alcohol use in our shelter, and we do not allow animals except for service animals. We are a clean and sober facility. And while this may seem like a hard line to some, it is one we hold because we believe in healing, not enabling. And we believe that recovery starts with accountability. I know firsthand the change is possible because I've lived it. 18 years ago, I became to the Eureka Rescue Mission straight out of jail. I had narrowly escaped 6 years prison sentence and was given the chance to enter Mission's New Life discipleship program. I look back now and I realize that my arrest, the darkest moment of my life at the time, was the best thing that ever happened to me. It forced me to face the consequences of my actions, and it gave me the chance to turn my life around. After completing the program, I began in the Rescue Mission's thrift store. I later returned to the men's shelter as a house manager and eventually became the men's shelter director. September 2024, I celebrated 12 years as the executive director of this amazing organization. The Eureka Rescue Mission gave me the opportunity to rebuild my life, and now I dedicate myself to helping others do the same. But I can tell you this, none of that transformation would have been possible if I stayed on the streets, surrounded by addiction, violence, and chaos. We cannot pretend that those conditions are conducive to healing. At some point, people need to be pushed towards accountability. That is compassion, towards recovery, towards safety. And that's what this ordinance is about. It's not about criminalizing homelessness. It's about creating an environment where change is possible. It's about reclaiming public spaces and making sure they're safe for everyone. It's about encouraging individuals to seek out services that can truly help them instead of letting them remain trapped in addiction and despair. We need to reorganize that while the streets may feel like the only place left for home. They are not a place of healing. They're a place where the cycle of addiction, violence, and hopelessness is perpetuated. With the rescue mission, we are ready to provide the support that need to break the cycle, but we cannot do it alone. We need the collaboration of the city to create a community that prioritizes healing and recovery. The reality is that many of these individuals living on the streets have nowhere else to go, and I understand that. But if we truly want to help them, we must offer more than just a place to stay. We must offer a path to recovery. This ordinance is an essential step in providing the structure that is needed to guide individuals out of their current circumstances and into a better future. We must take responsibility as a community and provide a safe, supportive environment where healing is possible. We are ready to do our part at the mission. We have been doing it for years, but we need the city's help. We need you to take a stand for the safety of everyone in our community, for the well-being of those who are struggling, and for the future of Eureka. I urge you to adopt this ordinance not as a punishment, but as a necessary step toward creating lasting change. Together, we can make Eureka a better, safer, healthier, and more helpful place for all. So that's all I have, and staff is available for questions.
So, do we have any questions for, excuse me? Thank you. Do we have any questions for City Manager Slattery?
Okay.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Thank you. You had mentioned working group, the homeless leadership group. How has council participated with that in the past or currently?
So when it first started, it was related around harm reduction. Currently, we have sent the dates of that to Councilmember Castellano. Anybody can participate. Typically, elected officials are there. Typically, Councilmember Arroyo is there. And prior to that, it's Councilmember Bass that participated. And from our end, I believe it was Councilmember Atkins. But any council member can participate in that. And if they're interested in the schedule and the reoccurring invite, I can forward that to them.
Okay. Then
I also participated in that when I was new on council.
okay.
Oh, yeah. There
And
we
so
go.
has Councilmember Castellano.
That's he'd already stated that, as well as previous council member
Great.
Arroyo. And so I'm curious, through the hullabaloo of all this since January, how this has not come up as one of the groups that has been participating.
Meaning,
We haven't. This is the first I'm hearing about this particular group, and I'm not saying it's done out of any deviousness. Just that this is the first I'm hearing about this particular group, and I'm seeing Councilmember Contreras Delos shake her head as well.
Okay, well, if you guys want to participate, you can. We've brought this up to them. It's been participated in a continuum of care. It's been discussed as well.
Okay,
The groups that we have on a routine, if you would like an update on our routine meetings with these groups, we'd be more than happy to provide them for you.
that would be one place to start. So thank you. Going then to, and I'm glad you had brought up the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, the 7 principles that they provide. They did that in conjunction with the DOJ, the VA, HUD. So, the alphabet soup of the federal government there. And I'm curious then, what is our relationship going through at least a few of these? Principle 1, establish a cross-agency, multi-sector response. What is our relationship then with other municipalities, Arcata, Fortuna, the county for that? What's our relationship ongoing with them? I know we have 2x2s, with HCOG, we have 2x2s with the county, the school district, et cetera. So how have we been coordinating that in terms of the unhoused?
So, the Arcata House Partnership is part of the COC, and so Darlene, we have discussions with her. She also participates in the homeless leadership group. She doesn't represent the city of Arcata, but she represents the advocacy and programs for Arcata for the most part. We have CAO meetings on a monthly basis where general topics are discussed. This has been discussed there. We have had discussions directly with City Manager Perry as well as their chief about our care program and them wanting to go off of that program. And we just met about 2 weeks ago to 3 weeks ago with Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Arroyo with City Manager Perry and myself to discuss a program that we're working with the county. That's something that I should have mentioned. The county is going to be expanding our care program to 7 days a week. They've got a contract in front of us now to increase our staffing for an admin and another case manager. Following that, we will have a services agreement. And the city of Eureka will be providing alternative response, state regulated alternative response for the county within the city of Eureka limits.
And that'll be 7 days a week. Will that be 24/7, or what are the hours looking like for 7 days a week then?
At first, it won't be 24/7. It'll be based on calls for service, and the most, I believe it's 10 to 6, but I can confirm that.
Okay, thank you. And then where are we at with our navigation center with the county as well?
We met and had a discussion with that on last week with Councilmember Bauer. Unfortunately, Councilmember Contreras-Deloach was out of town. It was myself, Councilmember Bauer, Supervisor Arroyo, Connie Beck, the director of DHHS, as well as Alicia Hayes. They were discussing a proposal of how to get the city involved, and that's in very preliminary discussion. What has happened recently is the time estimate and the cost estimate has been provided by the design build, Mercer Fraser, and they're reviewing that now. And then we'll be having discussions about the next steps moving forward.
Okay. And then, at least in regards to those conversations, has it been brought up at any point, particularly in the last 6 months, about a designated encampment? The reason I bring that up is because I know that that was something that we had discussed back in March. That's why we had referred this particular issue to a committee in the first place. But I know back at the meeting in January when we were starting the conversation around this before moving it to staff, Councilmember Bauer, myself, at least it had been brought up that we need to start making these heavy lifts so that way not everything is Eureka-centric. So has there been a conversation about a designated encampment then with the county in any capacity?
So first I want to say that it was directed by council to do an ordinance totally unrelated to the authorized encampment. The authorized encampment was a separate discussion. But yes, we have had discussions with the county about that. The county has actually adopted an ordinance for parking shelter. I forget the title of it. We've continually have discussions with them about that. There hasn't been anything resulting from that, but we definitely have had discussions with them in our 2x2s.
Okay. Looking at Principle 2, engage encampment residents to develop solutions. I understand we have the Blue Angel Village. We've done these other programs, really the Cape Dog training, et cetera. We have homeless outreach workers. And so how many workers, I know you had said 2, what is that ratio then to the homeless population that we're looking at in Eureka?
We have 2 full-time workers, and then we have 4 part-time workers. So it's just not Robert and Larry. There's other workers that are out there doing this. We guesstimate that about 80% of the population that are out there unsheltered participate in the dining facility program. So a good portion of their time is concentrated there, as well as out in the field where they're at. Based on studies, there is a point in time count that is done a very estimated way of doing that guesstimates that there's 600 unsheltered individuals. I can assure you that there's not 600 unsheltered individuals. We do surveys every 2 years with actual meet and greets face to face with those undersheltered individuals, and they've ranged anywhere between 180 and a little over 220.
They're hiding.
Surveys. Sorry, I was just taking a note on that. I just have,
Do you have one more?
well, I have several more, but I'll ask one before we get to me, back to me at some point. Going then.
And that, I just want to say that the outreach workers are not there. The support specialist, Jeff Davis himself, and our care team are also out in the field. We have a managing mental health clinician, and we have 4 caseworkers. I would say out in the field, meeting people where they're at, we have anywhere from 10 to 12 folks.
Okay. Thank you for that. And, principle 3, conduct comprehensive coordinated outreach. I know we've made strides since I first moved here 7 years ago, at least coming to the warming centers. So it's nice that we at least have something during the harsher elements. Not enough overall, but still something from where we had nothing. And so looking at principle 4, addressing basic needs and provide storage, I'm aware that we provide storage. How do we go about doing that? And then what are the basic needs that Kate provides? What do we consider basic needs?
So the storage facility, what we did for storage is we provided 96-gallon totes to our shelters, which are the large totes from Recology, for them to help with storage at the shelter spaces. As far as basic needs are concerned, we direct people to services, even the dining, I would consider food a basic need, to the dining facility. We direct them to Betty's new showers now that are available to all of our residents. As far as the showers, we have a new shower facility that's at the Betty's Blue Angel Villages that is available to all of our community members. Mm-hmm. We direct them to her regular shower routine that she's been doing for years. We direct them to services to as simple as getting their birth certificate, as simple as getting an ID. All of those basic services are provided for them.
Okay, I'm appreciative of that. And so the last part to that is then where do they go after 5:30, assuming they don't have a domicile and they have to defecate or urinate? We don't have public restrooms open 24/7.
They should be going to a shelter. If that shelter has barriers, there's an issue. I also want to make clear that the warming centers have never been completely full. We've tried to collect as many people as possible. They've never been full. As our shelters, and as you heard from both Betty and Brian, our shelters are not full. So yeah, if people need to use a facility, I would recommend they go into a shelter.
Okay. So we will move on to someone. We'll come back to you, Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you very much. Thank you, City Manager Slattery. This version of the ordinance is somewhat different from the first one that was presented, and you highlighted some of those changes. Where did those changes come from?
They came from myself and the city attorney's office. We tried to meet with advocacy groups, and that unfortunately didn't work out. But we did put that together and put it as a draft. Initially, there was staff hesitation to putting the diversion program directly into the language of the ordinance. After further discussions, we felt that was appropriate. So myself and the city's attorney's office put that together.
Thank you. And when we met for my agenda review last week on Thursday morning, I brought about 20 different items, changes to this ordinance. Were these not included because I did that after the agenda had been published?
Correct. And I was going to bring some of those things up, but I didn't have them all written down. I know there were some language things in there and some reporting requirements. This can be adjusted by council as a part of this. And yes, it was because it was posted prior to our meeting.
Okay. Thank you for that. So obviously all of these changes, these substantive changes or to the ordinance would need to wait until the comment part of this meeting. That was
Yeah,
a
and
statement, just so you know.
Yeah, that sounded like a question, but yes, you're correct.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the process. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Contreras Deloach?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is a question for City Manager Slattery or if it might be for our attorney, Attorney Black. By the way, welcome. Thank you. I'm glad you're serving with us again. So I wasn't here when you confirmed last week. I do have a question on the second page of the ordinance, top of the page. It reads, whereas when the lead wait list is full, lead staff shall communicate with the EPD CSET sergeant or their designee to temporarily suspend referrals and enforcement of this ordinance, except in the outstanding or exigent circumstances with supervisor approval. And then it continues. I have a question about that. Who is the supervisor in this instance?
So I think I can, in the other part of it, it says a CSET sergeant
Where?
shall communicate with the EPD CSET sergeant or the designee, the second, whereas on the second page.
Okay. So, So when it says so in that moment, then it's going to be their sergeant or the designee that's going to make a decision of whether or not it's an outstanding or exigent circumstance that will be decided right then.
As the draft reads now, yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to kind of run that scenario and picture what that looks like.
So
So,
it could, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to picture what this looks like in a moment. Because what I want to know is, when we have an ordinance that is going to apply to a couple hundred people, but we're saying that it's to focus really on 10 at a time. And we've got this caveat right here carved in on page 2. I want to have a better understanding of what this caveat means. And so that's why I'm asking details of what that's going to look like in a scenario when they come up on an exigent or outstanding circumstance, and that's not clearly defined. And so I want to have an idea of how that's being interpreted and how that process is going to look, how that scenario is going to look for that person who is homeless.
Okay. So I'm going to take a stab at it and then I'll ask the chief to come up with it. I don't think it's necessarily going to be made on the spot. It could be a result of many contacts with an individual and seeing it get to the point where it becomes an exigent circumstance. But I also believe it could be at a point where they're first coming up on it and there's something that is a public health issue, something that is a personal safety issue, that it could result in this. I think the chief is there and he could.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, the definition of this, first of all, it's a whereas, but it also is in the other part of the ordinance. If there needs to be clarification, council can direct staff to make that clarification, but chief can help with that too.
Yeah, Chief, I don't know if you heard the question that I had or if you want me to restate it.
I heard the question.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So these type of exigent circumstances would be anything that threatens public safety. So we don't make arrests all the time. We don't deal with issues all the time. It's complaint-based. A lot of times it requires an immediate type of response from law enforcement. We put the CSET sergeant in there because that's the sergeant that's in charge of the CSET team, and that's the team that's on the streets every single day dealing with different issues. These types of circumstances could be something as the example that the city manager read with the person that's creating more of a criminal activity without those that would be willing to come forward as a victim. But we needed to change the behavior and remove the person or remove their camp from that area to keep that victimization from continuing. And that would be one option that we could use it because that's a public safety issue. It could be an issue on the trail where we have an encampment that is creating a safety issue, or we get complaints that people are being threatened, or something that doesn't quite fit or fall into probable cause for a crime, but yet it's unsafe for folks to use the trail. It's something we need to address immediately because of the amount of complaints we're getting, and we could use it at that point based on the discretion of the sergeant to resolve that public safety issue. And then again, like the city manager said, there are folks out there that we try repeatedly to provide services to. There could be any given day that a change could happen that could put them in danger or the public in danger based on their behavior. And if this would resolve that issue, both for them and the public, then it could be something that could be considered as a response to that issue at that time. It's not something that is just a cost blink. We're going to go out and do it because we're going to create an exigency out of everything. That's just not going to work. We don't have the manpower and we don't get the complaints to deal with it that way.
Yeah, I appreciate that explanation, Chief, and thank you to our city manager as well for that explanation. I think my issue with this portion of the ordinance is that, and I understand the spirit of what you're trying to go after here and what you're talking about, so that part makes sense to me of what the overall general idea is, but in order to enforce something, there has to be clarity and not just, and it doesn't seem that there is a real fine point on what's going to be considered. It's going to be something that is interpreted there in the moment of what they consider it, and I'm not comfortable with that being so vague.
So
That's
can
really
you please,
broad.
can you make that into a question, Councilmember Contreras-Deloche?
I
Because we're not
apologize.
doing comments at this time. We are just doing questions.
I know it's because I'm trying to get clarity, and I'm not sure how to get clarity from
So I can say this, so I can
our
maybe answer
individuals
that.
here.
I can maybe answer that for you.
Yeah, what are
Every
the
law on the
criteria?
books that any California peace officer has to enforce, there's the letter of the law, right? You jaywalk, you get a ticket. You speed, you get a ticket. You commit a crime, you could be arrested.
Please be
Excuse
quiet
me.
and let him speak because
spirit
it's
of
really
the law
important for all of
is-
us to get to hear him.
Officers every single day give people warnings. Every day they educate people on their actions and don't take any enforcement action whatsoever. So everything that's on the books that's to be enforced in California, in any state actually, any law, there's the letter of the law, and that is you absolutely will not go left or right of center, and you will do exactly what the law says. And there's the spirit of the law, and that is you have the ability and discretion to enforce when it needs to be enforced.
I thank you. Hold on for a second, Chief. I really appreciate everybody's emotion about this, and we have them too, including myself. But it's really important that all of us get to actually hear how people are answering, so that also too, when you have your opportunity to speak, you can address things specifically. So please let us hear. And I think my question, and maybe there, this might be, because it is less of a comment, it's that I'm trying to, and I get what you're saying, the difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of law. I totally understand that intent. I also, and I've said this before, know our officers at CSET and know them well, and I don't have concerns about our CSET officers using this as a tool of harassment. I have no concern whatsoever. It's more that I think I'm trying to get clarity on this because I feel that it's not clear. So maybe that's more of a comment. I'll wait later. I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
I will say that, defining this and making those clarifications are totally agreeable, and we can make those changes.
If I might, Councilmember requested a bit of clarification on the statement in this whereas clause that says there would be a suspension of referrals and enforcements of the ordinance except in outstanding or exigent circumstances with supervisor approval. Mm-hmm. And I think the term supervisor approval refers to a higher level of review within the police department, somebody who is in a supervising position over the CSET sergeant. In other words, because this is an exception and because you're defining something not always that easy to define, existing or exigent circumstances, this section indicates to me that there would be a secondary level of review.
That's how I read it. And
Yeah.
so that's what I was trying to understand. And I guess what I was wondering was, does that mean then in that moment that one of the officers that's not in that position would then make a call, make a request? Is it something that needs to be decided in the immediacy, or is it something that is reviewed?
Well, I think it does mean that they would make a call to someone in a supervisory position and say, I've got to, I feel like we need to override the suspension of lead referrals, et cetera, of enforcement.
So,
And yeah,
oh, I'm sorry. Please
No, go
finish
ahead.
your thought. Okay. Then I have one last question, and Chief, and it may be for you. I'm not sure. So any of attorney, city manager, or chief. So help me understand, because I feel like, we've had time to really go over this and review it. So at that point, this exigent circumstance, but the lead program is full and the wait list is full, what would occur for that individual? What would you be then doing? Would you be putting them on the wait list, or what would be happening?
To be used in that type of exigency, it would need to be used to resolve whatever that situation is, whatever that public safety situation is at that time. So it doesn't mean that they would go to jail. Would they be cited for the violation? Yeah, they would be cited for it, potentially detained, so that that issue could be resolved. And that would probably include whatever camping, whatever stuff they had.
Okay.
So when you issue someone a citation, doesn't matter what it is, misdemeanor, infraction, you have options to what you do with the individual at that point. So if we issue an EMC citation for the camping ordinance, we can give them a ticket. That doesn't mean they're going to jail. We can take them to jail on the misdemeanor charge, but they're going to be booked and released, because unless it's someone that has other pending criminal actions, the jail's not going to keep them on that. They'll get a court date, and they'll have to appear for that court date. And then they're availed to all the other options in court right now, what we talked about already, the city manager talked about.
Okay. So so I appreciate that. So the exception, it would not put them on the wait list with lead. It would be to pursue it in a consequence.
The charge
legal
will move forward to the
charge.
district attorney's office
Thank you.
as a misdemeanor charge.
So
yes.
I guess then I'm wondering, so the prior ordinance really didn't have a lot of language about leads. This may not be a question for you, Chief, but if it is, I'm willing to take answers from any of you. Now that it's built into this more, and there's this discussion around lead, because it almost seems like these are two separate things to me. The ordinance and then lead, and then they're kind of pushed in here together. What would be, what is the necessity of this ordinance in going back to this specific paragraph? How does this, since they're not going to be referred to lead, in what way does this ordinance benefit them?
They still could avail themselves to the care court, to other opportunities they have within the district attorney's office, within Superior Court, mental health diversion, other types of assistance programs. So it's not that the charge goes forward and they're automatically going to either face a fine or jail time. There are other options through probation, things that could be used as a tool to help them still get to where we want them to be. And that's not in jail. It's get the services that they need. It just comes from a different perspective, a different avenue to get them to them, which we have no control over. And that's the issue with sending things to the district attorney's office versus dealing with them in-house, is we lose that control over those resources when it goes to the district attorney's office. Now, can we advocate? We have, and we do. But it's still up to the DA's office, up to the public defender, up to the city attorney, at what point those services will be available to them. And we just lose that control over that.
I see.
And can I say one thing? I want to be clear. Regardless of where they're at, the services will be provided. Like this diversion program that we're talking about is going to be made available to anyone. So let's say we go through this process, he does get it. That doesn't mean that they're absolved of taking advantage of the outreach workers and what programs and services they're providing. We will still provide those services and programs to them. We will still offer whatever they need as far as services and programs from both our outreach worker, from a mental health perspective. That will always be there.
Sure. The difference being, of course, though, now that they can potentially rack up a bunch of misdemeanors. If I understand correctly.
And they could, and those misdemeanor charges could be deferred out of the Superior Court based on their cooperation and participation in programs and other opportunities that prevail themselves through that process, which we do deal with on a normal basis.
Do we know, is there adequacy, since we only have the capacity for 10 and 10 on the waiting list, is there capacity inside these other programs to address that? If they can't participate in that, or are we potentially issuing misdemeanors to people and putting them in a scenario where there isn't a diversion option for them because it's all full?
Sorry, Councilman, I can't speak to what the capabilities are of like the county.
That's fair.
I could say homeless court, yes. Councilmember Contreras, homeless court, yes, would be made available to them. The care court, only if they had that psychosis diagnosis, excuse me.
I see. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, do we have any for Councilmember Castellano?
Thank you. Just two questions. Let's see. So currently, folks are able to participate in the diversion program. How many people are currently enrolled?
Oh, if you look at all of our programs, I mean, you saw the numbers from the crisis intervention, that would be considered those people in that, and the stats that I gave for that. Plus, on top of that, all of the people that are in our Pathway to Payday, all the people that are in our job skills training. I don't have a total number for that, but it would include the people that we've housed, the 230 people that we've housed and we're still supporting through those services. So I don't have a number of all the people in all of the programs, but it's significant.
So when you talk about only 10 people being able to be enrolled at a time, this is 10 additional people who are specific to this situation, or?
Yes. So for the 10 people that are there, and go for it, Jacob.
Yeah. So the way that would work is the 10 active clients, we're working with them and working them through the program. Once they graduate, they would technically leave the lead program, still receive services from the other programming that we already have going now, and then we would pull people off of the wait list. Then new folks who are referred would then go onto the wait list or directly into the services. So the idea isn't so much that there's 10 people and then they kind of sit there for a long period of time. The idea is that we get traction quickly due to the kind of low barriers that we're working on getting them connected to services. And we move people through quickly and then divert them to other programming that isn't related to LEAD.
Okay. Thank you.
And
it's a little...
currently we don't, since the program is not active, we don't have anyone currently. The program would be contingent on this ordinance passing.
So you will have your time to speak. Again, I would ask that we please be respectful in chambers. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And then I keep getting a little stuck around this idea that we are basically creating or, reestablishing a misdemeanor in order to address a problem in the DA's office with prosecuting other, existing crimes. Like, and I read the recent coverage of the DA's reporting to the Board of Supervisors. But I think I'm just a little confused around why there aren't more conversations happening regarding that. And can anyone tell me kind of like what the conversations we've been in regarding the challenges in the DA's office and what kind of work is being done around that?
So I think that the examples that we gave, there may be some issue with that, and I think that maybe the chief could speak to that. But for the most part, that isn't the main impetus behind this resolution. We gave examples of individuals that are either being violent and having problems within those encampments that aren't being reported or being charges filed on. We have issues that are not necessarily related to individuals that are doing other infractions, whether that be theft, vandalism, drugs, whatever it may be. It's just the encampments themselves. We haven't, right now, an infraction is an infraction, and that doesn't go to the DA. So I don't know if there is any data to be talked about camping ordinance infractions because they don't go to the DA.
And the idea with lead isn't so much to relieve an issue within the DA as to create a way to not have to refer folks to the DA in the first place. By implementing the pre-booking diversion or pre-arrest diversion, we're able to bypass that whole system. A positive impact of that is that it would relieve some of the impact on the DA. However, this gives us the ability to work with clients directly, and it's a better quality of care instead of someone having to go from arrest to jail to courtroom to maybe then getting referred to treatment. We can go straight from enforcement contact and create another referral source. Currently, we already have a social referral source where people can walk up and contact us, or agencies can get in contact with us or CSIT or Uplift and make a referral for a client. We have the concerned neighbor email address where the public can send in referrals for folks that they're concerned about. And then depending on having enough information, we will act on that and go out and see those folks. LEAD creates a third referral avenue where when folks are having that enforcement contact and there's the accountability measure being implemented, we still have yet another referral source so that we can get those folks into services instead of having to wait for them to connect either through the social aspect or through the community aspect. So this is more creating a third referral path as opposed to relieving the DA.
Thanks. And can you speak, or perhaps our city attorney can speak to the what kind of legal team will need to implement this?
Internally in the city attorney's office?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I think we have a legal team in place. One of the, I think, benefits of hiring an assistant or a deputy city attorney was and is to be able to devote more attention to this entire aspect of the city's legal structure. In other words, we have ordinances that have gone, unenforced because while we have certain personnel at the staff and the policing level, we don't have the individuals that can go to court. But also, I think just a more active involvement on the part of an attorney will resolve many questions faster, more authoritatively, and just enable the rest of the staff to get answers. I don't know if this is answering your question or not, but what I'm saying is I think as we speak, the structure is already present and the staffing is already present in the city attorney's office to take this, to another level, to a new level that this ordinance would represent.
Okay. Further questions? Councilmember Contreras-Deloge?
Yeah, and this may be a question for our attorney Black. In the ordinance, it says under, or perhaps our city manager, it's under Section C, prohibited acts. And one says, it reads, it is unlawful and a public nuisance for any person to sit, lie, sleep, camp, occupy camp facilities, or use camping equipment in the following areas. A, any public place or property, or B, any private property. And my question is there any other property that is not classified as public or private? That wasn't meant to be amusing. I just want to clarify that wasn't meant to be funny.
I'm not aware of any other category of property other than public and private.
Oh.
It would be in there if there was.
So under prohibited acts, then this would make it unlawful and a public nuisance for people who are homeless to sit, lie, or sleep anywhere within city limits. Is that correct? Have I read that correctly? That they cannot sit, lie, or sleep in any public place or property or any private property.
Well, am I unmuted? I am.
Yeah.
there's a caveat for the private property, and I can't find it now, that says 7 days.
It's right underneath. It's in section I. It says not to.
Can you give me the
not more-
letter? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time finding what letter you see. What?
I'm under C, prohibited acts. There's A and B, and then you're referring to the right below it, section I. It says it's limited to not more than 7 consecutive nights. The part you're referring to is right underneath it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So after having exhausted 7 consecutive nights, I want to make sure I understand that there is no place in the city of Eureka, should we pass this ordinance, that any person who is experiencing homeless can sit, lie, or sleep. There is no public or private place, and there is no third property option that I'm aware of.
Well, the camping, yes, the sit, lie, or sleep, there's exemptions to sit and lying. But yes, and that number is totally adjustable. It could be 30 days, it could be 14 days, it could be 180 days, it can be any number of days. I believe in the original ordinance that was provided to council back in March, I believe, it had 2 hashtags on there for something to be determined by that, and we put that in there as a placeholder, but that can change.
Okay, I think that that's clear. I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you. Just for my understanding, we don't currently offer law enforcement assisted diversion, correct?
Not the arrest part of it, no.
Okay. But we currently offer all the other programs associated with it.
As far as those referrals to the diversion program, and I think we discussed this in our agenda review. So let's say we have somebody who violates our vandalism ordinance. We don't have staff in place to have them do community service and oversee that staff to do that community service. That's something council wants to look into and provide staff in order to implement that. We can. Why we have this here is because we have the capacity, and we're already providing this to a general population that's already out there, and these services are being offered to all of them already. If there's other diversion, that diversion, of course, would have to be a violation of something that's within our municipal code. So we have that prosecutorial authority over it.
Okay. Now this next question jumps to the public safety aspect and what we're getting to with the ordinance. So I'm curious then, how are our public spaces currently unsafe in the absence of this ordinance?
I think that the letter that I wrote, the memo talking about John Doe, clearly demonstrates the amount of assaults that are going on down there is unsafe.
So is John Doe not arrested then?
Because there wasn't people, as I stated in the memo, that were willing to file charges. So therefore, when these things happen and somebody's hit with a metal bar and somebody's arm gets broken, that person's arm that got broken wasn't willing to press charges. That's what happened. And yes, that does happen. And as far as other instances that are unsafe, I think I get a lot of commentary from our volunteer trail stewards, whether it's a perception or reality, that they don't feel safe, whether it's dogs, whether it's just uncleanliness, that they don't feel safe.
But there are other public nuisance laws in place regarding smell, taste, etc. So, I mean, when we're talking about Penal Code 372 being a public nuisance, such as those that injure health or offend the senses, we also have Penal Code 415, disrupting public order. Why aren't those inclusive then in this ordinance, or why aren't those attached to lead? If the pervasive issue is violence, then, if going back to John Doe, the issue then sounds like enforcement or reporting. How does camping get rid of John Doe?
Because we can remove, like the chief said.
And that'll prevent John Doe from coming back into town?
From the area where he's causing the problem. In that instance, which happens elsewhere, Councilmember Fernandez, this was an instance that's referring to the dining facility. That person, as relatable to the stats and the calls for service, was very clear that he was the reason for those calls for service. They couldn't prosecute him. The idea would be, look, dude, you can't be here anymore. and we're going to arrest you under this and not for violence because nobody's going to file charges against you, and remove him from the area that he's causing that problem. Now, if he goes into jail or he chooses to do the diversion program, everybody in our diversion program, whether it's due to a substance use disorder, who will be enrolled in some treatment program and provided a roof over their head, or if it's, hey, you got to go into the Pathway to Payday program, we will find a shelter space for those people to go as they're enrolled into that program. And they will remove them from the area that they're causing problems.
Okay. And then I did want to ask as well, because we do have, I believe, the $1,000 fine and the year in jail associated with this. And so we also have Penal Code 19, which states, except in cases where any law of this state prescribes a different punishment, every offense declared to be a misdemeanor is punishable by imprisonment in both the county jail not exceeding 6 months or by a fine not exceeding $1,000 or by both. How did we arrive at $1,000 and how did we arrive at 1 year?
So I believe this was covered by former City Attorney Luna. Those are our standard charges, and City Attorney Black can correct me if I'm wrong, for misdemeanors in general. If council would like to make an adjustment for this particular ordinance, that can be made. But I think those were put in there as placeholders because other misdemeanors in our code have those same punishments, I guess you would say.
Is that correct? All our misdemeanors have up to a year in jail and $1,000 fine?
So we have, the answer is, I'm going to have to look that up because
Okay.
I haven't done so recently. And
No, I understand. You're just coming into this. So.
Just on my phone looking at Eureka Municipal Code Section 10.99, if I remember correctly, is the standard, is the standards for misdemeanor violations. So if you want to give me a minute and maybe ask another question, we come back to it.
I don't have one at the moment, so I can wait.
Okay.
Reference California Penal Code 420. It's relevant. No, it's relevant. Trust me. It's not a weak joke. Look it up.
I've only got so many notes, so you'll have to forgive me.
It's regarding public lands and the removal of people.
So please save your comment till public comment. Thank you. Appreciated.
Okay. I do have a few others that I can get to. I know City Manager Slattery that you've already touched on safe parking and how that's being coordinated potentially with the county. How have we utilized our Board on Community Oversight and Police Practices in this situation over this ordinance? I know we did similarly when we talked about flock cameras, so how is it that this was not referred to the board?
If
This is a police practice, correct?
what's that?
This is a police practice.
Well, it's an ordinance.
Right, with the
this
police
is-
practicing law enforcement of it.
True.
Okay.
We've had ordinances that have been passed related to that haven't gone to them. The Oversight and Police Practices Board is, I believe, under the code talks about policies, not necessarily ordinances. I would say that if we had an existing ordinance that needed review, that could potentially go there. But if it's council's desire for this to go in front of the cop board, we can totally do that. But
Okay.
mostly they've been reviewing policies, complaints, and investigations has been their main area of focus, not ordinances. But we can definitely take this to them.
Okay, and then following that, with LEAD being a policy that's run or program that's run through the police department, has the LEAD portion of it gone then to the community oversight?
It definitely hasn't because it's not administered through the police department. It is administered, as the definition states, through our social service workers and our mental health professionals.
And we have managing mental health clinician Rosen
Thank you,
here
Jacob.
to address this issue.
So City Manager Slattery is correct. Just as CARE and Uplift are outside of the police department, even though they collaborate closely with the police department, organizationally they are separate. LEAD would fall under this same category and would likely be overseen by some combination of Special Projects Manager Davis or myself.
Okay, thank you for that. Interim City Attorney Black.
I'm sorry. I'm not there yet.
Okay, I mean, we can come back to that later if council's okay with it, because otherwise we start getting into my weird philosophical questions. So,
I do want to reinforce what the city manager said, though, is in relation to the penalty for violating a specific section of the Eureka Municipal Code. You have a great deal of authority, including declaring it a misdemeanor, but reducing the financial or jail time penalty, or making the violation an infraction. Those are within your purview. To make these violations an infraction in conjunction with the lead referral to lead and the entry to the lead program as a diversion, that probably makes it less valuable, because diversion from an infraction is, not a high incentive. Let's put it that way.
right, I understand where you're coming from with that, and at my core, I may disagree, but I understand where you're coming from with it. I don't know if anybody else has questions. But...
Do you have any questions? Councilmember Castellano, or did you find it?
Don't know.
Councilmember Castellano?
I could walk into my office, which I think I'm going to do, and come back with the municipal code. So.
And Councilmember Castellano,
Okay.
did you have a question?
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I'm just wondering, I guess if we could open public comment soon, or comment on this item soon. And I hear that Councilmember Fernandez has philosophical questions, but I'm wondering if those could be more like integrated into the commentary.
Well, yeah, absolutely. What I was saying, if we wanted to wait, then I would start wading into that commentary. But if that's not the case, then the only thing I have left, then, if we're going to get into public comment, is for clarity and understanding. The press release that came out regarding public comment, that is a mayoral discretion and not a council decision. Am I correct in that? Because because it did say in there that.
Yeah, that was incorrect.
Okay.
It was a mayoral decision.
Okay. Then with that being the case, I would like to appeal the decision of the mayor.
So I will direct that to our city attorney.
Well, unfortunately, I was off on another task, and so I kind of missed the interaction. What is it that's now being appealed?
3 minutes. The public comment.
Got it.
The
Okay.
limit on the public comment.
And you want me to comment on that? Yeah.
Yes, please.
And I would just say that I think, in general, the mayor is charged in several locations with presiding over these meetings. I also do think the motion is an available motion to council to, assume control over this particular question. But in the first instance, it's the decision of the mayor, which is honestly something that is employed with frequency throughout city council proceedings in California. But the motion is germane, and if seconded, has to be brought to a vote.
Great. So did you want to make a motion then, Councilmember Fernandez?
I did, to appeal the decision of the mayor and reinstate the 3 minutes per person present or online for public comment.
We have a second?
It does require a second.
Does require a second.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I'm going to second Councilmember Fernandez's motion.
So, with that,
Can I ask a question before we vote?
sure.
Do we have a head count of how many people are in here and in room 207 and online? Just want to do some math real quick. Just to get all the information out.
72 participants on Zoom, 109 in here, 49 in room 207.
So how many is that? 230?
Yes.
Is that, am I,
Yeah, it would be tomorrow morning.
So that is 11 and a half hours. If everybody gets 3 minutes, we've heard 8 hours of public comment on this issue before, all for participation in the process, and we need to get into the actual process, more of the process. So just adding that information, 11 and a half hours of public comment if we start now and everybody gets 3 minutes.
So, excuse me.
You have
again.
spoken twice. 4 times. You have spoken 4 times. You gonna let somebody else go before you?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
If this motion fails, I just want clarity because I found out about us limiting public comment through reading the announcement in Los Cos Outpost, which cited the council. And I do want to clarify, it made it sound as though the council had made this decision, and pursuant to the Brown Act, we, to my knowledge, did not meet or make that decision. I was not party to it. So I just want to make sure
that's absolutely true.
Known publicly. My question would be, would you... you would go off of the number of people. So the count that our city clerk just provided for us, that number of people would be divided. What is the count? And it would be divided by what amount of time?
We were going to have people raise their hands if they wish to speak, because not everyone may, and then count and then divide into the 180 minutes.
Okay, so somebody would count in the overflow, and then somebody would count for Zoom as well on who wants to speak, and then divide it into the 180 minutes. And then oftentimes people will, at the end, decide that they want to speak, but this would prevent that from happening, and then we would cut it off at the 180-minute mark.
Yes.
Regardless. I see. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Castellano?
I just wanted to comment on this. I'm pretty torn because if I have a meeting in Sacramento tomorrow at noon and a presentation I'm giving for senators and assembly members. So, if we pass this motion, which, I would like to hear everyone's public comment, I will either have to leave the meeting or we'll have to continue the meeting to another day. So I just want to let people know that I can't stay at an 11-hour meeting and fulfill this other role I have in the community, representing our community in Sacramento. And the time right now is for 3 hours.
And that was based on the 8 hours that we've already heard.
Yeah.
On this item. It wasn't just some number that I randomly threw out there.
I mean,
that would be 11 hours,
I
actually.
could stay
right?
for 5 hours and still make it.
I believe the motion is to appeal, and then we'd have to determine if we would go for 5 hours or if we would go indefinitely. Or the total of 11 anyhow.
Councilmember, we do have a public hearing after this that we do need to hear tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything further?
Yeah, Mayor, just for clarity then, if we are voting in support of the motion, which would be to appeal, are we voting yes or are we voting no? And the reason I ask is because of my familiarity with Robert's rules, and so it's different, and so I've got to ask which way we're supposed to vote if we support or oppose the appeal.
Yeah, so I interpret the motion to be a motion to override the 3-hour limit with the head count and the establishment of the length of for each speaker. And on that motion, a yes vote would override and reestablish the 3-minute limit, and presumably also override the 3-hour limitation.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Everybody clear? All right, please vote.
You got it. 3 yes votes. Councilmember Moulton and Bauer dissenting. Motion carries.
Okay, so City Attorney, how shall we proceed then?
So there's nothing in the motion that removes the power of the mayor to otherwise guide these proceedings, subject to potentially another motion. But it seems to me that you need to, there's no specific way to proceed except to begin the public hearing and allow the 3-minute limitation to guide each person who speaks. And then basically no time limit. It just goes until it's over.
Okay.
To the chair, can I ask a question? The city attorney,
Yes.
Is it possible to make a different motion regarding the process at this moment?
My belief is that the council is equally empowered to set a different set of rules. Would have to be different than the one that you just successfully appealed, but it could also contain some deviation from the standard rule.
I move that we accept 4.5 hours of public comment.
I thought I heard you say you could do 5.
I second.
So we have a motion on the table, 4.5 hours public comment. We have a second.
Could I have a clarification? Is the time limit then for each individual still 3 minutes?
Sorry, how many people?
Can I,
be divided by the number?
Can I suggest you
That's
make
270
that a
minutes.
separate motion? So establish first things first, like how long the hearing is going to go, and then decide if there's going to be some limitation on individual speakers other than 3 minutes.
So we have a motion, we have a second, correct? So please vote on this item.
Sorry, I'm not clear on what I'm voting on.
4.5 hours.
On 4.5 hours. And are we doing the division thing? Is that what's happening?
That's the
that'll be a
second.
That's the next piece.
This is
All right.
part one.
I just,
We'll move on to part
I
two
wanted
in
to make
just a
sure I
moment.
understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are we allowed to create a time limit that then cuts off people from public comment? So in 4.5, that's step 2. So 4.5 hours, and whoever doesn't get to talk has to go instead of.
That'll be the
So
next
we will define,
motion.
in the next motion, we will define how many people get to speak or how long they get to speak, or if we're going to cut it off at that direct 4.5 hours.
Okay.
So, so this motion, we have a motion on the table, we have a second, and it's time to vote.
For yes votes, Councilmember Fernandez dissenting, motion carries.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to council now for time. Would you like to have public comment be 4.5 hours, cut off the time? Would you like to do division so that more people get the opportunity to speak, which is kind of what I tried to do with the other thing, because we'd like to hear as many people as possible. But I leave it to you to make the motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we divide it. I think it strikes a balance between it being too brief, potentially. This would allow as many people as wants to speak. However, if that's a lot of people speaking, that could potentially be a minute, instead of the 3 that they would normally have, but it would be a balance.
Councilmember Moulton.
If 4.5 hours divided by 233 people is 1 minute and 6.5 seconds.
Okay.
That's the only number we have. So we're talking about the numbers. If less
But
people
we're not
want to
gonna
do it, then it would be
arguing
more
with
time.
the audience right now. We'll just keep the
Okay.
discussion here, please.
Just throwing the numbers out there.
Thank
I
you.
think that would still potentially, and I think that demonstrates, though, what the problem would have been the other direction is that would have left people with so little time. So even though this is a minute, it still gives them more than what they would have had before, which would have been seconds.
I'll second.
Great. So we have a motion and a second.
Can we clarify the motion? For dividing.
Motion to divide the total number of people who will choose to speak between Zoom, those in the main room and those in the overflow. If we could get a count of that, If anybody chooses to later, they're going to be excluded from it. So they're going to need to speak up now or forever hold their peace. We would divide that up, and that would be the time allotted. That's my motion.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, I apologize. We voted? Thank you.
Yes, we did.
You got it. 4 yes votes, Councilmember Fernandez dissenting, motion carries.
Great.
And so-
Okay. So let me just get my notes here.
So, what was the...
Mayor, one last question. Knowing that we typically need to extend at 9:30, do we wait until 9:30 or should we just extend now?
Well, I suppose it would be appropriate to extend now.
Okay. I move that we extend the meeting to, what did we say? 12.
Actually-
Oh, go ahead.
Perhaps we should wait till 9:30. Just because people may stay or may not. We may get through everybody. We'll still probably have to extend the meeting, but at least then we'll have a better opportunity to know how much more time we're going to need, because we do have a public hearing following this as well. Okay. So thank you guys, everybody, for your patience. We appreciate it. So tonight we will allow a total of 4.5 hours for public comments. Will everyone who wishes to speak in chambers, room 207, and on Zoom, please raise your hands and keep them raised while staff counts.
Mayor, may we have a brief break while they give us a head count? I just need to run to the bathroom.
Yes,
Thank
brief
you.
break. So we'll be back in just 5 minutes. A total 4 public comments. And what that measures out to is we have 101 speakers, which is excellent. Appreciate all of you being here. So you will have 2 minutes and 30 seconds each to speak. So that being said, if individuals would please line up on the sides of the wall, and we'll call from side to side. And if we could really limit the amount of clapping and hooting and hollering and all those things. I know this is really charged, but that time comes off the 3 minutes, or I mean the 4.5 hours. So let's try and keep this as streamlined as possible if we can. And that's much appreciated.
Mayor, could we encourage, can I encourage the audience to allow people who are elderly or infirm or otherwise might have difficulty standing to be toward the beginning? So, okay, you're already on the same page. Thank you.
People who are pregnant, folks who are unhoused, somebody who has small children with them.
Thank you. Okay, so is the timer set?
Mayor, there was an open question on the floor also. So if you want to.
Pardon me?
There was an open question about the municipal code and the misdemeanor.
Oh, yes. So I'm sorry, friends. Before we begin, Attorney Black, would you please answer that question for Councilmember Fernandez?
Yes, so the Eureka Municipal Code Section 10.99 provides that the punishment for misdemeanors is a fine of up to $1,000 and imprisonment of up to 6 months. Up to 6 months, yes. And it allows for discretion in the office of the city attorney to charge within those boundaries and also to charge as an infraction.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And so then we have the ordinance which stipulates 1 year, 1,000, or up to 1 year, up to 1,000. Then we have the municipal code that says currently 6 months, 1,000. Okay.
You good? Okay, thank you. Come on up. Leah, you're first.
Got it.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Leah Nagy. I'm with President of NAMI Humboldt. I'm so glad to be in Humboldt County. I am so inspired by the city of Eureka, the city of Arcata, our crisis intervention training, and our forward motion to help mentally ill people, homeless, not homeless, whatever. This LEAD program is a diversion program, a mental health diversion program. Families need it, and our loved ones need it so they don't go to jail. My grandson's been in jail 8 years, and there was no diversion program. So I'm really hoping that you, the Board of Supervisors, will really support this this new move. And change is hard, but I think it will make the world a better place. And if all 100 people here do one nice thing for our community, that's where it's at. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Rick Eakret Ellis. That's E-A-C-R-E-T. I'm affiliated with the Church of Joyful Healers, and we do a Saturday gathering every Saturday. But my question is, with this diversion program, and it only accommodates 10 people, am I right? So if 10 people sign up, and then 10 more people sign up, and they get on the waiting list, do they get rearrested for going back out on the street because they have no place to go? Or just what's the deal with that?
So we don't do back and forth during public comment, but if you'd like to email that, we can get that answered for you.
So if we all sign up today for that diversion program, then maybe we can go back to sleeping on the streets again, because we are following the law. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Come on up, Robin. Welcome.
Yeah, hello. My question was, in the different campsites that are available, there was one that was like, the city insurance wouldn't cover, it was like a no rule campsite, you can't do it. I believe that's right, you could nod, am I right with that? But anyway, my thinking is this, the city has some role to play in housing. Just somebody wants to rent, somebody's renting, and then I rent that place, and I go inside, and I get drunk, and I fuck up my friend. I'm sorry, I hurt somebody. Maybe that's broke the law. Is my landlord accountable for that? So why can't the city have a campsite that doesn't have any limitations per se, because people have a dog or they want to drink or whatever, and if something happens in there, then, I mean, if I get hurt in my own house through drinking and I hurt my friend, the city isn't liable. So why? I think the city should not have that as a limitation. And I did some research on my way here. I think there's about 9%, 10%, 13 million United States people who have housing, who have jobs, and have substance abuse problems. Mm-hmm. But we don't go into their lives, do we, and force them to do some program?
Thank you, Robin. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I could say this much. Not everybody on the street does drugs. Not everybody on the street is making trash out there. There is people out there that are just trying to live. I am a parent. I do have a family. I have a husband, been here. Unfortunately, I lost my stuff on the way here, so we were homeless. And I have not got no help from any of the services that I've asked for assistance because I had no money. Got a job real quick. I don't want to be part of an issue. I want to be part of making a better place for people to exist. What's going on here is there's a lot of agencies that are a part of this. The turnaround in the DHHS office is crazy. I am a victim. We know this about a lot of things, but this DHH office, they have the turnaround there. It's ridiculous. The help that you get, it's very limited. And like, it's not saying nothing bad, but Humboldt, I love Humboldt. That's why I came here. And I've made changes in the community that I was unhoused in and made changes. It's not fair for people that don't do drugs to have to be referred to something, to these laws that does misdemeanors. These people have no money. They have no money. A lot of people, they don't have places to shower to fix these problems. Do we not know that there's like major issues going on in these unhoused communities that are affecting our people? Like they have flesh eating stuff, maggots coming out of their skin, and there's no help for them. But like We're about to put them into the jail system. This is what's going to happen. You think they're going to get help there? They're going to get turned away because they're getting turned away. People are dying, overdosing still, of course, and it's getting blames on other people, not taking accountability to. I know for one thing, we're all hated. Hatchard is hated by a lot of people, but the dignity that they give to people makes changes in people's lives where they can get help. And like, the thing is what they did for me is help me become more of a community member and want to make change so people can understand. And I appreciate the fact that you guys that are here and they do care for the people that are unhoused. We need more people out here understanding that it's bigger, and if we don't get some kind of help there, it's going to be worse. We're going to just, you get it.
Thank you, Jamie. Come on up. Welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Oh, I can raise that, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Alex Moore. I'm a business owner and property owner in Old Town. I own the Pearl Lounge and Restaurant 511. I did a ground-up restoration on the Pearl building 22 years ago. I lived in Old Town for 6 years, and the current situation in Old Town is business owners are definitely suffering from I don't feel like for us in the commercial area, it's necessarily, it's more of like an extreme mental illness and extreme drug addiction, that we're having to deal with on a daily basis. I drive into Eureka every day. I drive up the Broadway corridor and I drive into Old Town and every day. I'm sorry, but the majority of the people that you're seeing that are out on the streets right now are needing serious help, and a lot of them don't want it. And the police department, we've talked to them dozens and dozens and dozens of times over the years, and they do not have the tools to do anything about it. And as a business owner, it's really, really frustrating. It's hurting our economy in Eureka. It's hurting businesses in Eureka having this problem. There's so much good things that are happening here in Eureka. There's so much new development that's happened. In the last 20 years, things are getting a lot better. But unfortunately, this extreme mental illness, extreme drug addiction is overshadowing that. And I can tell you, because I'm a business owner and I hear people talking about it and talking about Eureka all the time. And we hate that. We want people to come to Eureka. We want our businesses to thrive here. And I'm sorry, but the situation here is people laugh about it. People have derogatory names about the city of Eureka because of it. And now we have an opportunity to give the people that can help this situation the tools that they need to do it. And I really hope that you can make the decision to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Over this side. Who's next? This side? Who's next? Welcome.
Hello. My name is Alex. I'm a resident of Humboldt County. I was born here, and I'm a student at Cal Poly Humboldt. There's not much I can say that I don't think you'll hear from countless other speakers in this chamber tonight. So I just want to focus on the fact that this is being characterized as an act of care. Arrests are violent. Arresting someone, police contact, that is inherently a violent way of treating people. I think this ordinance demonstrates the degree to which we have normalized the dehumanization of unhoused people. This is not the way you treat people you care for. This is the way you treat people who you view as a nuisance for existing. So I don't want to take up too much time. This ordinance is not about camping. This ordinance is about criminalizing the most extreme form of poverty and viewing people as an issue instead of addressing the fact that we don't have access to affordable, accessible housing and resources in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, I'll make this fast. My name is Dana. I've sent you all emails. I've lived in Eureka now for 3 years. And I think that I think what this I am for the ordinance. I think what you guys are trying to do is to just provide an option for the most intransigent people, the people who are in the most mental distress and have the worst addiction problems. Like the business owner was saying, yeah, I go into Old Town every day and I see that all the time. I also live next to a green area and I, have been woken up because somebody was overdosing and we called 911 and luckily they were saved. And I don't want people to be in that kind of distress. I mean, they're not living good lives. I don't think they can be happy. So I think this is just another tool for the city to not arrest people and to try to get them into services that help. There's never going to be enough money or, enough programs. That's just kind of seems to be a function of it just seems to be a problem in California in general. So thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Okay, I'll get through as much of this as I can. First, I want to say I don't know why the mayor and the city manager felt like you guys could say your police never take people's possessions and throw them in the garbage when you're not out there seeing what happens day after day. But I've spent the past couple weeks collecting a lot of evidence, photos, videos, signed statements from people. All of that will be going up on a website so people can keep an eye out for that. Humboldt Heal, HEAL.org. And it'll be going to the news media, showing your officers piling people's stuff into a large dump truck. So that's that. I also want to say the last time I was homeless a few years ago was due to domestic violence directly. It took me 7 months of working more than full time while living in my car to be able to get myself back into housing. I didn't receive a single bit of help from any of the housing programs, though I did seek help from all of them. So 7 months. Thankfully, I didn't have any legal issues or fines that would have taken from the time and money I needed to get myself back into housing. It was demoralizing to have to choose between a housing situation where I almost surely would have been murdered or having no housing at all. It would have been infinitely more demoralizing, degrading, to be deemed a criminal for making that choice. Even if I personally had never been charged for it, it would have made me look at you and everyone who is supporting this as an enemy. And I do see you as enemies now, enemies of everything that is humane and just. I also want to point out that the governor's model ordinance says you should not be criminalizing homelessness. It makes the problem worse and it's inhumane. That's in the model ordinance. Thanks.
Thanks for being here. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, and the Council for the opportunity. My comments has two sections. First, my name is Dr. Ruhollah Agasaleh. My work is to prepare future teachers for this community. I work closely with public schools and communities. The first part of my comments is a call for transparency. Formally requesting the City of Eureka begin a practice of disclosing lobbying activity and contribution related to major ordinances, especially those that directly impact the lives and rights of marginalized community members. Transparency is not optional, is a function in a functional democracy. If private actors are shaping public law, the public has a right to know who they are and their role. People of Eureka, I believe, deserve to know which businesses or organizations lobbied, endorsed, or advocated for this ordinance. I'm referring to 1040. Whether and how much any of them have made campaign contribution to sitting council members, and whether any council members has had meetings or correspondence with private interest regarding its ordinance. and I respectfully request that this part of my comments be fully entered into the official meeting minutes. The second part of my comments is about the substance of this ordinance. And I want to talk about the citation of Supreme Court ruling as justification. Legality is not morality. Just because you can punish someone for having nowhere else to go doesn't mean you should. We are living in a moment where the White House thinks it can regulate gender. So should we really be surprised that this city now wants to tell people where they are allowed to sit? The same Supreme Court has rolled back bodily autonomy and abortion rights. Is criminalizing people for resting their bodies now the next step? What's next? Curfew the poor? Banned expression of exhaustion? Or community deserves solution rooted in dignity? I would like to say these people are not nuisance. They are humans. I understand with 40 years of experience and education, there is a fine line between stability and crisis. It takes only one accident for me to be on the street. If you vote in favor of this, you are not acting as public servants. You are aligning with the interests of the rich, and your constituent will remember.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up, Nezzy.
Is that what we have, 2.5 minutes? That's
2.5 minutes.
okay. I've already said this, and I've said a lot of things over time, but I'm wholeheartedly against this ordinance. We simply don't have the resources or the support in place to respond to law enforcement diversion, and this ordinance it's an unfortunate proposal and could be illegal. The city says no fiscal impact tonight. Just in the discussion I've heard about hires that have had to be made in order to fulfill the things that it says it will do. And it's kind of impossible with the promise of continued housing, behavioral mental health, and other services. And just we have an insufficient capacity. So the impacted jail system and the court system, the lack of available services and processes to conduct business and due process in a timely manner make this infeasible as well. Finally, we don't need another police-centered program and an ordinance that further criminalizes community members that are unhoused. Enough. The whole idea is putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. We need to support the larger community, including our houseless community, to be recognized and engaged and supported in efforts to create alternatives that involve many players in creating living conditions and opportunities that work for all. We need this now as much as ever. And we have an opportunity here to create an amazing response to our shelter crisis. Look at all of the things that have come forward and all the people who have recognized that many groups and organizations that have done work to create community are seeing that manifest right now in response to this ordinance. So I think it's very important now that we see this coming to fruition that these groups want to work together and want the city to be supportive and create humanizing and respectful responses to our shelter crisis. And more than that. Anyway, please let that happen and foster it. Don't suppress it again, because every time we sort of get to the place where things are going to be implemented or, we're getting close to doing something, it gets squashed and people end up feeling like there's an enemy rather than a supportive community. So I would really like us to try and create together all these groups and people who are seeing this happening and not dissipate the momentum and do more community building and basically don't have programs that center the police. And please take a moment to reflect on these and support community-centered and community-driven alternatives.
Thank you, Nezzy. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Bell. In 1954, my grandfather was honorably discharged as a veteran from the United States Army at the end of the war in Korea. Newly homeless and newly a veteran, he took a job leaving from California to go build dams in the rural Midwest. As soon as he got there, he was arrested for vagrancy. The judge saw the charges, and thankfully he had a fair bit more sense than the arresting officer. He dismissed the charges and sent my papa back to his foreman. But the story didn't have to go that way. What if my papa had spent a year in jail? What if my papa had had a ruinous financial penalty that kept him from getting back on his feet? What if my grandfather had had to spend a year in a diversion program and hadn't been able to get working? What if he'd never met and loved my Mima? What if my mother and I were never born? It's easy to imagine that this ordinance is about someone else, but it isn't. This is about all of us. As written, this bill makes peaceful protest or even just sitting in the park punishable by jail time. And even if enforcement is selective, the person selected could be your family member, your friend, your loved one, maybe someone you don't even know yet, like my papa, who will mean the world to you and your grandchildren in the future. So in memory of my grandfather, who passed 2 years ago, I'd like to ask you to please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome. Got a sleepy one there.
Thank you to the people that let me slip to the front of the line. I'd set my daughter down, but I'm worried that she might get arrested. It's challenging to show up at these meetings. The last time I was here was during a time when a group of citizens was actively working to oppress part of our community. It was a really sad day. Today I'm here because we as a community, as friends and neighbors, are having a conversation about people that live amongst us differently. Some by choice, some by circumstances beyond their control. 9 years ago, I arrived in Eureka on a Greyhound bus to live with a family member. I had just spent 4 months of my life being houseless, 1 month on the street and 3 in a shelter. Before I was houseless, I lived a very comfortable life in Southern California. I had a cool apartment with a view of a baseball stadium, had more than one vehicle, and was a partner in a great business. As a business owner, I knew the struggles of having houseless people in my neighborhood. Trash, noise, human waste, people sleeping in front of your door, and the encampments between the off-ramp and your office. It all changed for me when one deal went sideways. Expectations weren't met, and the business folded. I lost my home, my cars, my savings. I faced a reality that I couldn't keep up with, and spent my first night on the streets a few days before Christmas. I was broken, hurt, and alone. A few days later, my backpack and everything I chose to keep was stolen. But on Christmas Eve, I was gifted some clothes, a warm meal, and a tent. Things were looking up. I made some friends that day, and we placed our tents under a freeway off-ramp. The next morning, Christmas morning, we got the tap on the shoulder from a police officer telling us what we were doing was illegal and we had to move on. When I got to Eureka, I thought that it was great to be in a small, loving community where there were no issues. 9 years later, I know that Eureka has the same issues, and we're all closer, and they're all closer because we're a smaller town. Before we talk about moving camps and making rules about where people can exist, please think about needs. What are the core needs that an adult has? They are the same as the needs that a child has: food, water, shelter, safety, and most importantly, love. Before we criminalize existing.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thanks for being here. Come on up. Welcome. Let me lower that for you a little bit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Kendall Finch, and I live in Ward 3. I strongly urge you to vote no on this ordinance. I've heard many people talking about this law only applying to unhoused people, but as it's written, it applies to any person. The words unhoused or homeless are not included in writing, but they've been said aloud many times. I assume because it would clearly open the city up to lawsuits they know they would lose if it were to go in writing. Laws should be applied equally to all citizens and non-citizens, and we've heard time and time again that this law will be used only against the unhoused members of this community. This is deeply unethical. I'd like to ask again, how many members of the unhoused community were consulted on the development of this ordinance or any of the programs meant to serve their community? I'm going to go a little bit off of my original script. I'm trans, and I've had horrible experiences with medical and mental health professionals. And that's being a white person with a master's degree. Even so, if I were to lose my housing, I don't know that I would feel safe accessing the services in our town. I would also be despondent without my pets, who have seen me through some of the darkest times in my life. I urge the city to consider the many reasons our neighbors may not utilize the limited services we have available. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and fellow community members. My name is Marjorie Wolf. I'm a graduate student of Sociology and Environment and Community at Cal Poly Humboldt, and I'm here to speak in strong opposition to the proposed ordinance on unlawful camping, sitting, and lying. Before I was a grad student, I was a foster youth who aged out into homelessness. I lived on couches, relied on unsafe relationships, and learned quickly that survival in public often means being criminalized just for existing. I didn't need punishment, I needed care. I needed consistency, and I needed trust. And that's the ingredient this ordinance is missing. Trust is what brings people into services, not fear, not tickets, and not threats. When people don't trust the system, they avoid it, and for good reason. Punitive policies like this one make it harder, not easier, for people to access help. We need to invest in existing services that are already underfunded and overstretched. We need real collaboration between Arcata and Eureka because our neighbors without housing don't recognize municipal boundaries. And we need to listen to the people most affected who know exactly who is preying on them because they live it every day. Mm-hmm. This moment calls for trauma-informed, community-rooted solutions, not more red tape, not more citations. Let's get the ingredients right this time. Dignity, compassion, and care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Nina Weller. I'm a local business owner and a landlord, and I can attest to absolutely no issues with homeless people in any of those things. I just wanted to say that first. Also, I wanted to say that I'm just going to read this because this is really nerve-wracking to speak in front of all of you. So I believe we live in a time where laws are being used and abused to hollow out our democracy. We can see that left and right now, and it is scary. And this vague and childish ordinance that leaves so much up to the discretion and interpretation of those in the position of power has the potential to do exactly that. It is so vague that it will be fought down in courts like these laws have been in many other places. They have also been struck down and abandoned by many cities because they were deemed ineffective and too costly. And we don't exist in a vacuum. We can learn from other places. 17 years ago, this law was implemented in San Francisco, and it's really easy to see what's happening with it now. So also, it will further marginalize homeless people, leave them with criminal records, debt, and all other obstacles that criminalizing homelessness is creating for people in all over America. We heard tonight that this is a law designed to address issues much bigger than sitting, lying, or camping, and that is just wrong. We need to look closer to solutions for the issues that actually have been addressed by, in the presentations and from other people, and come up with some good solutions that are actually sustainable. There are great examples from a lot of other areas, and we can look at those and do some more research and come up with some much better solutions based with empathy and with more realism and with the heart that this area always had. I also serve a hot meal to people on Sunday, homeless people on Sundays in McKinneyville, and over the last 6 months I've been asking people where they're from, and the majority of the people, like over 90% of the people, are from Humboldt County. Those people are born and raised here. This is a really poor area with very poor families that produces homeless people because of poverty. So these are our citizens, and we need to take care of them from within.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome, Pat.
Hi, it's Pat. First of all, before I talk about 1040, I want to say I'm ashamed of all of you. I am. You were elected to listen to people. That's what you were elected for. These people are here. They're the salt of the earth. They want to speak. I don't care if we've had 8 hours. You changed this 1040 around again. We need to speak, and you need to listen. So I'm ashamed of you. All right, that's what I want to say. There are a lot of things I could say, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to mention different things, but I want to say, I'm a nurse. I work at the hospital. Last night, I worked with a homeless person. I work with homeless people just about every damn night I am there, and I can tell you about these people. They call them mentally unstable, yes. And if you were homeless and shunned and shit upon, you would be just as mentally unstable. You're sitting here all nice and you know, you have your nice homes and your nice job. These people don't have it. They lost them because of high rents, because of jobs, because of their age, because they're a single woman, because they're trans, because they're bi. It wasn't their choice. A lot of them do drugs, and I would too. If I was homeless for I don't know how many years, I would probably want to escape reality too. The problem is some are addicted and some are not, and it is not a choice. When you're addicted, it's because of genetics, it's because it's familial. It has nothing to do with choice. I please want you to remember that, and I also want you to remember the fact that the homeless are not criminals. And to have 1040 being interpreted by the cops, I'm sorry, they shouldn't do it, period. Cops intimidate people. I know half the time that I've seen friends of mine who've had an altercation with a white person and they were black, and this is 9 times out of 10. You'll have the cops come out there and they're going to take the part of the white person or the non-homeless person. Please, somebody mentioned the word inhumane, and that's what this whole thing is. It is inhumane. And as a nurse who's worked with homeless people, they are people. They aren't something you can shun and shit on. So please vote no on this.
Thank you, Pat. Come on up. Welcome.
Hello. I had my background as a previously homeless person typed up, but our time is very limited, so I'm gonna cut it a little bit. I know how impossible solving homelessness is. I know how heartbreaking it is to watch our homeless neighbors English on Broadway and in Old Town. I understand that the situation gets more and more complex each day, but there must be a better solution than just adding a misdemeanor charge to their record, which the charge does show up on background checks and criminal records, even if the case is dropped or dismissed. There must be a better solution than forsaking all of our homeless neighbors to serve the handful that would fit in the LEAD program. 10 clients and 10 waitlists, and then enforcement and arrest is kept up to sergeant discretion. It's ridiculous. I know y'all are smarter than this, and I would hope that your conscience is more ethical than this. Please vote no.
Thank you. Come on up.
I'm Pippa Coulter, a pediatrician working in Eureka and parent of an adult autistic son, disabled with schizophrenia since age 17. I moved here 2 years ago as a political refugee from Alabama because part of my job was made a felony, where I served on local and state NAMI boards, and I was vice chair of the State Department of Mental Health Board of Trustees. I'm opposed to Bill 1040 on grounds it endangers my son and other community members. Creating new opportunities for law enforcement to enforce new penalties on people with mental illnesses will result in increased tragic outcomes. This is a well-known issue. If my son were to be confronted by police simply for sitting in public while mentally ill, he would very likely panic. I fear for his life if this bill is adopted. The Grants Pass decision was more limited in scope than you realize. It only applies to federal application of the 8th Amendment. It does not affect California's own interpretation of the cruel or unusual punishment in our state constitution. It also does not affect federal action based on the 14th or 4th Amendments. Indeed, Vallejo has just been hit with a court order when they tried to use Grants Pass as an excuse for action against an unhoused person. By referring to a nosognosia in your written agenda for this meeting, you've added grounds for more lawsuits based on failing to use due process for what is essentially an outpatient commitment, but without following California's commitment laws. Police are not qualified to diagnose a nosognosia, and there is no requirement in this bill for people to be evaluated by a psychiatrist and have legal representation prior to being placed under coercive action. The services you want people to accept are not fully available. My son has been on the waiting list for disability housing for several years now, including 2 years locally. Parents in my practice report long waits for housing and mental health services. It doesn't make sense to try and persuade voters that the services are accessible and quote Grants Pass as a basis for the change when Grants Pass was all about making unhoused status a crime crime despite lack of shelter space. Right now, our safety net in the U.S. consists mostly of letting people fall to the ground first. Then while they're lying there with broken bones, we hold out a net full of holes and say, why don't you climb in? We could do better. Thank you.
I can't remember. Come on up.
Good evening. My name's Misty. I want to start by reading one of my favorite scriptures that helped me through a very long period of my life. It's Matthew 8:20. And Jesus said to them, foxes have holes and birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. I came to Eureka 2 years ago as a homeless woman. Before that, I had spent my entire life as a single mother. I worked for the California Department of Corrections for 12 years, but when my daughter went to college, I became very depressed and I lost everything I worked my entire life for in a house fire in one night. And I was homeless for about 1.5 years before I came here, and I never found the help that I truly needed among the various programs that I went to. I've been sober this entire time for over 3.5 years successfully. I've been working in Eureka for about 1.5 years successfully, and it's all thanks to the community members and my church family that pulled together to give me a place to live. One of those people is in the back. She works for Betty Chin, who I also know personally. She's a wonderful woman, and I was in her program for about 6 months, and I was also at the mission here in Eureka for 6 months, and those programs alone are not enough. I would like to suggest to you guys to think about maybe incentivizing volunteerism in the community by asking local businesses to offer perhaps vouchers, shopping vouchers, service vouchers, things like that to people who would like to volunteer to contribute their time and energy to alleviating the problem of homelessness, because those are the people that are complaining about the homelessness. So I'm just saying, let's put some skin in the game as members of the community and take care of the problem.
Thank you, Misty. Come on up. Hello.
Hi. My name is Dylan Herndon. I'm a resident in Eureka. I would also like to urge the council to vote no on this ordinance. I work with homeless people, and I understand that it's a complex issue. But the services we provide also have a lot of barriers in them that could be frustrating. And with rising rent costs and in stable financial times coming ahead, most people are one emergency away from becoming homeless. So if we're not addressing the core issues as a city to, rent control, subsidies, more things like that, more homeless prevention, and more adequate housing for homeless individuals should be the priority of City Council, not a limited scope bill that could put all of our rights in danger, but only really is going to, according to the bill or ordinance, address 10 people at a time. Seems kind of like a waste of resources when we could be focusing on making sure that we're preventing as much houselessness as possible in the future and working to get people housed. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Andrew DeWitt. I live here in Eureka. I'm a special education teacher here in Eureka, and I'll just get straight to it. Expanding the definition of what is perceived to be a crime is the incorrect strategy to the homelessness crisis in our community, the housing crisis. Rent control and public housing would be the correct strategy. It's pretty simple. Dignified and sustainable public housing, and 2, emergency eviction moratorium and rent freeze to protect both of us who remain housed, all of us who remain housed. Simply making camping and resting in public spaces illegal will not make housing appear out of the clear blue sky. As a country, we have largely destroyed what was a functional public housing system. There's 4 million less units available now than there were in 1990. In Humboldt County, last I checked, I don't know where the manager got the 600 figure from, but I checked, it was 1,500. And we have 291 public housing units here. In Eureka, there once was a 320 unit public housing development where AutoZone is now, and Michaels and Winco. It was demolished in the 70s. Last time I was here, there was a really wonderful presentation about what to do with failing malls. And I have a really good idea. Public housing. My second point is this: protect those of us who remain housed in under the thumb of landlords. A few weeks ago, the Lost Coast Outpost published an article about it. It was actually called "Surprise! Housing Here Sucks, and we have the data to prove it." Let me be real quick. The median rent is $1,200, and people making $32,000 or less pay more than half of their money. That's about 10,000 of us in Eureka paying half of our money or more on rent. And we're all headed to a free fall in the next several years. And what you're promising us is like a pathway to jail.
Thank you.
Vote no, please.
Come on up. Welcome.
Welcome. 137 pounds. No, it's not the weight on my driver's license or even what I weighed in high school. 137 pounds is what my husband weighed when he was taken to the Palo Alto VA lockdown psych ward. It wasn't the result of not having food available. If he wanted food and missed distribution, he'd take whatever he wanted from someone else living as he did. 6'6" and 137 pounds was the result of mental and physical illness. There are a lot of people here tonight to speak that are solidly against this ordinance. Those persons will speak of it as an attack on the homeless and make statements such as Ethan, the director of Hatcher, did when he said, "Stop killing my friends." 6'6" and 137 pounds. My husband was dying in place with no help on the horizon for almost 20 years. Inaction almost killed him. Your ordinance is to help people like my husband. After 20 years of living as he previously had in the final weeks of his illness, he had a realization while watching television. He turned to me apropos of nothing and said, "I could be homeless right now, living under a bridge and going through this alone." In that moment, he was profoundly grateful for his hot chocolate, his warm blanket, and all the people that it took to get him where he was. When he died of lung cancer that spread to his liver, bones, and brain, after lung removal, 2 rounds of chemo and radiation, and a 2-year fight, he weighed 144 pounds. What was left of him when he was scraped off the street, when he was 6'6", was 137 pounds. Be the progressive council that sets the model for other jurisdictions to aspire to, and who creates help for the truly helpless. 6'6", 137 pounds. Don't let it happen again.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi. Wow, you guys. What a meeting. Some of the rhetoric that we heard tonight, I was just absolutely shocked by. Talking about the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. Like, we're just going to make it malleable into whatever we want it to be in the moment. If that doesn't terrify you, I don't know what's, I don't know what would. I think we're all aware of the situation in this country. This is not a crisis that's unique to Humboldt. This is not a crisis that's unique to Eureka or to California. This is a crisis everywhere. And there's so much data, and everyone will come and tell you the data about how we know that adding a crime to being unhoused does not resolve the issue. It doesn't get people food. It doesn't get people shelter. It doesn't get people mental health care. It literally addresses none of those things. And everything positive that we heard in that presentation was about the things that are already in place to provide those things, right? Why aren't we supporting and growing those efforts, expanding those efforts without criminalizing? I'm left listening to the explanation of the revisions and just not understanding what the benefit of charging these people with a misdemeanor is. They're not going to be able to pay $1,000 fine. It will cost the county money to put them in jail for up to a year. Why are we doing this? It's crazy. It's unhinged. It's like the same, you do the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result. What are we doing? We know what needs to happen. Feed the people, house the people, get us health care. It's so basic. Stop paying the police to fine people. Get more than Frank and George out there as social workers, the two guys who are doing it all for the apparently 1,500 people.
Thank you. Your your time is up. Come on up. Oh, sorry.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time zone we're in today.
Welcome.
My name is Denise, and I live in the 4th Ward, the Bridge District, and boy, do we see it all, some of which we shouldn't and don't want to ever again. Now, this issue for us comes on many different levels. And as a neighborhood watch, we have a fair balance of how can I help you? And, oh, buddy, you just crossed the line. And our experience with EPD has been stellar. In my experience, I cannot thank them enough of how we have worked together and actually have helped people. As a neighborhood, we take you as you are, and that statement, we meet you where you're at. Sometimes it's very good, and we talk, and my neighbors have made sandwiches. EPD has gone in multiple times for one individual, cleaned up, tried to get them services that worked for a while and then not, and then they tried again. Thank you for all of that hard work. And we're in it, and as a business owner myself, I hand out anything. If I see somebody walking down the street with no shoes, I hand them shoes. And we have services under the bridge, which are absolutely necessary. And as a community, we make way for that. And we donate to that. So I appreciate you and everything you're doing. And I ask you to vote yes for this ordinance because it does help. In my own family, it would have helped my own cousin who has succumbed to fentanyl. And that is part of our problem. Fentanyl does not want people to be housed. It creates paranoia. So we have to deal with that first. And that's where he was. Thank you very much for your time and for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and I just wanted to be another voice saying to vote no against this ordinance and make it clear that I am against it. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Come on up. Hi.
Hi. Good evening, Council. My name is A. I'm a social work graduate student at Cal Poly, and I currently work as a school social worker. And I work with youth and families who would be significantly impacted if this bill passes. Bill 1040 is inhumane and it criminalizes survival. On the ordinance draft, City Council states, quote, "The City of Eureka remains steadfast on its mission to balance compassionate outreach efforts with responsible public space management, ensuring a safe and inclusive community for all," unquote. I urge you to please reconsider what safe and inclusive community truly means and for whom. When you say for all, it too often translates to for some, excluding those already on the margins. If this bill passes, it will disproportionately affect Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities, those who have already faced the most violence in this country. Most critically, let's be honest, repeatedly displacing people who are in survival mode is not compassion. It is harm, and it undermines the very inclusivity that you claim to uphold. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Come on up. Hi, Caroline. Welcome.
Hello. I'm Caroline Griffith, a resident of Eureka. As evidenced by the fact that you know my name, I'm kind of a public meeting enthusiast. I've been here before doing the same thing with you all. And a word that was not even part of my vernacular until I started attending city council meetings is stakeholder. If we're going to change the parking regulations in Old Town, we're going to get in touch with the businesses because they're stakeholders. If we're going to change how people do their sewer mains, their sewer laterals, we're going to get in touch with the realtors and the ratepayers because those are stakeholders. That is a group that seems to be really missing from this conversation, is the stakeholders here, the people who are really going to be affected, which is our unhoused community. Through my work, my volunteer work, through my job, I've had an opportunity to know a lot of the people in our community who live on the streets, a lot of those same people who refuse services, and they have reasons for refusing their services. A lot of that has to do with the trauma they've experienced in their lives. Many of our folks have had really, really horrific things happen to them, and so they respond differently when somebody comes at them with a directive. One of the things that is in the 7 pillars of how to compassionately interact with unhoused folks that City Manager Slattery brought up is to engage encampment residents to develop solutions. So that means meaningful engagement. That doesn't mean you show up and you tell them what they're doing wrong and you tell them they have to fix it. There needs to actually be a dialogue and a back and forth. And so I encourage you to reject this ordinance, to really lean into a lot of the compassionate community building work that you've been doing, to form groups who are unhoused, who have lived experience. There's been a number of people who are very eloquent here in the chambers today who may be interested in being a part of that, and engage people in the actual work. Through some of my employment, I've been able to work in encampments doing trash cleanup. City Manager Slattery talked about people not being interested in doing that work. We never had that problem. We had most of the encampment residents doing the majority of the work because we approached them as equals. We had that dignity. They were our friends. And it's a completely different interaction than when you show up and tell them that they're doing something wrong. So please reject this. Go out. Part of the problem is that people are afraid when people act a way they don't understand. And I get it. That changes when you know them. When you know, you're like, oh, cool, that's Linda. I know that she's not going to hit me. Yeah. I know she just needs to yell it out, and then we can move forward. So.
Thank you, Caroline. Come on up. Hello.
Hi. My name is Ana Sofia Amezcua, and I'm a 20-year homeowner in Eureka and a master's in social work student at Cal Poly. I want to begin expressing gratitude to all of those of you who were so generous with your time this past week or so. And I want to also second all of the brilliant comments that have already been made in opposition to this ordinance. While I sincerely hope that this meeting tonight will end with a no vote, the fact that we've had to come this far with it is deeply disappointing and is traumatic in and of itself for many people. The explanations I've heard from the city leaders who are in favor of it are alarming. I have been told by the leadership in support of this bill that while they know what the research says, they personally know about 10 people who this bill would help. I know I'm not alone in fearing the anti-democratic and authoritarian swing the national government is taking. This bill may seem innocuous to some of you, it may seem like compassion to some of you, but the reality is that criminalization of homelessness, aside from being cruel and counterproductive, is also in keeping with that same swing towards a world I don't think any of us want to live in. You cannot make a bill based on anecdotal personal experience. You cannot make legislation intended only for a certain subset of the population. That is not how democracy works. The fact that this is the tagline I've heard repeatedly by the supporters honestly scares me. In saying so, you are literally signing on in support of profiling and or to a very real possibility of future leaders and law enforcement with less compassion or who are not acting in good faith, using this to punish anyone they don't like. This ordinance would most likely only be used asymmetrically to make the lives of our unhoused community members more difficult than they already are, and this alone is an outrage. But if that is not enough to turn you against it, remember that it could be applied to anyone should the fancies strike. In 2019, Eureka made history by becoming the first government in the U.S. to return land to a tribe. At the beginning of every meeting, we hear the land acknowledgement, in which you say the local government's history of horrific violence towards the Wiyot people and the ongoing commitment to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism is an issue, and that the land here was known in the Wiyot language as Jarujiji. What is not said in that is that in the Wiyot language, Jarujiji means a place to sit and rest. I'd like for everyone to take a moment to reflect on the irony that there are multiple people in the city government who are still pushing to make it illegal for anyone to sit and rest on this stolen land whose rightful name means
Thank you.
a
Your
place
time
to
is
sit
up.
and rest.
Thanks for your comments. Come on up. Hello.
Hello again. My name is Ames or Amy. I live here, work here, I went to school here. I've worked in shelters and advocacy and outreach. I wholeheartedly oppose Ordinance 1040 and demand the council vote against this measure. I was here 2 weeks ago and cited several sources, as others have done, about how harmful, carceral, and misguided these types of measures are. We know what the cops do. This type of police violence you are promoting is just one of the many manifestations of carceral violence that has plagued and continues to plague the entire world, from Palestine to Cop City in Atlanta to deportations and beyond. I'd like to dispel the myth put forward by Jacob Rosen that forced mental health treatment is beneficial for those experiencing mental health crises. The research actually shows the opposite, and people who advocate for housing first and trauma-informed models know this. Forced treatment for mental illness or substance use does not help people manage their conditions long-term, nor does it prevent homelessness. In fact, it's traumatizing and just another tactic in the criminalization playbook. I find it super infantilizing and problematic the way you all talk about unhoused people, like they aren't as deserving as autonomy and choice as any of us. We know that you have business owners and faux environmentalists in your ears and your email inbox, but please remember that our community is more than that anyone who calls themselves an environmentalist advocates for folks to be thrown in jail for simply existing outside and has never had anything to say about genocidal violence being inflicted on people and land across the world, does not actually care about the environment nor injustice in our community. We all know that what lies at the heart of these outcries for cleaner trails and streets is really just the fact that these people don't want to come face to face with the issues of systemic injustice in our community. Homelessness is directly tied to the neoliberalization of cities and these public-private partnerships that defunded and continue to defund housing. It sounds like you all know that housing first policies work, but still would rather arrest folks over giving them a house and care. This measure is harmful and further sowing distrust among community members. It's not how we are supposed to support and care for one another. It does not support the folks already doing such important work in the community, and many of whom are here today. We need to focus on creating no barrier, trauma-informed shelter options, investing in permanent public and supportive housing, and creating a committee made up of people experiencing homelessness or those that have in the past, as well as organizers and advocates with strong ties to these communities. Please do not pass this ordinance.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hi, everybody. I'm Amy Scott. I'm also a social work student at Cal Poly. I've been sending you all lots of emails and encouraging everyone else to as well, because our voices matter. And I had like 8 million things to say because clearly I've sent you very long dissertations. But I guess what I really want to get across is that when it comes to understanding accountability, like as a social worker, I have to be accountable for the history of social work. Social workers are the ones who remove children and send them to boarding school, and Native children and send them to boarding schools. Police also need to be accountable for the harms that they cause. You can do good things, but you have to acknowledge your history. You have to acknowledge the harms that you have caused, and you have to rebuild relationships with people. That's what all of this is about, is relationality, is how we care for one another. And everyone's listing all these amazing reasons for why we shouldn't have this bill. So I don't need to go into that, but like My part is, what can we build so that we don't need to have these things, right? And thinking about all of the things you've already done, like, we do have a lot of really great programs. They're not enough, and we know that. So let's stop spending funding on things that we know cause harm. Let's spend funding on the things we know work. And let's also do, step one, a needs assessment. Let's ask people what they actually need, what they want, and not tell them what they should want and what they should need. I really, I can't stress enough that I know that people are coming from compassion. I feel that. And that we are all trying to alleviate suffering. That's the goal. How we go about it matters. The language that we use matters. How we show up for people in our lives matters. How we show up for the people we don't even know should be in our lives matters. I ask you to please vote no on this ordinance, to listen to this 8 hours plus 4.5 hours plus however long you spent reading my very long emails. And I want to thank Miles for really actually going through the research that I sent. The article was the first one in my 79 citation annotated bibliography. And again, I really appreciate you taking the time. So thank you. I hope your meeting goes well tomorrow, Leslie.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hello. You should all know me by now. My name is Rick Toledo. I'm a representative with Students for a Democratic Society Humboldt. It's my third time here to tell you to vote no on this and to remind you that we will pursue litigation. We are prepared to do it, and we don't want to, but we're happy to if you want to pass this. So please do not pass this. Do not make us sue you. Do not make us fight you. I wanted to point something out. Mr. Slattery said that he had reached out to the community and to advocacy groups, but no one had gotten back to him. Well, did anyone miss a call from Mr. Slattery? Did you miss a letter? I must have missed my call from Mr. Slattery. That's too bad. I didn't hear from him. My organization did not hear from him. Anyway, something I want to really just thank Mario for is pointing out that they've doubled the jail time. They've doubled it for a misdemeanor in this. It is double what it should be. And it's clear that this is a criminalization bill at this point because we already have all of the services, right? So all we get is the criminalization and the double jail time for homeless people. So yeah, I mean, thanks for the mask off moment with that. We really appreciate it. This bill will give police way too much power, and I think we've all heard that by now. It's basically just giving them power over homeless people. It's giving them final say on whether or not they get these criminal charges. As someone who spent 4 months in jail, I would like to comment on Mr. Slattery. Once again, he had a nice little comment there from some business owner that said that jail is not that bad. I've been there for 4 months. I would invite you all to spend 4 months there. It's bad. It's racist. There's slavery. It's not a good time. I don't encourage that for anyone, and I wouldn't wish it upon anyone from this community for being homeless. Now, I want to talk about something else. The root cause of this issue is in the name. These people are homeless. They are without homes. It is easier to treat the root problem than it is to criminalize the symptoms. We can do that by having more accessible housing, resources, rent control. We've heard it from a million other people. I'm not going to go down the list any further. Now, the one thing I've noticed is that business owners are the only ones in favor of this. It's pretty clear to me that they're probably lobbying y'all, so I'd love to see the data on that, right? Because why is it only business owners? Why are we hearing about the spirit of the law when we have the spirit of the people in this room, and the people in the community outnumber the business owners 10-1. All power to the people.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, public speaking makes me nervous, but this is important to me. Thank you for taking the time to allow the community to voice our concerns regarding this issue, and I wanted to thank the community for showing out tonight. This is huge, because we very clearly care deeply for the plight of our unhoused brothers, sisters, and relatives. I'm a Eureka resident and a social work graduate student from Cal Poly, actively working toward an education on how to best serve the community in Humboldt County. In my experience working directly with Eureka's unhoused, I've come to learn that low barrier housing is not a thing. Wait lists are years long, and shelters employ dogmatic and paternalistic restrictions. There are over 650, which apparently 1,500, unhoused people in Eureka. A diversion program that maxes out at 10 clients at a time is not a diversion program. It's a funnel of our community relatives into the carceral system. And I hope the council doesn't mistake that our message in opposition to this bill is based in solidarity and care for this community. I've tried extensively and failed to see how that, in your opinion, is any kind of a solution. Anecdotal evidence does not work as a basis for creating laws. I genuinely hope that embedded in your efforts is a real concern for the well-being of the community. But we, the community, the students, the researchers, the volunteers, the community workers, are showing you that criminalization does not work. Housing and access to resources works. So please, in your efforts to find solutions, don't forget your humanity and don't ignore the facts that we have been presenting you with, barraging you with. Lean into the resources and not into the criminality. Please vote no on this bill so that we as a whole community can begin to work together to implement more affordable and more humane solutions, because this is not the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here to voice my opposition for Ordinance 1040 as well. Wanted to remind everyone that last year California voters have rejected a measure on the November ballot that would have amended the state constitution to ban forced prison labor. The constitution already prohibits so-called involuntary servitude, but as an exception allows it to be used as a punishment for crime. There's so many people here that spoke so amazingly, and I don't know how to speak as eloquently as them, but there are so many people here that are unhoused, have been unhoused, or on the cusp of having no homes, and that's like synergizing a lot with what the Trump administration is doing. They're passing bills to criminalize transgender care, abortions, immigrants, students, protesters. They're trying to cut SNAP and food stamps. They're seizing defaulted student loans from wages and taxes, and there's like 1 in 5 Cal Poly Humboldt students that are homeless. They're imposing insane tariffs on countries that we do trade with, and rent keeps going up. So there's like a lot that's going on that works with this ordinance, and like what you pass sets like a precedent in the tone for how you treat everyone that's really afraid right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hello. So I think, like many here, I've come very close to falling through the cracks several times, and I've really only been able to keep a roof over my head just basically through connections I have either to family or to social services like the regional center. When I was 9, my parents broke up when we were overseas, and we basically spent all their money, like my single mom, getting us back to California, and we slept on cots in my grandma's single-bedroom apartment for a year and basically lived off food stamps. As for an adult, I spent 3 years living in a room at my other grandparents' place that previously was a pantry. Coming out to Humboldt County, like I started through the education track and just ran out of dough basically, and the only ways that I've been able to stay afloat are, one, because the regional center like lets me basically intern at places around the county. So I help out at the Friends of the Dunes and the Botanical Garden. And then also, even that sometimes isn't enough to cover my bills. I'm still partly reliant on families, still partly on food stamps. There's a lot of us who could very easily fall through the cracks. These are all normal, good people. I don't think people should be punished for having, one accident that turns into, potentially months or years on the streets. What we need is more support, not more punishment. Thank you.
For being here. Come on up. Hi.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sawyer and I'm a community member. When I first moved to Humboldt County, my first job was at a homeless shelter. I didn't last very long. I found the experience demoralizing. I learned why my family members and others don't use those resources. And I learned that what I was doing, I couldn't pretend that it was helping people. This ordinance is the same. This ordinance is not only an extension of the law, it is a disability justice issue, it is a racial justice issue, it is a sexual violence issue, it is frankly life or death. And it's not something to smirk or smile about. I think you all know that it's wrong to pass this ordinance. I urge you to vote no, no matter how small that voice in your head is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on, please stop the clock. So we do need to extend our meeting. It's 9:24. So if we could get a motion to extend the meeting. Councilmember Castellano?
I move to extend the meeting until 11:30.
Second.
So we have a motion to move to extend to 11:30 and a second. Please vote.
And for the public, just so you know, we will extend it again if we need to. We're just kind of doing it in waves.
Incrementally.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Thank you. Janelle, come on up.
Good evening. First, I'd like to ask those behind me to raise your hand if you would be interested in going, if there was one, if you would be interested in going to a legal campground operated under basic kind of tenancy rules. And if you just raise your hand for them to see, and if you all, a legal campground.
So Janelle, please address
a legal
the council.
campground, everybody.
Thank you.
And anyway, because that is what I've been working on. That's what I've been working on since I spent several months in front of the courthouse with a small group of people that refused to leave because if we left, the homeless people couldn't be there. And several of those homeless people had serious mental illnesses. And there I learned that oftentimes people with serious mental illnesses will come up to you and say even threatening things. And if you just calmly say, oh, okay, they're happy and they go away. And I tried to explain that. One incident happened, unfortunately, to a reporter. And I tried to explain that to her, and she just completely... So I understand that we do need services for people who are mentally ill. I am also very concerned about this. And I think, I don't know, I sent you an email. And basically, I really think that go back to a earlier version of this. It was called, camping allowed only in designated areas and designated places to camp. And the mental health issue, I'm concerned about. I think there may be ways to do that. But the other last thing I have to say is the governor and the president is going to be telling you, has said that there needs to be camping ordinances. No camping ordinances. So that's another reason.
Thank you. Come on up.
Because it depends on the money.
Welcome.
Hello. The criminalization of our neighbors is one of the most disheartening events playing out in this state, this county, and of course, this city. Does this council care more about rich people's and business owners' feelings rather than our most downtrodden amongst us? Criminalization here just forces more issues that will never be resolved. Kicking sorry, I'm very nervous. Kicking the homeless to another area doesn't fix anything and rather makes more property owners elated. Instead of criminalizing the homeless, instead we should invest in services for the homeless along without allowing the police to harass and attack our homeless neighbors. I yield my time.
Thank you. Come on up. Hi.
Well, there's a message on this for you guys. And there's one on the other side. So, first I'd like to address one of the things I've seen, not just in this meeting, but as I come to these regularly and try to be active in ways. I noticed that Miles is having these little secret meetings and you guys are finding out information here at the city council meeting. That's kind of a issue of communication within the way that this system works. I feel like I have a problem with that. Like, why is these secret meetings, or why are you guys not privy to information before coming to the meetings? Like, you guys should be more prepared than that. And I have serious issues with how Miles conducts himself. Like, I feel like he's definitely an enemy of the people. I don't want to put all of you guys in that same group with him, but he's basically, yeah, it is what it is. So, like, there's issues there. Public bathrooms, that's my big issue, okay? So if there is nowhere in this city between maybe hours of, say, 8 o'clock at night and 5 o'clock in the morning, or whatever those hours may be, where somebody could use the bathroom if they didn't have their own bathroom, how do you expect them to hold it until a facility opens up, or to not use the bathroom? Because shit happens regardless. And when a person needs to go to the bathroom, I understand, like, sidewalk is probably an option that somebody, if they had the choice of a toilet or a sidewalk, even somebody with severe mental health issues would probably choose a toilet. Trash. Obviously, like, these encampments, like we're talking about, oh, where the bathrooms, the trash, all these things. Like, these are the issues that we should be talking about. How are we going to deal with the problems that result from these issues? Solutions, not more problems. All I hear about is more problems. And we know, Miles, about all the millions of dollars and very little resources that we receive in this community. We don't need to hear about it. And if you're going to make some examples of John and Jane Doe, let's make them examples that are, like, maybe a little bit more average so that we know what we're dealing with, not extremes. Like, and that kind of shows where his head's at and where his heartless is at. Wow. So thank you. And fuck you, Miles.
All right. Come on up.
Thank
Hi.
you. My name's Jeffrey Robinson. I'm a local business owner. Whoa, that's interesting. And I'm serving on the Humboldt County Democratic Central Committee, and I want to talk to you about mental illness. We all, or many of us, have someone in our lives who is influenced more by their paranoia than the people around them that are trying to help. I feel like it can feel as if that person must not really want to live inside, or maybe they're only willing to do so if they can get fisticuffs with their neighbor or something like that. We see a lot of people on the street really freaking out. And so you might think that mental illness is a cause of homelessness. What I'm here to tell you is there's just as many mentally ill people in every other class of society. If you're middle class, it might be a domestic abuse behind closed doors. It might be showing up to work on Zoom while drinking bourbon. If you're in the ruling class, it could be trying to eliminate an entire society of people. If you're just particularly wealthy, it might be just accumulation of things. But for the people who aren't homeless, mental illness is either shrouded or it's disguised as nationalism or some other thing, or ambition. All of these different communities of people are very special in their own ways. And the interactions amongst our mental illnesses are what makes America what it is. Every man for himself. Responsibility for the have-nots looks like obedience. Responsibility for the haves looks more like take as much as you can. That tension between despair and Machiavellian ambition keeps us as a society nutting up. So I say, for mental health, no on 1040. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hello. My name is Tony Ramona. I'm a transgender American, and I worked with the trans homeless community in San Francisco for over a year and a half. I worked on the night shift, and I worked in Soma, one of the most notorious places for drugs, violence, and everything that this bill is afraid of. I am not afraid. I have made so much friends within the unhoused community, and even through working through a very radical organization, I can see a million reasons why someone would refuse housing ad infinitum. Sometimes there are people who abuse power within those places, and they choose to work those places because they can abuse power. And because of the high turnover, they stay in those places and they abuse the power ad infinitum. Some people in my org were accused of rape. Sometimes we exited people and then those people got raped on the streets. When you introduce bills like this, you are creating ghettos. You are funneling people into a very small area. You are making them desperate. You are making them dirtier. You are making them poorer. You are making them more desperate, and you are creating a ghetto. I do not use that lightly. I have seen so many people able to turn their lives around with just being given adequate clothes, being called their name, and being allowed to use a gender-neutral facility anytime they wanted or needed. Some people need facilities not to use the bathroom. They need it to put on hemorrhoid cream. Sometimes people need facilities for a gender marker change. They need it to get away from domestic violence. They need a very different thing every single time. And if you are not approaching homelessness from what do you need and how can we rescue you, you don't know what a rescue is. You have no idea. You are not saviors, and you never will be. People can save themselves. They need community, and they need you to give them a hand, not a fist. When you have a tool, and everyone has talked about this bill as a tool, everything looks like a nail. A hammer is a tool. That is all this bill is. It is a hammer. It is not a gauze bandage. It is not a toilet. It is nothing but a hammer. And that is all I see. I will not yield my time. I will keep speaking because I believe that it is important to be heard. I am trans, and that is powerful, and that is all.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hello. I don't have much time. I don't have much dignity. I don't have much power in this situation, so I'm going to resort to begging instead. Please don't do this. Please. Don't hurt our community like any more than it has been already. Don't hurt the people within it. Don't pass this bill. Don't believe in the lie that this is going to be used in any kind of fair or nonviolent way. Don't do it. Please. I need to catch the bus soon, so do the right thing. I know at least some of you are capable of it. I'm just gonna go on averages. Do the right thing. Don't do it. Goodbye.
Thank you. Come on up. Hi.
Hello. Yeah, I've been a community member here, a guest in Way Out territory for about a decade. And this is the third meeting I think I've been in discussing this issue. And yeah, I wrote some things down. The first thing I said is, this is a lot of language and time to just say, this ordinance increases the criminalization and death count of people living outside through endless sweeps or incarceration. This diversion program is not an act of community care. It is an act of further legalizing genocide of unhoused community members for existing under the guise of protecting public safety. What public are you keeping safe when you're furthering genocide? It's not about developing more so-called care programs. It's about not murdering people for living outside. It's not about developing more housing, more affordable housing. It's about not murdering people for living outside. It's not about saving the poor, mentally distressed addicts. It's about not murdering people for living outside. It's not about distinguishing the good homeless and the bad homeless. It's about not murdering people for living outside. And it's definitely not about giving the police more power to inflict violence. It's about not murdering people for living outside. Homelessness is not the issue. State-sanctioned violence is. And as an Indigenous person, it's pretty triggering to have a settler government juggle whether or not to commit more genocide. Thanks.
Come on up. Next. Come on up.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. So I engage as a friend with the unhoused community, and I'm here to speak on behalf of one of my colleagues. He would like to say that, so behind the reason for this ordinance is to gain more leverage in coercing homeless citizens to use city-provided services of housing, drug addiction, and mental health. They plan to threaten a homeless citizen with a misdemeanor for various homeless offenses until they participate in and complete one of these city-offered services. I see several fallacies in this approach. The first is that homeless citizens do not need to be coerced into accepting housing. The fact is that there is a long waiting list for the available housing, and it takes 6 months to a year to get housing, even just through the Uplift program. The housing that is available is mostly for older citizens with physical challenges and is virtually unavailable for the homeless citizens. Another fallacy is in the area of drug rehabilitation. There are several residential drug treatment centers in Humboldt, all have significant waiting lists, with people coerced by threat of criminal misdemeanor into entering a drug treatment program. It would seem that their success rate would be reduced. Giving treatment to coerced participants doesn't seem fair or logical. It seems fallacious to coerce homeless citizens when there are no services to treat them. Do mental health practitioners really think that they can successfully treat clients that are coerced into the treatment they need? The city staff claims that when the services are overloaded, they will request the police department to stop issuing criminal misdemeanor arrests and revert back to non-criminal citations for homelessness violations. This switchover procedure is incredibly troublesome. It appears the city should improve, increase, and better market the services provided for the homeless population rather than coerce them into currently overloaded services. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hi, my name's Dan, and a lot of people know me. I guess a lot of people are learning Miles's name right now. I learned of Miles's name on KMUD Community Radio. I went to their block party, and I made a lot of sacrifices to get there. I'm living on the margins. Transportation and stuff isn't easy. But Miles would say, he called himself Miles from Eureka, and I would call him Miles from the Truth, Miles from Conscious, Miles from Compassionate, and Miles from Understanding. His statement that 80% of the homeless people will go to the free lunch and that he can just extrapolate like that to figure out how many homeless people are in Eureka is beyond ludicrous. I personally have been homeless, and I hardly ever go there, even when I'm in Eureka. So the figures are ridiculous, okay? Right before I came here, I saw Officer France from CERT get this award. And that's wonderful, but you need to follow through on that by not creating more sticks. We need more carrots, not more sticks. I have been successfully gentrified out of Arcata. I was elected student body president in '90, and I am gentrified out of Arcata. Now there's an attempt to gentrify me out of Eureka and Humboldt County. Hell no. I just registered to vote here. I'm going to figure out which one of you is my council member. Believe me, I'm going to come see you, okay? But in the meantime, I'd say hella no to this ordinance. Not N-O, K-N-O-W. And to hell with Carcata and car camping, because I was kicked out of that. And I was compliant and obedient and servitude and sober, and even those weren't requirements for there. Now, homelessness, Arcata, Darlene Spore have been there. Saving the homeless is business that saves people. You're saving more homeless by getting jobs that people pay rent. Unemployment, double the jail time. Mills is in Palm Springs, okay? He was your police chief, all right? Now, we've got some people stepping up trying to do a good job, But the city council does not need to start hitting people with sticks. Mel Brown, bring it back, abolish bail.
Thank you. Your time is up.
And Ecuador,
Come
for
on
Fire
up.
Phoenix is moving to Ecuador.
Come on up.
Because
Come on up.
can't afford to live in this country.
Thank you.
I'm a mom, teacher, community member, and I work and spend money in Eureka or Jaro Gigi. Jaro Gigi, let me reiterate, a place to stop and rest. In your land acknowledgement, you say you acknowledge the Wiyot community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. Do you also honor the language, this specific place name of this city, and how beloved it is to all of the people? It seems like it because so much focus has been how this town is perceived aesthetically, wanting to draw in visitors and tourists. But what about when they get here? Will they see that Eureka is an inclusive town that takes care of all of its community members, including the most marginalized, and treats them in a way that is respectful, dignified, and comes from a place of love, that is tackling this systemic issue of houselessness by making effective and equitable policy decisions? Or will they see that Eureka is following the lead of places like Grants Pass, a literal sundown town where racism and white supremacy and settler colonialism are upheld and enshrined into laws that criminalize symptoms and do nothing but worsen the issue? Are you, as city councilors, those with the power to adopt ordinances and resolutions, respond to concerns and needs of residents, going to do so with the commitment you claim in your land acknowledgement? Or are the words you publish on your government site just words, meaningless, obligatory, empty? My request is that you reflect on what it means to be a city councilor for this city of Jaro Gigi. What are the principles you uphold in your positions? How do you make the decisions you do? Are they research-based? Do you listen to experts in the field like the unhoused, social workers, folks committing their lives to making meaningful changes, students, elders, and not just business owners and the seemingly intoxicated city manager? Are you coming from a place of love for this land and her people, all of her people? I ask that you make policy decisions that are effective today, tomorrow, and for future generations, that you honor the words of your land acknowledgement and take meaningful action to back them up. Vote no on 1040. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. You're next. Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
I would just like to start by, saying a lot of things are fact-based, when people go into their pitch for the whole thing, and it might be kind of hard for you guys to get the details to come to a conclusion, especially when it comes to voting. So I would just like to ask that you guys keep your opinions out of the decision-making process and your emotions and whatever, because I see a lot of that. There's a lot of bad stuff that happens in the world. A lot of authorities don't do the right things simply because of opinion, emotion, word of mouth. It's too bad, but this is a fact. There's a vacant lot next to the co-op. Open that area for public camping. The solution is there won't be 50 people on the street there in tents. There will be 100 people in that fenced off area. And take down the chain link fence. It's not a FEMA camp. As far as this ordinance being a path for your building for recovery, build a real path, a trail to the woods out of Eureka, and make a legal forest area for the other 500 homeless people that are in this city, because there's about 600, you said, right? The city of Eureka is caged in. The areas are blocked from forest access. Camps are polluted. City workers don't clean up trash, they clean out people. Are you going to arrest a person with rich clothes on for loitering in the park sunbathing? What if it was someone like me with old clothes on? I'm not homeless. I'm an anti-homelessness activist. I'm tired of being profiled, and too, I used to be homeless. So please help us, and I'll help them. We'll help each other.
Thank you. Come on up. Hi.
Hello.
Let me put that up for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm here to share that I would be against this coordinate, 1040. Many people before me have shared more better detail than I could of why this coordinate is a bad idea. First off, it criminalizes homelessness. Homelessness is already a tough situation to go through. Adding more difficulties like being arrested and charged with $1,000 fee would make it more difficult than already would be if, they didn't have to deal with that. And yeah, basically I would argue just put more resources into understanding why people aren't taking services, or like as Miles put it, people aren't just going there. Well, figure out why. It's already hard. Don't make it difficult than it needs to be. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Good evening.
Evening, everybody. Now, I have limited time, so I'm not going to try and relitigate the points that have already been made by other people who have spoken here. Instead, I want to dive deeper into something that was mentioned earlier, and that was the fact that the people who have spoken in support of this bill have been business owners. The amount of community and regular citizenry who are opposed to this bill is overwhelming. And when you have a bill that is being brought up in the context of being enforced on the spirit of the law, on the discretion and particular biases and ideologies of the officers, when you have this coming in the context of the ultra-rich and their pet philosophers proposing that the poor be turned into biofuel, you begin to see a pattern of the alliance of corporatism with the government and the open dehumanization and murderous attitudes towards poor people, which I can only see as characteristics of fascism. To vote this bill into action is to place yourself in the history books of the United States during this time period. You will place yourself in league with every individual of that disposition. That is the fascist, corporatist disposition that seeks to eliminate poor people from this country. We have, and we will continue to make this a nuisance for you. We will hold you up in meetings. If you table this for another meeting, this will all happen again. You will be outnumbered, you will be out-argued, and we will oppose you every single time. So, please, consider for one moment the side that you are placing yourself on and act accordingly, because you are our representatives, not our rulers, and the choice that you make in that regard will be remembered here. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hi, my name is Ben, and I reside in Eureka. I've lived here for about 8 years, and I apologize. I'm not the best orator, but I felt the need to speak today. I am against this ordinance, and I just have a quick comment on the subject at hand. The criminalization of homelessness in our city or anywhere is an abhorrent abuse of power used to give our white supremacist police force another excuse to oppress the most vulnerable people in our community. The buffoonery in attempting to enact this legislation shows that you are deeply unserious in helping the people heal and grow and only want to hide the larger systemic issues of American poverty. Allowing this to happen is just one more step in taking away the freedoms of the people and ushering in fascism in our home. And to quote the late Malcolm X, when we open our eyes today and look around America, we see America not through the eyes of someone who has enjoyed the fruits of Americanism. We see America through the eyes of someone who has been the victim of Americanism. We do not see any American dream. We've experienced only the American nightmare. We haven't benefited from America's democracy. We have only suffered from America's hypocrisy. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Good evening.
I know how slow government programs move. That wait list will always be full. Essentially, this will put the decision on whether to apply this ordinance fully in the hands of the CSET officer, who gets to decide themselves if this qualifies as exigent circumstances. Honestly, while you were trying to justify this, I was wondering if this was just a ploy by EPD to up their arrest quotas. And I don't know about you, but I can't think of a single situation in my life that was ever improved by a stranger with a firearm and the legal ability to kill me. While I was sitting here listening to the arguments, there was something else that I noticed about the language, something very unsettling. I kept hearing the exact same language used to harass and demonize queer, trans, and non-binary Americans all for the last 3 years. You have been, You are targeting a vulnerable minority, creating a government snitch line for people who do not comply, uneven application of the law, citing anecdotal evidence, and ultimately attacking everybody's rights, even the arguments over whether or not they should have access to a public bathroom, all in the hands of targeting a handful of individuals. Do not vote for this ordinance. Do not criminalize people for experiencing the poverty it is your duty to alleviate. It is bigotry under the guise of concern.
Thank you. Come on up. Hi.
Hello, my name is Alex, and I'm going to be talking a little bit fast to try and say all the things I have to say. I have a BA in psychology, and I'm currently a graduate student. And for the past 3.5 years, I've worked with youth, mainly in the juvenile dependency system, not to be confused with the delinquency system, but sometimes youth I work with are system impacted in various ways. A commonality between things that I've studied is how important family systems are. And I'm sure some of you as a kid had, your favorite grandma, aunt, uncle who made you a sweet treat or a meal or barbecued or went to your soccer games and made you feel really loved. Many people don't have that. And I really want to highlight that this is not just an adult issue. This is a issue that youth and kids as young as infants go through. And houselessness does not have an age limit. Youth are kicked out of their homes for being trans, part of the LGBTQIA plus community. They run away due to domestic and sexual violence done around them or to them. This is not just an adult issue. Youth, kids as young as infants can live out on the streets, not being, and working with these youth, I get to know their lives, court cases, all of those different things. And some parents are not doing drugs. Some parents don't have mental health issues. Living is extremely expensive and oftentimes requires co-signers. And some people just don't have the financial education to have parents who have good credit. They themselves don't have good credit. Some people have their parents run their credit to the ground when they're children. And so I'm also going to read a paper that I had recently wrote. The National Conference of Legislators reports that there are 4.2 million youth and young adults currently experiencing homelessness, while a little over 500,000 are unaccompanied minors. 1 in 10 youth ages 17 to 25 will experience homelessness every year. This is done in 2023. This is an article done in 2023. Keeping track of the rate of homeless youth can be extremely difficult due to the circumstances that they may not have access to permanent address, go socially unseen, and lack of ability to access proper resources that take them under account. Also, Humboldt County does not have a way to track homeless youth.
Your time's up. Thanks for being here. Hi there.
Hi, my name's Hannah, and I'm a social worker in this community for the last 10 years. I work with people voluntarily, and I let them teach me how I can help them. We work together, and they guide the way. I typically work with perinatal populations, and I bring that up because typically these people are higher up on those lists. But my experience is that people are still waiting several months to years to get into transitional housing. The majority of people I work with have not been able to stay at Betty Chinn's or the Mission. There's a large gap of community members, the same gap I suspect this ordinance is attempting to address, that will not be successful in these two programs. We need alternative programs that are not abstinence-based, allow couples and pets, not rely on CalWorks for enrollment, among other challenges I hope that this council is already aware of. I also try to, outside my role, be part of this community and be involved. Some of the things I do are help with the shower operations, and I was really disappointed that some of those expert letters that were shared, that AHA or Hatcher or even more people who are experiencing these things were not highlighted. We all can agree that having a place to go to the bathroom and take a shower is the least we can do to provide dignity to our community members. And every time I come to one of these meetings, I hear a business person complain about human waste in front of their business. And every time I'm just like, we need more bathrooms. Like, can we focus on those as solutions? A lot of the people who I serve also have a dog. Dogs offer protection and companionship, and the people I serve who have a dog have strong attachments and can provide me with several examples how those dogs has positively impacted their mental health. The majority of people, not everybody, the majority of folks I serve are living in survival mode. Neurologically, when we don't feel safe, our brains limit our rational thinking. People are streamlined to actions like fight or flight or freeze. You all may probably have heard those terms before. I was really disappointed to hear the rhetoric regarding having consequences for not accepting help. This reminds me of the similar rhetoric regarding child welfare and the belief that fear of losing custody of a child will somehow inspire change. For those who've worked with families, it's so much more complicated than that. And to me, this is the same as this issue. Added fear is only going to increase more of that survival mode. Please find a different alternative. I'm disappointed the city has not made more efforts to support a tiny house village or increase our public bathrooms. This ordinance will only make the community members' lives harder as a service provider.
Here, your time is up. Thanks for being here. Come on up. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much for taking the time tonight. This is a long time to stand and listen to folks, and I appreciate all of you for doing that, and I appreciate Miles Slattery for all of the research. So I wanted to start by saying criminalizing the unhoused worsens the crisis by increasing arrests, creating barriers to housing and services, and causing lasting harm to the people that are targeted. Spending time in jail causes decreases in health as well as creates more poverty due to losing belongings. There's been talk of folks on drugs and with mental health issues. There's evidence that experiencing houselessness is often the catalyst for using street drugs for the first time. The highest increase, trying to run through it. The highest increasing unhoused population is elderly people due to limited fixed incomes and increasing housing costs. 2.4% of the city of Eureka's population is unhoused due to estimates that I found online. The national rate is 0.1%, 7%. So I think we have to acknowledge that we're looking at a really high rate of people being unhoused and that that's challenging for business owners, for the community, for everyone. I think that this is just not the solution. I did hear earlier that this could be used when victims don't want to file charges, but I'm a little confused by that because you don't need victims to file charges to prosecute people if you're aware of a crime that was committed as a cop. This ordinance is being considered because of the Supreme Court overturning the Grants Pass cruel and unusual punishment case. As was recently determined in a federal case in California with the city of Vallejo, the 4th and 14th Amendments still apply to ordinances like this one, making it very likely lawsuits will be filed and the ordinance will be challenged in court. I just wanted to end with the concept that we are all closer to being unhoused than being billionaires. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
Hi. I've been here enough times that I figured we should probably be on a first name basis. Hello, my name is Quinn.
Hi, Quinn.
And I came here because I thought we should talk about how we should really just reassess what we're trying to do with this ordinance. We have a common goal in mind, after all. No one wants to see people suffering, and no one wants to be suffering themselves. However, when you mindfully assess the situation that homeless people are in, it's evident that we have a clear choice to make. When it is simply not possible to solve the housing crisis overnight, we must choose between harm reduction or risking making an already vulnerable population's lives worse. When the LEADS program's capacity is to help only 10 people a year, it seems counterproductive to take the opportunity for care away from those who are ready for it to force those who are not. If you intend to spend all this money to fund that treatment program, wouldn't you want it to be successful? It has been proven that treatment is much more successful when it is voluntary rather than enforced. And after all that being said, what rights do we have over other people to force something over their own autonomy? None. You are wanting to help. You don't want to watch people suffer, but this is not the way to go about it. If you want to help our homeless crisis, you can do so without making it against the law. Thank you.
Thanks, Quinn. Come on up. Hi.
Hey, my name is Mike. I'm a resident of Eureka. When I first heard about this ordinance, the first thing that really struck me was that its main focus appears to be selective treatment or selective enforcement or disparate treatment. Worse yet, that the people selected for enforcement are the most vulnerable people in our community. The city manager brought up a couple examples of some problem people. It's not clear how this ordinance would help those specific people that he even brought up in any way, shape, or form. It would just slap them with a fine and potential jail time, and they'd be right back in the same issue that they are. So I don't see this ordinance as providing any benefit to the community or to the houseless population or the house population either. So I urge you to vote no on it.
Thank you. Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ray, and I can speak from pretty much every angle of this because I've been homeless for 25 years. I was a drug addict for 30. And up until the recent, I just sobered up. But you know, the hardest part about that was finding people who could relate. Finding people who were willing to look at me like I was a person, let alone walk down the street and not have people look at me like I was an animal. And you know, that's always been the hardest part about being homeless or being on these streets. But like everybody says, we need bathrooms, showers to feel like a human being, because you know what? When you get that, you actually do feel like somebody, because somebody actually took that time to let you in their door. Let you come and wash up, maybe to wash off that week before, the day before, whatever. And it's hard to find those resources because I know we got Hatcher and we got AHA that assist, but that's like what? Once, twice a week? The mission, I mean, I've been there and they're selective. Sometimes they're kicking people out for, you know, small things, but I mean, to them it's a big thing. And, you know, some people just don't want to have to deal with certain rules or guidelines. They just want to be accepted into a shower or a bathroom. And that's a hard thing. But most of all, you know, we got females out here. Mm-hmm. And approaching all the mental health issues, you know, a lot of these females and males, they were victims of somebody else. So you know what? If you sit and talk with some of them, a lot of times they have a coherent conversation with you. Why? Because you addressed them as a human. You came at them with some type of, you know, nothing that was violent, nothing that was against them as a person. You just took that moment to say, hello, how you doing? And actually mean it. You know, and that's what we got to do. We lost humanity somewhere and just made humanity a profit. Because that's all we're doing is like, you got to pay us for humanity? I mean, when did society become like that?
Thank you, Ray. Come on up. Hi.
Hi there. 1 second. This is my third time, so I actually wrote something for you all this time. A little more prepared, and I got dressed up. Hope you don't mind. I'm Sim. I live in the community, and I'll try and keep it brief because I know that all of you all are tired, and thanks for a good push. But please do listen to us and me when I say to vote no. If programs are filled up, please expand the capacity of the programs. If the programs are being left unused, improve the quality of the programs. The argument that criminalizing any sitting, standing, or lying anywhere in city limits, as clarified by Councilmember Contreras de Loche earlier, saying it is justified because it has the potential to increase referrals to services makes no sense. If all of these services are already in place, slapping an incredibly harsh charge considering the offense onto our neighbors, one that sticks around on one's record, seems especially cruel in the face of supposedly lower barrier services, but it works directly in the face of services that you've mentioned today, like Pathway to Payday. We've spent 8 hours telling you not to pass this. We'll spend, I guess, another 4.5 more to tell you again. And we would have spent 19.5 hours, but you cut us off. That's fine. That's 390 public comments. Please feel the weight of it. Feel the weight of us telling you not to pass this measure. Vote no on 1040.
Come on up. Come on up. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Crystal, and I've been here since 1993, and I just want to say that I volunteered for Salvation Army like 2 years ago, I want to say, and they were going to move us out in the winter. Winter just started happening, and they were going to make us move. Pack out, gotta love them, right? Anyhow, we were going to have to move out, and I asked them, I said, well, since I'm volunteering and stuff, I think I can get these people to help us out. I think I could get them to pick up the garbage and help move out. They said, I don't think so. I said, I think that's a challenge. I said, challenge accepted. I'll do it. And I grabbed me some gloves and I grabbed me some bags. And I'll tell you what, I pulled up 19 bags of garbage that first day. No one helped me. But I talked to everybody, but no one helped me. That second day, everybody helped me. And it worked for 3-4 weeks. And we got all that trash out of that little gully right there. We got it all out. They were amazed at how much work we had done. And I just remember you guys saying earlier, you guys couldn't do that. It's because of how you talk to people, how you act with people. I mean, I said, look, if we do this, we don't have to move. We can stay here. The cops can't come kick us out. We're okay. There's that. And then back in 1993, I remember when I came here, there was something called T Street Shelter. I remember you guys saying that 7 years ago, there was no resources, no winter, no nothing. The T Street Shelter was the bomb. I'm telling you right now, I was just a little kid, but it was the bomb. You know what I mean? Like, there's places for us to be. Like, they had this little thing we could run, jump off in all the clothes that donated. Like, it's really huge, diving. It's really great. But, you know what I mean? Things like that, you know what I mean? We need to get something like that around here. Bunk beds are great. You know what I mean? Like, something that's not so harsh. Like, oh, you got to be this way. You got to walk this line. Or you can't be here. You can't sleep here. You know what I mean? Because some of us can't walk that line. Some of us got a broken foot. Some of us got some twitches or whatever. But we can't do that. You know what I mean? We can't all walk the same line. And then right here, I want to say, just because 1 or 2 people may have a mental issue and find themselves trying to express their emotions and don't know how to get it out in a calm and mannerly way because they're having a bad day, we shouldn't all put everybody in the same basket and try to condemn us for just 1 or 2 people that are having a hard time that don't know how to express themselves in public or to people. Just please, I ask you guys not to do this. Please don't do this. Please don't do this to us. Please don't do this to you. Let's just help us. Just help us. It's all I'm asking, help. Not condemn us. Don't put us in jail. I've been in jail so many times. I'll tell you what, sleep on that hard bed. See if you wake up in the morning, your back don't hurt.
Thank you, Crystal. Come on up. Hello.
Hello, good night. I'm Gracie, and I want to reiterate what folks have been saying and lift up what unhoused folks that are experiencing homelessness right now. To first, foremost, give them dignity. Like, they want to be treated with dignity, and they deserve that from all of us, from you guys. being sidestepped and not taken into consideration of their input as stakeholders, as someone has said, because they're the most vulnerable and the ones going to be impacted with this. It's so disingenuous to say that you are making this ordinance in their favor. I also want to reiterate the need for the public restrooms. If you're having problems with shit in public, we should have more public restrooms. This would also benefit the people that you guys are trying to appease, like public business owners. We can have more people come to Eureka and buy things if we had more public restrooms. We can appease the tourists that you guys are mentioning. How is this a nice place, a walkable city, if we don't have more public restrooms available for everyone? We also need public showers for our own house folks that do not have a shower of themselves, and also for the ladies and queer and trans men that experience periods, period products for their own cleanliness. I don't know if you've experienced periods. I know most of you have, but it's not a good day when you can't change your pad or you don't even have a pad. So I am calling also to repeal the current ordinance 93.02, which is restricting camping in Eureka, and 130.12 that is restricting sitting in Eureka, which are both infractions of a fine of up to $250. We shouldn't be fining people just for resting in WEOT territory. And these policies also affect immigrants that you guys voted for, sanctuary cities. Giving a misdemeanor to folks that are simply for sitting down can go in their record.
And
Thank
make
you
them
for being
vulnerable
here.
for ICE. Thank you. Come on up. Come on up. Hi.
Hi, hello. I know I'm supposed to address you, but I just wanted to say thanks to all my community members. I know there's been comments of maybe some of us don't live here because we're not homeowners or business owners, but this is my vibrant community and I see them out here and they feed me and they take care of me and we take care of each other. And I might not be a homeowner or a business owner, but I have been doing environmentalism in Humboldt County for the last 7 years. And so I just wanted to share something that was shared with me recently. May 15th, 1850, the state of California sanctioned the massacre of over 300 indigenous people. California state government allowed this under law. That's the Bloody Island Massacre in Clear Lake, California. You can look that up. This was brought to my attention by the archaeologist on Tuluwat because in February 26, 1860, white settlers murdered 250 indigenous people, mostly women, children, and elderly people. And the archaeologist shared this with us because we work out on Tuluwat doing environmentalism. And I guess I'm saying all of this to be like, this is all interchanged. You ask us to have good faith in the state, and the spirit of this ordinance is fascist. And I don't have good faith in the state. And you give a land acknowledgement at the beginning of this, but give the land back. Stop making these laws that criminalize people, that add to the prison industrial system, that is a for-profit business. Some people have claimed environmentalism and homelessness being interconnected. And it's just, what's trashy is the highway that you built on sacred land running through the middle of that island. And I have a trash receptacle that comes to my house that I pay money for. And homeless people, you lock dumpsters. Eureka Natural Foods, when their fridge goes out, you criminalize getting that food that they can't sell, and you lock those dumpsters. Let them use the dumpsters and throw away their stuff. Give them restrooms. And that's it. Thank you.
Come on up. Over here near the door. Come on up. Hello.
Hello, thank you, City Council members, for having us all here to speak to you today. I wanted to say that the language in this ordinance is deeply concerning on a level that runs deeper than I think a lot of people think or understand. I know a lot of people have said that this ordinance can potentially affect all of us, and also echoing what was said about the indigenous history of this land. Every single one of us here has been affected by displacement and genocide in every single one of our histories, whether we are aware of it or not. And basically the language of this ordinance is a disgrace to every single one of us and all of our ancestors, no matter where we've come from. And those of us who are here as settlers, we are here because we have been displaced so many times, and we have mental illness and chaos because we have been displaced from our own homelands, where we had a sense of belonging and we were able to live and exist on the land freely. And to those of us now who are housed, who wish to experience nature and to experience camping, and for those of us who want to actually truly in good faith offer shelter to our unhoused neighbors and take them in, we should be doing that. If we have space in our dwellings, we should be opening it to people who don't have that. But this ordinance would criminalize that as well. There's language that says that you can only offer shelter to people for up to 7 days. That is not a long-term solution. That's not community.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thanks for being here. Come on up. Hello again.
I'm going to come at y'all from a different angle, because if I thought appealing to human decency was effective, we wouldn't be here right now. I'm one of those, I choose to be homeless people. I'm a nomad. It's part of my spirituality and it's part of my right. And I work full time and spend thousands, 2,000 to 3,000 of those magical tourist multiplier dollars in this city each month. I call Humboldt County my home half of the year. But if you continue to restrict the ability to camp freely, which you already have done by restricting the ability to stay at our public lands here in Eureka, including Samoa and Headwaters Reserve, then I will take that money elsewhere. I'm not going to risk imprisonment or a fine to stay in a city that keeps letting its populace down year after year and decade after decade. I cede my time, but I don't cede my right to exist.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello. Okay, I'm here to express my distaste for this ordinance and asking council to vote no. And I just kind of have a couple things that are really grinding my gears tonight. The first one being the language being used to describe or rationalizing this ordinance. So Jacob Rosen and Miles Slattery specifically have described the ordinance as an accountability clause in the landscape of tending to the struggles of those living on the streets. And I find the use of this word incredibly disingenuous, of the word of accountability, incredibly disingenuous and honestly nefarious. Accountability and the concept of it is rooted in anti-carceral, prison abolitionist solutions to conflict, harm, and violence in communities. It is a way for a person to make amends. It is self-motivated, and it does not function if it is coercive. The ordinance is not attempting to hold people accountable. It is coercing people into services with the specter of a cage and armed guards looming over their heads. Jacob Rosen has stated that this ordinance is coercive himself, stating that it's coercive even if the word isn't sexy right now. And that's a direct quote. And second, it has been stated that this ordinance is just another tool in the toolbox for the city to use to address the struggles of houselessness. And I just find this very, very, very amusing, because this is what it sounds like to me. So it sounds like you're like, all right, let's say you're gardening. You know, you're going to go out into your yard. You need your shovel. You need a rake. You need some gloves. You need compost, whatever. Everything that you need to tend to the life in your front yard. You get out to the yard and you're like, wait, I should just run back inside and grab my gun real quick, just in case. You know, I might need that for something. It's just absurd. It's incredibly absurd, and that's what it sounds like to me when I'm reading this ordinance and when I'm hearing the rationales about it. So, yeah, that's about it. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Julia Grosby, and I teach in Humboldt County. I've taught in Humboldt County for over a decade. I want to start with a quote from a poem that was written in the 1940s in Germany. Those who eat the meat from the table teach contentment. Those for whom the contribution is destined demand sacrifice. Those who eat their fill speak to the hungry of wonderful times to come. We can see evidence of hierarchical power in this room. There are people who make the decisions, and there are people who are subject to those decisions. The demands of those people who hold power are heard. The people who hold clout, the people who have capital, the people who have housing, right? Those people have more say in our society the way that it is set up. The most desperate, vulnerable, and disenfranchised people in our community are the ones who will pay the price, or the people who are vulnerable or exposed with laws like this. In California, statistically speaking, about a third of our homeless population includes families, unaccompanied children or minors, and our veterans. And if you looked at the numbers that have been presented, that's anywhere from 200 to 500 people living in our community. I have watched students in my classroom become homeless every single year, including this year. In any given year, at least half of the students in my classroom either currently are facing homelessness or have faced it historically in their lives. And those are the children who are going to be impacted by these choices. Putting their parents in jail, threatening them with jail time, making them pay fines will not solve the problems that these families face. I lost my spot, sorry. Blaming and arresting parents does not protect the children. The programs that exist and are offered are woefully insufficient. This ordinance is a cheap, lazy condemnation of our most vulnerable populations. It puts our burdens and our desires on their back and their struggle to survive. We can't sell out devastated families and children for a fancy waterfront that no one can afford to shop in. You attend our protests. You walk among us. You have to recognize the absolute vulnerable situation that every single one of our residents is put in by the current political situation, and that any one of us could be a target of selective enforcement or viewed as someone who is not desirable to our society. The laws should protect the people who live here, period.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, I'm a junkie and a tranny. I could come up here and I could say that I detest all of you for your obvious money and the fact that you've obviously never lived what it's like the way you're trying to criminalize. I could also say, I don't know, maybe some of you are addicts. I don't care. I am. I have 4 years clean. Here's the thing. I don't care, Kimber Gall. My sponsor is a lesbian black woman who has helped me not die from addiction. A year ago, she got discharged from the hospital in Santa Rosa and was facing homelessness. If you pass this so-called accountability clause and these ordinances, you would have sent the person helping me stay sober to jail, supposedly for accountability through the addiction recovery process. It's bullshit. You don't know what it's like. Tell me these people aren't working hard enough to get clean when you try it yourself. It's so fucking hard to get clean, even when you have housing. Try getting a fucking job in Humboldt County. I haven't been able to get one. I've tried I have years of concrete experience. I work as a wilderness therapy guide in Utah, helping at-risk youth, and I've been homeless in Humboldt County as a trans woman. I am this vulnerable population that is at risk. Are you gonna throw my fucking tranny ass in jail just for taking a nap and being dirty? That's fascism. And honestly, I don't care that you're supposed to represent me, because you don't. You represent money and the businesses. And you say you represent these business people, make really valid arguments like, dog, I'm supposed to come to Eureka, California and chill the fuck out as a supposed tourist or whatever the fuck, and I can't take a fucking piss anywhere? What the fuck? I can't sit and eat my ice cream on the waterfront for more than however allotted amount of time before it's loitering? But no, you're not going to do that to people who look like you. Shame on you for doing this on stolen land. Shame on you for focusing on this while Palestinians are dying.
Thank you. Your time's up. Congratulations on your 4 years. It's awesome. All right, come on up. Hi, welcome.
Hello, my name is Turnip. You've heard from me a couple times before on this issue. And honestly, I feel like after hearing all the comments before and going through the lovely couple-hour presentation on the ordinance again, and hearing the justifications and reasons behind it, I honestly don't really feel comfortable even accepting the framing around why this is being put forward. Because this ordinance is so expansive in its scope and language that I think it's honestly kind of insulting to accept the premise that this is here to help people, or even just about the unhoused population, or even just accepting the premise of it just being focused on them. It's an incredibly expansive and incredibly poorly worded bill that I believe honestly bled during the questions asked by some of our city council members. And it's honestly just really disappointing to see how much this process has dragged out and how much this bill has been spoken out against by the community, and that we still have plenty to worry about if it possibly going through tonight. I'm just really happy and proud to see how much my community has come out to speak out against this and help all of you feel the weight that this decision carries. I just think it is kind of ridiculous that we are in this position and that this has gone on for so far with a bill like this. And just to reiterate what other people have said and to address the reasoning behind this bill, as empty as I think it is, I really do think there is a lack of understanding and appreciation and just humanization of the people that are living in these vulnerable situations on the streets, many of whom are my friends that I see regularly, while feeding people as part of Food Not Bombs, assembling kits to help save people's lives in Hatcher, and all the friends that I have and have made through those programs. I think it's just very conspicuous. I haven't seen anyone on this side of the podium in the couple years that I've been here and working on that, in those projects. So, thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
All of you. Your hypocrisy is heartless and dangerous. Let's hit some of the major points made in the presentation. The environmentalism motivation is ridiculous. I think the behaviors of government spending 40% of Eureka's budget on law enforcement, not maintaining your trash cans, and businesses leaving all their lights on all night, not having public restrooms, are more environmentally detrimental than anything someone without housing can do. You want to talk about quality of life? Do you seriously think the average houseless person has a grand to spare? No. You are going to put people in jail for up to a year and give them a record. Those things are incredibly harmful to quality of life. I know some of you. Your actions around this ordinance make me ashamed to say it. I know your families. I'm familiar with your beloved pets and belongings. I know you use alcohol and cannabis and probably other drugs. If you lost your homes, which is way more likely than you want to imagine, what would you do? Would you leave your family and pets and throw away your things and stop using drugs and alcohol in order to have a roof over your head? I don't think you would. I think you would remain on public and private property. How would you enjoy being arrested for that? How would you enjoy being in jail? How would you enjoy having a record? And I'm sure you all do things that aren't good for yourselves. Should we get these cops to arrest you, to help you? Would you like your bodily autonomy violated? You said you want community input and involvement. Look around. We're here. We filled the main room and the overflow room, and we've had people waiting outside to be let in. We've given you our input. We're involved. Listen to us. Everyone has the capacity to do harm. People with power more than others. And you know what? By even considering this ordinance, you and the cops, serial perpetrators of state-sanctioned violence, are decreasing quality of life. You are a nuisance. You are hurting people. Thank you to those of you that have opposed this ordinance. To the rest of you, you make it dangerous for us to be in public. We'll make it dangerous for you.
Well, come on up.
Hello.
Welcome.
I think that this ordinance is inhumane and ineffective. Expanding what is considered a crime won't make people housed, and will in fact make it harder for people to find housing after they've been convicted. But many people have made excellent comments about that, so I won't dwell on that. Setting it aside, the authors of this ordinance mention wanting the public to feel comfortable being in public spaces. But is micromanaging usage of public space really how to make the public feel comfortable? Threatening people with fines and jail time if they sit or lie down? Look at the wording of this ordinance. I know that it's supposed to be selectively enforced, and that's an issue in and of itself, but look at what specifically is being criminalized here. Do we really want to live in a society where sitting on the curb is only technically legal if you're waiting for transportation at a bus stop, watching a parade, festival, or rally that has all the official permits in order, or you're in the midst of a medical emergency? A society where there's legal consequences for sitting down outside of these specific contexts. What kind of a society is that? Do we really want to live in a society where napping in your car, not bothering anyone, could lead to lifelong legal consequences? What kind of a society is that? What about a society where the laws on the books say that you get a year of jail time for washing your face in a fountain? What kind of a society is that? We all want to live in a free society, so please stop putting laws on the books that restrict residents' autonomy and give excuses for government and police to micromanage everyone. Please vote against this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Come on up. Good evening.
Hello. I want to say, as a social work student at Cal Poly Humboldt, I am disgusted with what this ordinance would mean for this community. Miles himself admits the majority of the houseless commit no crimes that they can be arrested for or that harm others directly. You provide what you view as the most egregious examples in an effort to punish the majority. We are not misunderstanding this bill. Many people before myself have outlined why this ordinance would punish rather than help people. What happened to self-determination and dignity of the individual, of the community? You clearly know nothing if you choose to criminalize the homeless instead of providing more opportunity for them and ways out of poverty. You do not have the support of science, emotion, this community, or anyone who has a beating heart if you pass this bill. And you will have a stain where your heart should be and will have to live on the wrong side of history for the rest of your life if you do pass it. Please say no to 1040.
Hello.
Hello. Just wanted to come up here and speak from the heart for a little bit. I didn't write anything down, but last summer I went to Eureka Books. I bought a book. I got a coffee with a friend. And then I went to that place with the like little slidey fountain, and we both read until we got tired and fell asleep. I'm not going to be doing that again in the future if this gets passed, and nobody is going to. I just feel like this bill is going to make me so much more uncomfortable in public. Everyone who, I feel a little sick to my stomach, because all of these people have come here on volunteer time, just volunteering their time for free. And y'all are here getting paid, and you are reducing our comment time because you don't want to stay here and get paid. You seem a bit tired. You haven't been telling people not to clap. Well, imagine if you didn't have a place to go tonight. Imagine if all of your stuff had been taken while you'd been working. Imagine if you didn't have health care. Imagine if people didn't look at you like you were human when you walked down the street. Y'all are going to selectively enforce this bill onto people that you don't want to live in your city, people that you don't value as much as all the people who come here and spend more money, have Teslas. The grass is always greener. I want to let you know that I saw an unhoused person living out of their Cybertruck a couple of months ago. So Tesla owners, you're not immune to becoming unhoused. It's pretty wild. And I want to reiterate again and again, as people have, that you're so much closer to being unhoused. I love music. I don't know if you're familiar with the Allman Brothers, but they were one of the most successful bands in the world. They have one of the most sampled music clips in music history, and one of them died unhoused on the street. I just hope that you'll find it in you to listen to all of the people who have come here and given their time to you, to speak to me, who's given my time to speak here and on Zoom in the past.
Thank you. Come on up. Hello.
A couple of recent examples of how CSET helps the unhoused. Last week, outside of Free Meal, Officer Clark went to arrest an unhoused woman who is known to suffer from severe physical and mental health disabilities. I don't know why she was being arrested. I wasn't there for that part. By the time I arrived, there were 7 CSET vehicles and even more CSET officers, plus Jacob. I don't know why so many officers were needed to arrest one woman, and I don't know what good Jacob's presence did. He wasn't able to prevent her from being roughed up to the point of having to leave in an ambulance. On another day last week, an unhoused man was walking down the boardwalk in the middle of the day near the foot of C Street. 3 drunk bros came out of the bar right there, ran over to the unhoused man, and started beating the snot out of him, calling him a homeless piece of shit. Attempted to throw his backpack in the bay. Some elderly bystanders intervened and called the police. CSET came over, handcuffed the unhoused man, and were overheard telling his drunk attackers that they'd done a good thing. The bystanders asked the officers why the person who was attacked was the one who was in cuffs. They let him go and dismissed the bystanders, saying there's no need for witnesses, as no arrest would be made. Now we will be filing a subpoena for that body cam footage. Regarding how CSET treats people's belongings, on the occasion that people are given an opportunity to retrieve their possessions, typically when that person is either taken to jail or is a catch and release, their possessions are stored in a large plastic trash can with a tight-fitting lid. Referred to you as a tote. Their possessions are almost always wet when they're placed in these totes, and within a couple days, they're growing mold. Once they're moldy, the officers throw everything into the trash, stating it a biohazard. In this way, people have lost all of their important documents, their phones, and everything they need to survive. Thank you, Leslie and Mario, for being the only two
Your
council
time is
members
up.
to
Appreciate
actually
you being
represent
here.
the people.
Come on up. Sir. Oh. Hello.
I feel like I don't have a lot of words to add to what's already been said. However, I wanted to use this time to have you guys sit in your discomfort because I will not be seating my 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I hope you enjoyed having some time to think about the consequences of your actions.
Thanks for the reset. Come on up.
I'm not a man who's ever really been accused of having much empathy. I will not look you in the eye. I can't read your facial expressions. But even I can see the basic humanity of the homeless people I meet every day when I go on my walks. I don't see how the council cannot see this. The Bible tells us, "For there will never cease to be poor in the land. Therefore, I command you that you shall open wide your hand to your brother, to the needy, and to the poor of your land." This ordinance is coercive. Americans do not like coercion. Traumatized people do not respond well to coercion. Homeless people are by their very nature traumatized. They will not respond well to this ordinance. They will not. They will resist going to your services. The ordinance is selective. The chief can't even tell us what the selection criteria is. We don't even know who's making that selection criteria. We already have misdemeanors. We already have fines. They don't work. Other municipalities have misdemeanors. They have felonies. They don't fucking work. Instead, I urge the council to choose reason, morality, empathy. And this is coming from a man who was not raised by a mother who would hug him, whose brothers do not look him in the eye, whose father does not talk about anything other than rocks. But still, I can see the humanity. I can see your inhumanity. Don't choose a soundbite ordinance that you know in your gut won't work. Remember, the last shall be first, and the first shall be last.
Thank you. Come on up. Come on up.
Hi.
Good evening.
My name's Richard Jeremy Needham. I don't know if you acknowledge this, but my uncle that was alive because my grandparents were dead when I was born was Ernest E. Field, and his wife's name was Eleanor, my mom's sister. And the point I'm trying to make is with the homelessness and sure, even the Bible talks about homelessness, you know, I mean, or you know, all the churches and I would say that God loves the world, and we're supposed to have love spirit in the world. And I don't know, I mean, it doesn't feel like everyone's loving each other that much. So I don't know, but my I don't know what we're gonna do. So how am I gonna you know, if the land can't be enriched to like crop the land, you know, like we're just gonna leave the land there. We've been staring at it for the past ever since I was born in this state, church and state, and all the 50 states and Vance and Trump. Okay, fine. So they're president. And so what do we, you know, where do we go from there on that? And how good are we doing with that? There's a lot of presidents, I have no idea what they were thinking and about the libraries and stuff. So the political thing, I can't really like have my mind really that strong enough to like think about that, because it's like, and if there's going to be like trouble and violence over sexuality and stuff, you know, because of someone's orientation or someone just doesn't jive with each other, then, you know, just because they don't like the way someone looks or something, then I don't know what we're going to do, you know. And then if we're invaded by Haitians in Afghanistan, what do we do with that? I don't know. What's the military doing? So what do we do with that? I don't know what to say, really. I mean, I'm just going to like try and not get hurt any further, and I'm not going to be endangering myself or others.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thanks for being here. Come on up. Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to be a voice to stand here and say, I wish I know what I could say to you all right now to make it a clear no to this ordinance. I don't know what more could be said. We had 2 rooms primarily full of our community members begging you, being pissed at you, having a lot of feelings, wanting you to vote no on this ordinance. And we've already been here, and we've already done this once before, until 3 a.m, forfeiting our hours to sleep and go to work the next day, to just enjoy rest, to come here and do it again. And I just hope to see that you vote with your community. It's clear that the overwhelming majority is saying no to this, and there's no reason we shouldn't see a no vote happen tonight. There's no reason to push it back again. There's no reason to vote yes. That's it. Vote no on this ordinance. I think I might be the last person speaking. Let's see it happen.
One more. Thank you. So is there... You already spoke, friend.
Yeah, call
So
this
you
shit
can't
mud
spoke
jug because
again.
I'm
No,
a double dip.
I'm sorry,
Your
you can only
cops
speak one
after
time. One
arrested
time
a
you can
homeless
only
person and
speak.
took her
You can only
shoelaces,
speak
and I
one
had to talk to
time.
her
I'm
after an
sorry,
AA
you had your
meeting.
2.5 minutes or whatever it is. Yeah. Okay, so is there anyone else in the audience that is here to speak on this item who hasn't spoken before? You've already spoken. We can't have you speak again. Please sit
Really
down. We
quickly,
can't. Nope, you
left.
can't.
I
We
left
already
this
have our
meeting
2.5
to
minutes.
support Betty Chin
We
as the
have our own
secretary for
2.5
NA
minutes.
any night.
2.5 minutes has already been spent. So we're not speaking again. Everybody gets the same amount of time. Everybody gets their 2.5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello and welcome.
I'm just saying vote no on the ordinance for like several common sense, logical reasons. Well, one, it contradicts itself because it says that it's supposed to prohibit people from camping or sitting or lying in all places, public and private, but unless they're a specified designated area, but they don't ever specify what those designated areas are. They don't tell you where you can be or where you can't be. They just tell you can't be here. And then all I see is people getting shuffled around. They're here 1 month, and then next month they're here, and then they're going there, and it's just a circle, like moving people around. And as far as the trash goes, and I understand the drug use, hypothermic needles, and all that stuff, I don't like it either. I think it's gross. I think people should clean up after themselves. But the cleanup help that has been said to be offered is they come and they put big dumpsters at these sites, and people don't come in like put their trash in there. But what I see is paid city officers and other community resource members that are paid going to people's camps and picking up their personal property and throwing it in the dumpsters. That's not like giving people a place to dump their trash. That's taking people's stuff. That's illegal, because I'll get arrested if I go take somebody's stuff right now and throw it in the garbage. I'm going to jail for that. That's called stealing. And that's what's going on here. So I say vote no on the ordinance just because it is, like I said, contradictory in this fabric. You can't like say, okay, this is what you're outlawed from doing, and here's the option so you don't do anything illegal, and then not give them the option to not do something illegal, because camping inside the city limits would, public or private property, would be criminalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Good evening.
Hello. I think a lot of houseless friends have talked about being stripped of dignity and humanity is one of the most difficult things that they're facing. And this bill really obviously does not tackle that in any meaningful way. It really seems like it sucks. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else in chambers or in 207 that would like to speak on this item? Come on up. Hello.
Hi, I would just like to say that I counted 70 people, including me, who've spoken today against this bill, while only 5 have spoken for. Similar numbers were true of the last time that we all came together and did this, just for your information.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no one else in chambers, we are going to move over to our Zoom people. Thank you guys, everybody, for hanging in. This is a late night. What's that? Oh, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and so we'll be back at 11 o'clock. Friends on Zoom, we will see you in 5 minutes. To reconvene this meeting of the Eureka City Council, and currently we are going to be reconvening public comment on Zoom. And just as a reminder, we have a list of the people that were on Zoom at the beginning of the public comment. We're hopeful to get it to everybody, but we will be calling those names first, the people that were here first on Zoom. So Shannon, go ahead.
Sarai. Hey friends. Oh my gosh, thank you so much to the community in the chamber and in Zoom for showing up and everything. All the thing has been said, and I hope the council is listening. And someone had said they hope y'all find it in your hearts, and I hope so too. But folks really shouldn't have to look for you guys to find stuff in your hearts to accept people existing, using the bathroom. It shouldn't depend on your feelings or opinions. People deserve to exist. And it's super interesting that y'all can get all grumpy and snippy about having to, sit for 4 hours, 11 hours, when we're expected to sit here and listen in silence, very little reaction, week after week, all the time. Listening to you guys, all your bumbling, your unmuted mics, talking shit, no response, no response, no discussion. And then you guys wonder why folks aren't engaging like in your programs. Like how you treat people is the way you're gonna get treated. You guys paid that lady to go to the bay. You should have hired her. Like 2 stories and a wood stove. Like, are you joking? Like, if we're being super honest, like there's lots of people in the room that could have lots of people's jobs. And the only reason that they don't is because for the fact that people need roofs over their heads. So like the issue here is not like, we need another ordinance or more carrots and more sticks. Like the issue is we need to face ourselves and continue realizing we are much closer in experience than we think or than y'all are willing to admit. And when you treat people like a nuisance, like a taste and a smell nuisance, or, use them for grant funding, like they're not going to come to your programs. You guys talked about like healing and not enabling. Like literally Kyle Zollner and Joshua Neff. Kyle Zollner is still walking around at festivals after having murdered Josiah Lawson. And Joshua Neff, who owns the Minor Theater, who we have no choice but to support because there's so many businesses with so many issues, so many different racist, weird things going on. Those are enabling situations. What we need for folks in houseless situations is dignity, respect, places to go to the bathroom. Like the fact that y'all brought up enabling, like accountability, as has been so brilliantly said before, like it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. I just became the poet laureate of Eureka, and I'm super happy about that. And one of the
Sarai, your time is up, but thanks for being here and hanging out this long.
Avril?
I'm Avril, and I live in the 5th Ward. I'm opposed to criminalizing homelessness in any way, including in the way this bill proposes. Additionally, I am aware that maintaining bathrooms is costly and difficult in many regards, but every human deserves to be able to safely use a bathroom at any hour of the day and shower whenever they desire. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Avril.
Carpani?
Yes, good evening. First of all, I just want to say how grateful I am to all the expressions of support for our homeless brothers and sisters I heard tonight. Amazing. Myself, this ordinance 1040 is an act of violence against our dignity and humanity. Criminalization of poverty and houselessness is one of the lowest forms of bad behavior I've seen intended against vulnerable people who need help, not further hurt. So from my point of view, a yes vote for 1040 is a yes vote for slow genocide of people you judge as unworthy and unnecessary, thereby willingly putting both feet into fascism. Please check your moral compass before you vote no on 1040 and begin to redeem your colonial behavior. I yield.
Thank you, Kapani.
Annette?
Hello, my name's Annette. I'm an environmental studies student at Cal Poly Humboldt. The first lesson I was taught in higher education for environmental studies is the value of community. This is the reason that we all showed up and dedicated our time. This is a very long meeting to stay, and I think it's really worth it. When talking about these people like a disposable number, this really strips them of their humanity, especially trying to propose an ordinance that would cause homeless people to have to pay a fine of $1,000. I am housed, and that fine would make me unhoused. It's not a fair thing. Anyone can become homeless. You can, your loved ones can. I've seen this happen to my closest friends. It's devastating. And I am an environmentalist, and I do not blame homeless people for creating environmental degradation. Hearing that this ordinance will protect the environment is bullshit. Homeless people don't create the environmental degradation, it's the system. And the people who are in power making those systems. So tonight you guys do have a really big choice, and I urge you to make the right one. We need to dig deeper and help these people. and not punish them. And also, I just wanted to say that I think it's really troubling and scary to not know, based on like the vague framework of this ordinance, I don't know what would like prevent a situation from escalating if like a supervisor said like, oh, go ahead, this is like an extreme circumstance. So that vague like framework can be really problematic. And I think based on like personal prejudices, people may use it in a negative way. But yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette.
Sarah?
Hi, I just want to ask, like, what are we doing here? How has it come to a meeting in a hall discussing whether people have the right to exist in public? I mean, it's just baffling to me. These are the most vulnerable people in our community, the people who need the most support. And as a human being, as a community member, as a parent, and someone who also works in the mental health field, I wholeheartedly oppose this ordinance. I've seen like so much research that shows that punitive measures such as this are completely ineffective. And this is not how you affect meaningful long-term change. And it's also not how you build trust and cooperation between people. You know, proposing that we threaten unhoused individuals with the punishment of a misdemeanor is, and like that's the best way to get them to engage in a program and get them the help that they need. It's not only condescending and dehumanizing, but it's just so unimaginative. There are so many other ways, so many other creative ways that we could build something that's positive and meaningful and helpful and cooperative. And so, and what folks really need is, you know, as others have mentioned, bathrooms, showers, food, a warm place to be, someone who actually looks them in the eye with dignity and treats them like a human being, not someone with handcuffs and a gun who's looking at them like a problem. So yeah, and ultimately they need physical spaces where they can reside. We can use the money that we would be using to put these people in prisons and give them a space to be, give them a place to camp or a space to be. So please just listen to your community members, listen to all the people who have taken their time out of their day, out of their night, out of their long, you know, their long day to be here. Please listen.
Thank you, Sarah. Your time is up. Thanks for being here.
Lizzie?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I agree with Sarah. The what are we doing here question is stunning to me. I'm not even in the US right now. I'm in Mexico. I ran away from Humboldt because it's too expensive. And in this little town I'm in, they have public showers. It's 25 pesos for a really nice public shower. In a small town in Mexico, they figured out what Humboldt can't do. And I'm just like stunned that this is the conversation that you guys are talking about, creating an even more unpleasant Eureka than already exists. You already don't feel very welcome to like spend time at the park or spend time wherever, because there's already such an over-policed environment in California, in the US, in Humboldt, where it's hostile architecture, hostile policing. It's not pleasant. It's part of why I don't live there right now, but I am so passionate about people being treated so badly that I'm sitting here. It's 11 p.m. All these people are sitting here too. It's amazing, the participation. I'm so amazed at Humboldt. as a community showing up to show like, hey, we can't live like this. You can't just keep dehumanizing all of us. Like, this affects all of us. You can't feel safe to sit in public, then no one does. Like, you can't just target one group of people and be like, oh, well, it doesn't apply to me. I'm the mayor, so I can sit here in public. No, it doesn't work like that. Like, you're creating an unfriendly, unwelcoming space. I don't want to go back to Eureka because it's so unpleasant. You know, like, where are the public showers? Where are the public bathrooms? Where are public third spaces for people to gather in celebration and community? Like, this could be what you're working on and spending time on, not another criminalizing, penalizing measure that is not bringing the kind of change you need. It's not going to bring me back there. It's not going to bring visitors. It's not fun. It's not welcoming. Like, where's the belonging, you know? Like, does anyone belong there at that point? Like, does anyone feel safe to exist? Because I don't. I'm just kind of stunned, you know? Anyway.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Becca?
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Becca.
All right. First of all, thanks for everybody that came out and came out to give their feelings and their opinions about this bill. Let's see. When I was younger, I was homeless, and later in life, I experienced homelessness. But let me tell you, I was in the foster care system, and I got emancipated. And had I have been arrested and given a misdemeanor, I would have never had a chance to become a respiratory therapist. I would have had a record. And I just think there's a lot of young people that are in the homeless population that you're gonna criminalize and like cut their futures off if you do this. And I think that's something that wasn't brought up enough. I know the youth was brought up, but I don't think it was considered enough that it would affect somebody's future, not even just young people, to anybody's future. I mean, if you put something on somebody's record, they're not going to be able to get future housing or maybe a job that they could have gotten to turn their life around. So that's something that should be considered. Also, just putting a target on people, I think this puts a target that's unnecessary. You can't just force people into wanting to get better. Like, there's been so many studies, and I know people are coming with good intentions to try to help people and say we can't just leave people on the street, and we can't. But you can't just browbeat and force people into getting help. I mean, it's not going to work. You can't just say, oh, well, you take this help or you're going to go to jail, and that's it. I mean, it's not feasible. It's not sustainable. So I would hope that you guys would vote no. I mean, a lot of us came out and a lot of us are here in the community saying that we don't want this. And I just hope that that you vote no on this. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Becca.
Ramira?
Good evening. I also wanted to voice my disgust with this ordinance. Y'all sat here and y'all listened to so many people tell you why this doesn't work and what does. During this meeting, during the last couple of meetings, the overwhelming majority of our community does not support this. And so it will be ridiculous if you do vote for it. The people that come here and show up to talk to you, I don't know. Like, yeah, so many people are giving their time, and so many people are coming together and giving you so many reasons why this is a terrible idea. There really isn't much more I can add to this, but it's all backwards. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Make sure you send your emails to CalPERST to divest from genocide. Vote no on this ordinance. Stop being weird.
Thank you, Ramira.
Brendan.
Hello.
Hello.
My name's Brendan Keeleen. I've been a member of the Greater Humboldt community for over 30 years. I am disabled. I am unhoused. I live in Eureka. I'm a full-time student of social work at Cal Poly. I just finished the first year of my bachelor's program. Really proud of that. I'm justice impacted. I've been incarcerated in your jail here. I actually got one of my disabilities locked up in your jail. I've raised a kid here. I am as much a member of this community as I can be without having been born here. Centering police and unhoused issues leads to several negative societal outcomes, including increased strain on the criminal justice system, heightened risks for unhoused individuals, and perpetuation of the cycle of being unhoused and incarceration. This is a real thing. Being incarcerated doesn't lead to getting housed. Instead of addressing the root causes of unhousedness, such as the lack of affordable housing, a morally bankrupt economic system, and access to services, police-centered approaches often criminalize the unhoused, leading to arrests for behaviors like sleeping in public or loitering. This can have severe consequences for individuals, including difficulty accessing housing, employment, and other resources, as well as increased risk of violence and trauma for those who are unhoused. As a disabled person, I'd like to point out that in the US, a significant percentage of the unhoused have disabilities. A 2024 study by HUD found that 771,480 Americans were experiencing homelessness, with a substantial proportion having intellectual or physical disabilities. Furthermore, people with disabilities experience homelessness at a rate 2.5 times higher than the general population. In 2020, 42% of people experiencing homelessness in California reported having a disabling condition. Add to this that almost half of the people who die at the hands of police have some kind of disability, according to a new report, as officers often are drawn into emergencies where urgent care may be more appropriate.
Thank
than
you,
lethal
Brendan. Your
force.
time is over. Thanks for being here.
Kate.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Kate B. I've lived on Wiyot territory for the last 15 years. I'm an HSU alumni, longtime environmental restoration volunteer and trail steward, and local small business owner. First, I want to bring up when the city manager responded earlier to the inquiry, what is the danger if this ordinance does not pass? He mentioned danger people must certainly feel when approached on the trails by the unhoused. I want to say in all the years I volunteered on the trails across the state and within the county, that includes the last 17 years, I've not been in fear of my life or felt I was in danger when I've seen someone else on the trail. This council replaced its existing camping ordinance with prohibition of camping anywhere on public property, redirecting those who do to law enforcement alternative diversion. Do not oppress another marginalized group in this county. This ordinance is a punitive policy establishing misdemeanor for simply sitting and resting in a place historically known and named where you sit and rest. By having law enforcement in charge of a rehabilitation program, you're creating more opportunity for law enforcement to cause trauma, which furthers mental health destabilization. As my comrade Rick pointed out, many for this ordinance are business owners who I'm sure correlate their fear of profit loss to houselessness. These same business owners testify witnessing mental illness and drug addiction within the houseless community. I am he, as you are me, and we are all together. Businesses will thrive, as will the city, when the city offers real services and support for what we witness and know we all need. We need trauma-informed community solutions, compassion and caring, basic needs for human beings, housed or unhoused, Multiple persons have specified basic inclusive services are not available. Instead of an ordinance that is unethical, draconian, state-sanctioned violence which normalizes dehumanization, we need to expand on inclusive basic services and needs for the people. Our public handicap accessible bathrooms. As others mentioned, and I'll mention it again, because hearing something out repetitively helps with retention. Rent control. Many of us, including myself, find being on the verge of houselessness a reality currently. This ordinance is injustice on many levels. Do not pass it. Do not vote for it. It takes a village. This public commentary, each city council member's active listening and reception of our collective concerns is a part of that active village. Reject the ordinance. Create compassionate solutions. Thank you for your consideration. I urge it.
Thank you, Kate.
Chloe?
Hi, my name's Chloe. I've lived in Humboldt for 11 years and Eureka for 4 years. I just want to say that homeless people have the right to say no to you and to the services that you offer. And if they're saying no, there's a good reason for it. And if you think that you can give the police tools to use and you say that they can charge somebody $1,000 or put them in prison for a year, that the state's not going to use that, you're naive or you have malicious intent. And it's ridiculous to say that they won't use it, and they won't use it on anybody. And I couldn't afford $1,000 and I worked 2 jobs, and the threat of a year in prison would be torture. And this is horrible. And you've heard what we've all said, and we say no, and I think that you should vote no on the ordinance. I yield the rest of my time.
Thanks, Chloe.
Jamila?
Hi, my name is Jamila, and I just graduated with my master's in social work at Cal Poly. So I feel compelled to speak to this aspect of social work kind of being applied in this context of justifying why this ordinance is being passed. Just like many of my previous colleagues spoke before me, and just that we need to move away from this carceral aspect of this profession. And so I identify as an abolitionist social worker, and that's the only way to do ethical social work. And so I just want to speak to what that means in this context. And these critical questions we have to be asking ourselves, especially in this context of like, what if the very systems that we are trusting to protect and care for the vulnerable are in fact maintaining oppression? Solutions like this are obsolete. Poverty is not neutral. Applying social work in this way perpetuates the inhumanity of how this profession tends to operate, in which basic human rights are funneled through an infrastructure of social services as opposed to a governmental responsibility. This makes it individualistic, focusing heavily on individual responsibility and casework while ignoring systemic causes of distress, which just reinforces capitalistic structures rather than dismantling them. Perpetuates the carcerality. This just becomes an extension of state control, surveillance, and oppression, especially in marginalized communities, which reinforces this social order. The rules stay in place to maintain this prescribed order in order to surveil and ensure that the folks who need help never feel threatened by those who do. This is pimping poverty. It's the way that America survives. What is safety? Is it something that's implemented by authority, or is it something that's co-created by and for us? We need to find a way to move through these difficult situations through collective actions in lieu of individualism and alienation, as a way of reclaiming our collective humanity and ability to see our worth tied to one another, as active efforts to liberate oppressed people, as ongoing commitment to collective creativity. Who are you accountable to in this world? Are you connected to the people in the community who experience harm in the systems you work in? Are you listening to their experiences and supporting their organizing efforts? We must build collective networks of scholars, defenders.
Okay, Jamila, your time is up. Thank you. And as a point of order, please stop the time for a moment, if you would. We do need to extend the meeting, so if we could get a motion to extend the meeting. I move to extend the meeting until 12:30.
Second.
So we have a motion to extend till 12:30 and a second. Please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Thank you. So we will go back to public comment. Who's next, Shannon?
DH.
Yes, thank you so much. This is David Haney. I'm the former secretary of the Humboldt County Human Rights Commission 2020 and 2021. I just wanted to make comment against this ordinance. I think it's really interesting that the city manager took all this time to explain how things are, being done very progressively in the city of Eureka. Meanwhile, we're talking about this very regressive ordinance that criminalizes homelessness, and we all know, and furthermore, he made these couple cases talking about John Doe and Jane Doe. Meanwhile, most of the homeless people, overwhelmingly most of the homeless people in Humboldt County, do not fall into that same type of explanation that the city manager gave about Jane Doe and John Doe. Yet, a lot of them will get consequences, these harsh consequences, criminalization and dehumanization, because it's going to be applied across the board, and it's going to get people caught up that don't deserve to be treated this way. These are human beings that deserve chances, they deserve opportunities, and the most egregious thing that I really hearing this meeting earlier was what Sarai talked about was these unmuted mics, when we could hear people talking. I don't know what the names are, but people saying, "Oh, well, I'm not even going to address the chat because and all this stuff." Like, I've been on these meetings for years and years and years, planning commission meetings, all these different type of governmental meetings, and it's really easy to just silence people, and I know how easy that is. But going into this time period that we are now, with the president collapsing huge swaths of our government at the federal level and leaving the states and local municipalities to figure things out, now is the time to actually be brave. We need our local politicians, we need our local elected officials to be brave in this time, not try to silence people, listen to people. And so please listen to this community. Thank goodness the community showed out against this ordinance, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Jade.
Hi, I've never spoke on this before, but as I was hearing other members of the community, I kind of felt like I needed to chime in as well. In most other cities, I don't know how it is in Eureka, but in most other cities, it's about $200 and sometimes more of our tax dollars to put somebody in jail overnight. And then when you do that math, like that's a generous salary. I would be happy with that salary. And with that money, we could be putting that to programs for the unhoused people, for their food, for their housing, for their mental health, for an imprisoned person. It seems like it's more designed for EPD to have power than to give the power to the community. It's misdirected. And as far as like bathroom situation and things like that, it goes beyond unhoused people, because I've had friends from out of the area come and visit, and they don't have a bathroom. And obviously we don't want to step over human waste to take them to a favorite bookstore or something. That's another Eureka responsibility that you need to be catering to all of us. And then also, Mr. Slatery, you might want to invest in contact lenses, because your glasses reflect all of the things that you're doing. Scrolling on your phone and texting. You're not involved with us, and I'm assuming that this is a position you're paid for. Act like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jade.
Phone number ending in 728. Phone number ending in 728. I'm going to move on. Sandra?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. First of all, I want to say that I am proud to live in a city where Eureka is so progressive from my point of view in terms of creating programs that help people. But the whole key that's always been in the air and we don't quite resolve is that it works for some people and it doesn't work for others. And so we have a lot of people outside, and the number for Eureka from the latest point in time that I found was 379, and I believe that is accurate. So the point being, but here's the thing, I think that it's a tragedy that two marginalized groups are set against each other. And one of the arguments that I hear you making is that you need to have the enforcement for leverage. Okay, here's one of the things that back in the oh boy, I just misplaced it. But oh darn, what happened is during the when the first the law first came about, the city of Eureka insisted that you don't need to worry because there are plenty of laws that we have that will, for, Boise, Idaho. Hey, I found it. Yeah. Okay. So that's what they had, a press release. And they said, here are some of the laws. So don't worry. We can enforce crime, disorder, and quality of life issues. Alcohol violation, public intoxication, disturbing the peace, littering, building campfires, animals at large, trespassing, drug activity, marijuana use in public, and quite a few others. And that leaves me with the conclusion that we really don't need that misdemeanor. And so the other thing that I need to answer, and I believe that people mean, from their point of view, you're speaking from what you believe to be true. But I put in an application to for housing, and I was asked, has the applicant, anyone in the household been convicted for a crime other than traffic offense in the past 7 years? Okay, and then you go on and you find out that is a pattern that people, it follows you your whole life. It can impact your ability to get a job, all kinds of things. And then, to be honest, I believe they would be flexible and probably would not help, would still allow somebody in, but you don't know that. So my concern is that these ordinances, the whole idea of making people living outside in horrible conditions, and as you probably may have heard, with the coroner's log, the average age of death of people outside in Humboldt County is 48.3 years. That compares to the average age of death of other people.
Thank you, Sandra. Your time's up.
Okay.
Phone number ending in 126. Phone number ending in 126.
Thank you, community, for your brilliant voices. We are the people, and it is beautiful. I oppose this ordinance. I am for the life and dignity affirming solutions that get to the root issues. So many already uplifted here tonight, namely reverse the camping ban, defund police, and redistribute those funds to deliver universal housing. Hello, universal health care. That includes mental health, it's holistic, and it is way cheaper than what we're doing now. Create public restrooms and showers and give people money. We don't preserve the Humboldt Bay Trail or anything else by criminalizing freedom of assembly and freedom to just be in public, doing human things, whether sitting or laying outside. We don't call that a public good. We know, and you've heard us, this is anti-human violence. I am for defunding law enforcement with origins in catching enslaved Black people, and never have had large percentages of city homelessness budgets be transferred to them. Furthermore, it's really injurious to keep speaking so paternalistically about our fellow homeless community members using accountability in this increasingly fascistic capitalist imperialist hellscape that normalizes staggering brutality every single day and which elevates the most criminal and sociopathic among us using cops to protect those crimes. I've witnessed it here, not just the campus protesting genocide, the crime of all crimes, but I have witnessed it in Arcata, and its brutality is the culture of cops, okay? It's not about a person or a group of persons. We don't need to trust you on that, we know. Our homeless community members are being talked about through a lens of adventurism, helping them get ensnared in debt and incarceration, and a criminal record is violent and harmful. To talk about conditions of sobriety for meeting human needs, it brings me to seriously question, when are we the people going to put capitalists, which commodify human needs, to meet their addiction to hungry ghost profit on a deprivation program from our public tax dollars? When will we end their pathological sociopathy of commodifying housing for profit, serving their addiction to greed? They're the sick ones, and they don't know they need help, clearly. This entire carceral racket framework is a source of human suffering, the profit model. And the sooner that we holistically address homelessness, addiction...
Thank you. Your time is over.
Ellen?
Yes, hello, City Council. I live in Jarujiji. I was at the march earlier that was organized by the Roofless folks where we walked to City Hall, and I was in the chamber for the city manager's awful presentation. Miles was clearly drunk and drinking in a bed while scrolling Facebook and watching videos throughout this meeting. The callousness and carelessness on display during his presentation is clearly woven throughout this draft ordinance, and you should all vote no on it. I do want to thank the council members who asked detailed questions after the presentation, and Leslie for staying late when you have a long drive tomorrow. I want to mention that you have all also been asked to send a letter to CalPERS demanding they divest from genocide. Imagine what we could invest in rather than our generation's Holocaust. What if we invested in, say, a Housing First program with mental health and other wraparound services? What if we invested in expanding accessible healthcare facilities, school sports, and education programs, building more public bathrooms, and expanding trash service in this city? These are the kinds of things our public employees' money should be invested in, not mass death of innocent civilians. In a past meeting, I heard several of you acknowledge the, quote, hard work your staff put into this ordinance while simultaneously dismissing the public comments. You should be acknowledging all the hard work your community has put in. Look at what happened tonight. People have been doing the research and taking the time to educate you about it. We've organized ourselves to explain to you why this is a bad idea from every which way and angle there is. You've heard from scholars, professionals, people with lived experience of homelessness and addiction, all for free, while Miles gets drunk in a hotel bed while on the clock. Frankly, you should fire him and work with us instead of fight us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ellen.
Alex? Alex? I'll come back to that one. Think?
Hi there. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Welcome.
Excellent. So I am a member of the van lifing community, 3.1 million strong in the US. And we maintain records of cities that pass these types of ordinances, and we blacklist them. And this is tourism money that would be coming in. This is retirees, remote workers, people who are bringing in like tourist dollars, and that's like what I'm pretty sure you all desperately need. And if this passes, you will be blacklisted. But maybe, just maybe, Mr. Miles, we could set up shop at 616 Wabash Avenue. Do you think that we'd be able to camp there?
So think that was inappropriate.
I yield my time.
Thank you.
Lex?
Hi, y'all. Lex. I am echoing the depth of disappointment and disgust that the deeply problematic Ordinance 1040 is being once again brought to the table after already overwhelming outcry of disapproval. People like to stress, quote unquote, it's complicated when they have the privilege to grapple with their own morality compass versus those of us in our community that are literally being targeted, imprisoned, beaten, killed. Fear has inspired people willing to compromise those with less privilege, excuses for the elite class to parade around under disguises like thinking they are quote unquote helping people or quote unquote cleaning the streets. Code for inhumane treatment for those deemed acceptable to dispose of. People like to think fascism only exists loudly, a vision of Nazi salutes or public hangings, but it's most dangerous when it's quiet, like not speaking up when there's genocides funded by our tax dollars claiming that it's complicated, or stealing people off the streets because they don't fit into what a good neighborhood looks like. It's the fascism, like acting like this Ordinance 1040 should even exist. Now is a time of reckoning. I see hopelessness and fear seeping into people's imaginations, rendering them susceptible to decay into obedience. But the reality is that the majority of us do not have that privilege. And we are drenched in love and rage and hope, imagining more caring worlds beyond oppressions or prisons or police. And we're going to keep showing up for one another. Just to clarify, vote no on Bill 1040 and send your letter of support to divest in the genocide of Palestinian peoples to CalPERS.
Earthlings.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I've come into the meeting late, and I think it's absolutely imperative that this not be passed. I am so devastated that this is even up for consideration. But I have been so moved by my community. I am so grateful for all the people who have so eloquently, passionately spoken. And this is how we take care of each other. And this is the time for us to take care of each other. And this is the time for us to speak loudly for all of our kin, because we are all connected and we have to take care of each other. We have to speak up for each other. And I'm so grateful for all of you who have shown up for our community and shown up for our kin. Thank you so much for the good, hard work you've been doing. I am so grateful for you. May this ripple out and multiply and spiral forward as we move to protect each other and to say no to this fascism and these genocide and the criminalization of homeless people. It cannot stand. This cannot pass. Thank you so much for all of you who are trying to protect and connect and heal.
Indicator.
Hi. I couldn't figure out how to change my name. I was actually watching on TV tonight, but my friend finally had to kick me out. So I figured out how to get on Zoom when I got home. So I just want to let you know that I was so moved listening to all our community come out against this ridiculous bill. But I don't know if you know how many people are actually engaged, because you didn't know I was watching. And so I just want to say there's a lot of people who are keeping an eye on this, not just the ones who are here staying till midnight, right? There's community out there who can't be with us or we're watching on TV. So I want to vote no, please. And I'm hoping if I finish up, other people you'll vote tonight. You'll vote no, you'll put it to rest. We can all move home and you all can feel good about yourselves. Because I think this criminalizing people, as people have said, giving them records. I've had my record expunged and I still have to claim it. And when I apply for jobs or whatever. So it follows you the rest of your life, even if you get your record expunged. So you're just not doing the right thing with this. Why would you involve anyone in the legal system when they didn't need to be in the legal system? So I hope you vote now, and I hope you vote no. And I think everyone will feel good about ourselves. And it's a win situation for us all. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 728. Okay. Cup.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. I do want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who showed up in person and online. The community is strong and proved so. Said so many great things. And at this moment, I kind of just want to give the council a moment of recognizing what this ordinance is, how insane it is to even want to bring this back onto the agenda. But I digress. I want y'all just to think about this weekend. It's kinetics. You're probably all going to go to your barbecues and you're going to have fun and you're going to talk to someone and be like, hey, how's it going? And someone's going to be like, yeah, you know, work is so hard. This guy was sitting on the sidewalk and I put him in jail. And then that is literally your agenda. That is just your life. And if you're surrounded by other people in your life that are like, yeah, fuck that guy, you should have put them in jail. Like, that's so right on you. Go, queen. Then you just live in a horrible life. I pity you if that is how you decide to live your life, to be surrounded by people who are far from human. The people who showed up today to talk about my friends, to talk about me, to talk about everyone else that they care about, even people they don't know, those are humans. Think about that. Good night.
Good night.
I'm going to try one more time for phone number ending in 728. I can't. They're not responding.
Okay. So is there any?
That's the last one.
That's the
on
last
Zoom.
one. Okay. So then we will close the public comment and we'll bring it back to council for a motion, a second, and then comments. Councilmember Castellano.
See, I move no on bill number 1040 CS, unlawful camping, sitting, lying ordinance.
Second.
So we have a motion and we have a second. We have a double second. Are there any comments? Councilmember Castellano.
Let's see. It's been a while, but I prepared a comment for this one. Humbly, bear with me. And thank you everyone for being here. I've spent many hours considering this item since it was first presented at council. As part of that process, I've conducted listening sessions with people in the community who have experienced homelessness and with people who are providing direct services. I have spoken to leaders in the faith community, to business owners, to artists, to students, and to activists. I've reflected deeply about my role as a council member, about the power and privilege inherent in this position, about my deep responsibility to the community. I'm voting no on this position because I believe that we are capable of changing the systems that we participate in. For what other reason would I, an artist and community organizer, have run for office and been elected by the people of Eureka? I was not born in Humboldt County. I choose to live here and have made my way alongside many others because I love the people here and the land that carries us. And I believe in our capacity to work alongside one another to co-create a community that recognizes our interdependence. My well-being is deeply connected to the well-being of people who are sleeping on our streets. I want to acknowledge the work of staff in bringing this item before us for our consideration. I recognize an intent to do something to change people's lives, but I think that this strategy will erode the trust that is needed to build long-lasting change while only having limited successes. Currently, our social safety net is under attack by the federal administration, and it really is up to us to enact strategies at the local level that resonate with how we envision our humanity. The commons have become sites where the expression of systemic failures place strain on local resources and place neighbors at odds with one another. I would like for us to hold a series of community conversations designed as learning spaces where we can generate ideas, questions, pilot programs, and hope. Sorry, I lost my place. The back. This is also a political moment. We are a council that has made significant strides at moving policies forward that center people and the environment, with city staff supporting these who are motivated to get things done. For instance, many of us are fairly active about housing, and I think we may be the most active city in the state of California at moving housing policy forward, and that's really all of us working together and staff who's working together as well. Over the coming year, the ground will be laid for the issues that will frame the 2026 elections for our local community. Let us be mindful of the work we can do together on council and be smart about how we engage with the issues brought before us that may be used to disrupt movements that we can build together. I think this public conversation has opened up a space of fear and disconnection in the community, and that is unfortunate. And I also think that the many people who have engaged in this issue have invited us to engage more deeply. It is good to have you here. My no vote is an invitation for us all to do more and to be more generous in how we hold one another in community and to work harder and try new approaches. I was thinking about young Noble Braggs last year, reminding us of Martin Luther King's concept of beloved community, a society built upon justice, equal opportunity, and love. And I believe we need to continue to work together to honor human dignity and our interconnectedness. And I'm hopeful that this conversation is a part of that. And I recognize that it has been painful for many people involved in the conversation from many different places. And I look forward to continuing to work together in the year to come.
Thank you. Any further comment? Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the comments, both to those who support the ordinance and the opposition. I normally take the time to respond to each email, but that has not been the case given the amount of communications coming through over the last 3 or 4 weeks, though they have been read by me. I am appreciative of staff for their work and their passion and their dedication to this in the city. And I believe the LEAD program would work as it's intended to help those experiencing homelessness. Albeit I haven't heard support from social workers in favor of this ordinance. Something I've heard at least a few times tonight is that we're unique. Yes, we're unique like everyone else, or we're unique like any other city. If we were truly unique, we wouldn't have homelessness. However, we are the county seat in a rural northern coastal county. Our situation is not unique. Our community may be, but our situation is not. And as we take on the preponderance of the unhoused population and continue to offer more than the other surrounding nearby communities, I still have to ask, what is the compassionate element of this ordinance? How are we as council members, how are we as you in the opposition suffering along with the homeless population, the unhoused population? The irony touched upon earlier regarding settler colonialism isn't lost on me, given also, presumably, we're a proud sanctuary city. The ordinance along with that status is not congruent. It doesn't fit. We have, at least in the ordinances in our current municipal code, we have 13011, which assigns aggressive and obstructive conduct. We have 13014, which outlines storage of personal property. We have 13013, obstruction in public ways, of movement in public ways. We already have elements of Bill 1040 spread throughout our municipal code. And I believe now that we are asking that we ignore the biological and social needs of the unhoused population. And I can't abide by that. We've previously heard about Maslow's hierarchy and first serving basic biological needs when it comes to including shelter. What then of the people who are homeless and have learned helplessness? a perception that failure is inevitable and insurmountable. This isn't a novel concept. This is a psychological theory going back just as far as Maslow's. I've been homeless twice in my youth, and my mom would be mortified for me to go into this story, so I'm not going to, but I'm willing to have those conversations one-on-one. Given that our laws are often to ensure public safety and mitigate and deter behavior, I challenge the necessity and belief that this ordinance deters the behavior of camping, given that the behavior isn't generally out of wanton disregard or malfeasance. Rather, it comes from economic conditions. Homelessness isn't a behavior, it's an environmental and social condition that can't be easily regulated with fines and jail. And while I understand we cannot solve homelessness as a council, let alone a city or a community, there have been efforts made by this council, again, going back to the notion that we've done more than a lot of the surrounding communities. Councilmember Castellano, you do fantastic work, and I commend you for the work that you do in our community. And no one, particularly me, questions your dedication and passion for housing our unhoused and working class families. But just like our community, you can't do it, and you should not be the only council representative doing it. We need a community-driven process, a process that Councilmember Contreras-Deloche and myself were to be given with the multiple points that you suggested back in March, but we were not afforded that good faith effort. And for that, I am voting no.
Thank you. Anything further? Councilmember Contreras-Deloche?
Yeah, thank you. First, I wanted to just take a moment to kind of explain our process just a little bit, because I think that that's important, just given, since we have you guys here and everybody's kind of listening. The council sets a strategic vision, and then we leave it to our staff really to come up with different ways to help implement that vision, and then they bring it to us. And they do presentations and they do recommendations. And so a number of things that I've heard tonight is, how is this even here? That's how it's here, because though we set the vision, we really ask our staff to really look at the different kinds of problems that we're facing in our community and to bring us potential solutions for us to consider as a council. And so we may not agree with the solutions that they bring in front of us, and we may vote against them, or our votes may be split, or we may vote in favor of them. But that's the process and how it exists. And so what you've been watching is that process at work. And even though it's a long process, it should, on a situation like this where it's so important and there's so many people that want to be heard, it should be a longer process, right? We shouldn't speed run through it. We need to have that conversation. So I kind of want to explain that. I also wanted to explain earlier, I'm not going to waste our time on that. So I'm going to move on. I also prepared some thoughts on this. We did not cause these problems, but they are in our own backyard. Our nation and our state is failing its people. And we see those poor choices that are landing us all here. I do not think it is cruel or callous for residents or business owners to have brought their concerns to us about the distressing behavior or experiences that they are having as a result of some that are experiencing homelessness or mental health crises. I know many who are compassionate but concerned. I've spent this last couple of weeks, actually now it's months, talking with different members of the community. This room doesn't represent everybody that reaches out to us. So it's always kind of hard to get a read on how many people are involved in something. There's a number of reasons why people don't come to public meetings to speak. And fear, anxiety, and things like that. A lot of you guys spoke about that tonight, about how hard it is to get up in front of people, and I would agree with that. I don't think it's any easier for me either. So anyway, I've met with people about that, and a lot of people, it's not callousness, it's worry. They're like, hey, I really care about what's happening, but I poured all the money I have into this inn that I'm running, and people are canceling their reservations. Or, hey, I have this, and so I want to be careful and just remember that a lot of these small business owners, they're not wealthy, they're not rich, they're just like other community members and families with the rest of you who just wanted to do something on their own. They wanted to be independent, and they're trying to do this, and they're concerned about some of what they're facing too. So I want to just briefly cover something though. Some of the reasons for homelessness: 60% of homeless women are escaping domestic violence. nationwide. Approximately 25% are Native. 4 million housing insecure youth on any kind of revolving rotation. This was spoken about earlier tonight. There's foster youth who age out. I've had the misfortune about 4 years ago of encountering one of the children that I had fostered many years ago. There's elderly who must choose between food, medicine, and housing. There's stagnant wages. There's lack of housing and excessive rents. The HUD oversight of data released that every $100 increase of rent is associated with a 9% increase in homelessness nationwide. So we have very real factors that are driving this kind of thing here, among other reasons. I read the Supreme Court ruling, and I'll be using some of the quotes in my own remarks. No sitting, lying, or sleeping on private or public land. I was astonished when I read this section of the ordinance. I have spent 2 years asking for an encampment and encountering continual pushback that has included periodically condescending comments and disrespect. I have said that if I had some place to tell the homeless to go, I would be glad to tell them to go there, both for their benefit as well as the community. Everyone needs a place to rest. I am in favor of diversion and in the LEAD program, but not burdensome misdemeanors and fines for behavior related to status. The Ninth Circuit agreed that ordinances like these violated the Eighth Amendment because they punished people who lacked, quote, some place, such as a shelter they can lawfully sleep. The Supreme Court changed that this summer. These definitions cause homeless people to break laws by existing. Without a designated place to survive, they are guaranteed to break laws. From Justice Sotomayor's dissent, quote, ordinances use the definition of campsite as a proxy for homelessness because those lacking a fixed regular nighttime residence are those who unlawfully camp, end quote. The homeless face an impossible choice, either stay awake, stay moving, or be arrested. The only way for them to comply is to leave Eureka. Therefore, I believe the ordinance would target status and not conduct. I will not pass an ordinance that places penalties on status rather than conduct. I believe this lays a heavy burden at the feet of those who are already at the bottom. We haven't spoken about this enough, but all eyes will be on us. Grants Pass, Oregon is close to our size. Our decision may inform decisions of other cities, municipalities, and states within the Ninth Circuit. We may affect the lives of tens of thousands, or maybe even potentially millions, in numerous states, our ordinance informing theirs, whether they offer services or not. Under majority logic, excuse me, this is a quote from Sotomayor's dissent. Under majority logic, cities cannot criminalize the conduct that defines the status, but they can criminalize the conduct that defines the status. There is the irony. History has shown that legal does not mean right. Unfortunately, laws and legality can give a specter of rightness and justness. But it is a specter, it is a phantasm, in my opinion. I swore that if I was ever in any kind of positions of power, I would defend the weak. I've also been homeless. I grew up in poverty. I'm not impoverished now. And I spend my resources and my time trying to help other people. I'm probably shouldn't be as secretive about the things I do as I am, but I am for a variety of reasons. But my commitment extends through to this, and that's why I've made my decision.
Okay. Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Burgell and fellow council members. And thank you to everyone who showed up in person or on Zoom tonight to participate in this process. It's clear that we live in a community full of very passionate and compassionate people. This could have been an argument again, between people who want folks to go away and people who want folks to be treated with humanity, and that wasn't the argument that I heard. But I did hear an argument. There was lots of people in here that see this a certain way. And if I thought we were going to pass this ordinance the way that it was written right now, I'd be outside with that giant pair of handcuffs. But this is a process. And I've worked with homeless and houseless folks for over 30 years. I've worked with veterans and sex workers and needle drug users and kids and queer youth who were kicked out of their small town entirely. And when the executive director of the rescue mission, the leader of the St. Vincent's dining facility, the leader of Waterfront Recovery, and Betty Chin all say we need to do something to prevent people from being hurt, I take that seriously too, and I hear that. I don't think this ordinance was not ready for publication, and it shouldn't have ever been published in this condition. It is far too broad for what staff brought us. They said, you know, here's what we need to do to make things better. And the ordinance took that and brushed it with such a humongously broad stroke that it literally made it illegal. It would make it illegal to, as many of you have said, sit on a blanket in a park and eat a picnic with your friends. But that was the first step in the process. It should have come to us more polished. It should have had restrictions in it. It should have had accountability written into it, not for the folks experiencing homelessness, but for the people making the judgment decisions about who would or would not be put into this system. I have fed and clothed people. I have invited people into my home. And when I was homeless, I was lucky enough to have a car and a job, and I could sleep in my truck. So I'm not pretending like I know what it's like out there, but I do know what it's like to watch people be abused when they have no way to defend themselves. You want to talk about the most vulnerable people? It's the homeless lady that comes into my store and she says, yesterday somebody stole all of my shit. Why did they steal from me? They're homeless too. Why are they stealing from me? And this is a story I hear over and over again. I don't think it's compassionate to let people suffer. I don't think it's compassionate to let bullies and abusers keep people from accessing free meal because they see their bully, their abuser is across the street, so they can't go get food because they're scared. They can't go get medical care because they are scared. And that person is such a bully that people won't tell on him. They're afraid. That's anecdotal. But that's more than one person. This is a story that I have seen over and over again, working with veterans, working with sex workers, working with homeless kids. Not everyone on the street has a mental illness. Yeah, not everyone is addicted to drugs. Not everyone is a good person. Sometimes they act like bad people. And those are the folks that we are talking about. And I don't think folks want to, City Manager Slattery alluded to it when he gave his examples of John Doe as somebody who thumbs their nose at law and nobody will talk about him and nobody will hold him accountable. But there's this opportunity for the police to enforce something that he is actually doing in front of them. This is a bad ordinance. It needs to be rewritten, but it is not a completely useless tool. When we are talking about protecting people, when we're talking about people who deserve protection. They don't deserve to have their abusers flaunting it in front of them. They don't deserve to walk around until their clothes fall off of their body. Mm-hmm. They don't deserve to be ignored because there's nothing covering getting them help right now. And if we can make a compassionate difference, then I think we should do that. And I have a list of about 30 changes to this ordinance. No, more like 20. I have a list of about 20 changes to this ordinance, which would narrow it in scope, which would force accountability on the people who are making the judgment calls, and which would fix a lot of the holes. And I'd say about 80% of the comments that I heard, I think are absolutely right. I don't think it's right to say that everybody is capable of making decisions for themselves. And because I've seen it over and over and over again. I want to take care of this community. And sometimes that means that somebody needs to be arrested.
Thank you. Councilmember Bauer.
Yeah, I appreciate all, very eloquent, and it's late. I'm having a hard time being eloquent, but I think, and I agree with Councilmember Moulton coming, and I'll say, grew up on food stamps, have a family member who's mentally ill, who I wish there was a law that was out there that I could get them help, because the black helicopters aren't chasing them down. Their family isn't trying to turn them into the devil. Those are real things that I have to deal with, and I've lost my family member because they're mentally ill. And I wish there was something that could be done to help them out, some kind of law, because there's no other option, right? So that's the space I come from, and it's real. I'm not kidding, and I struggle with it every day, right? And so when I see the ability to deal with what Councilmember Moulton is talking about, people preying on others, that's real. We see it all the time. There's laws. Laws can be helpful. They can be tools. What I think I hear from you all is a lack of trust, right? I mean, that's the bottom line. Lack of trust in authority, lack of trust in laws. But do we want to abolish all laws because they could be subject to abuse? That's a simple question I'm asking, and you obviously disagree with it.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, and we don't banter back and forth whether it's midnight or whether it's 9. You guys all had your 3 minutes, and I would appreciate you giving him his. Thank you.
Anyways,
2.5 this meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Anyways, I appreciate staff for what you all do, and I would say that maybe as Councilmember Moulton said, this ordinance isn't perfect, but it was an attempt that we could have modified, and I still think we should do something, and I hope that we can all learn to trust each other in the future and trust our government, because there's a lack of trust with our federal government, right? And the laws are going away, and we're sad about that. So let's try and do better for each other, and not yell at each other and threaten these people up here who are just trying to do the best they can. Thank you.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you. My question then, just for this body, goes back to if this ordinance wasn't ready for prime time in the first place, why did we bring it back? If the attempt was then to have a community-driven process, which was what the aim was back in March, why did we bring it back?
Okay. Oh, Councilmember Moulton.
I can answer that because how else are we going to get the ordinance ready? We can't change it outside of this. We got to listen to it. We have to make adjustments to it, and then we either need to vote it up or down. This is the process that we are in. So stalling the process was not getting a yes or a no. Stalling the process was just stalling the process.
I respectfully disagree on that being a stall tactic when the attempt was, again, to have a community-driven process, which we were not afforded.
Anything further? Please vote.
It was a motion to deny. Yeah.
3 yes votes. Councilmember Moulton and Bauer dissenting. Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to our public hearing. Thank you, everybody, for being here and hanging out this late.
To the chair, do we still need to do public comment period?
We do, but we do the public hearing before public comment.
Yeah, we can do the public.
So I'm going to tell you that right now we have next up is our regular public comment and then public hearing. So if you are here for regular public comment, I will read about this to you. This is the time for members of the public who wish to be heard on matters that do not, what? Yeah. This is the time for members of the public who wish to be heard on matters that do not appear on the agenda. City Council policy is to limit each speaker to 3 minutes. Such time allotment or portion thereof shall not be transferred to other speakers. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not take action on any item that does not appear on the agenda. The allotment time for public comment on non-agenda items, a maximum of 30 minutes, shall be allotted to receiving public comments at the initial public comment period. If necessary, an additional period shall be allotted to public comments after city manager reports, but only if the first 30-minute public comment period was not sufficient to allow all those who wish to speak to do so. So, is there anybody here for public comment that is not on the agenda? We do? Okay, seeing no one in the audience, we'll move over to Zoom.
Sarai?
And this is on non-agenda items?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just gonna bring up enjoying so much being the poet laureate, and also realizing that part of that work is going to be to like be thinking about and looking around for. I think I had it pulled up earlier, but I was going to read from the thing, but it says a lot about offering powerful language for the experience of like being. And so yeah, I just wanted to express how much I like to be, you know, and how much I like to exist, and how much I like to powerfully like advocate for that as someone who lives in Eureka, but also like in this artful experience, right? So yeah, just thinking about, you know, all the different things that we could possibly and potentially hear in this meeting and in other meetings. Like, I feel like it would be really important for the council to consider, like, if we're asking, you know, folks in artful positions to think about and to offer powerful language for what it means to be in Eureka, we would want to listen, and we would want to provide space for all community members to be in Eureka. And so I feel like, yeah, I just wanted to make that comment in terms of how late it is, and just like being able to not have a conversation about it, but just really think about how that connects to all the work that's being done, like on the council, in the arts commissions, on boards of supervisors, with you know, ordinance that may or may not come up. I just feel like it's a really, really, really important thing to think about who we're asking what it's like to be in Eureka, and just remind everybody that it's super important to think about like all the different answers that there could possibly be, and how that really, really, really impacts and informs like how Eureka is going to be seen, especially in terms of, you know, I feel like a couple meetings ago we heard about like movies and things and different people coming up here, and the reason they can't come is blah blah blah, all the different things. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm definitely thinking about that, as you know, and so I hope lots of other folks are thinking about that too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarai.
Phone number ending in 126. Phone number ending. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. I'll finish my original comment, but start out by saying, please send your letter to CalPERS to direct divestment. Someone mentioned that there are people who need to be stopped. They're harmers, or they're causing harm. They're abusers. I'm so tired. You know, our government is funding and carrying out, through arming illegally, breaking Leahy laws and other laws, et cetera, other treaties, et cetera, international humanitarian law, the Genocide Geneva Convention, all manner of brutality has been unleashed on a concentration camp of people who are, you know, those are their ancestral lands, on the lands of Palestine. The entire carceral racket framework is a source of human suffering as a profit model. And so you can see how it starts at the really small city level, goes all the way up to what they're doing in Palestine for basically arms racketeering, arms dealing, and, you know, stealing land. And there's gas, natural gas off of Gaza's coast, and there's oil in the Golan Heights, and, you know, et cetera, in Iraq. And all of that is just for profit. all the exploitation of minerals in Congo and Sudan, all of the stuff that benefits the oligarchy, the real crime racketeer, the real criminals, organized crime, and then the politicians that are their sub-racketeers. And we see this exploitation of our funds that could just provide for the material human needs that we have. And that's what I'm saying we need. The holistic approach to addressing homelessness, addiction, mental illness, all that abuse, everything is universal public programs on one hand. I don't know how far we're going to get, though, when we're committing genocide in terms of the state and such the state repression now and like the dismantling of anything that serves human beings that aren't already rich and very powerful and sadistic and psychopathic. But delivering on human needs is the only, just for no other reason than that we exist on this planet. That is what we need to do. We need to be in right relationship with our ecosystems. Divesting is one way. BDS, boycott, divest, sanction, is one way that we dismantled as a community the apartheid South Africa. The occupation is criminal. The July 2024 World Court ruling says BDS is law of the land now, and it's given until July 2025, finally, for Israel to dismantle illegal settlements and to end its occupation. But obviously we know that the law is not going to come down and save us. So it is up to us to do it. It isn't the law. We need, as a people, to stand up, and you are in a position to act right now, and you can do the bare minimum of send that letter, have CalPERS divest from this horror we are witnessing. They're being starved to death. They are dropping. They're being executed. They're being annihilated. And our family in Palestine outside of Gaza, their homes are on fire from settler violence that we have normalized.
Thank you. Thank you. Brendan?
Brendan?
Yes. I'd like to second what the previous speaker was saying. Yeah, if there's a letter to sign it. Also, I don't know if I disassociated for like 2 seconds. What did you all decide re 1040?
It was a no, Brendan.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to, it's not directly related to all of that. I'd like to push, though, for the repeated calls for bathrooms, showers, even benches, like the whole anti-civilian architecture around town and around most of the towns. I've been traveling a lot lately. I went to Sacramento, I went to Santa Cruz, Monterey. It's really devastating to me. I remember growing up in Santa Cruz after the Loma Prieta earthquake, and they took all the benches out of downtown. They used to hose down any walls to keep people from sitting down. It was so anti-civilian. Like, these are our communities. These are places that were meant to exist. And I say that we take a real look and self-reflection, or a moment of self-reflection, to think about the kind of community that we want to provide not only for ourselves, but for those who visit us. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. Do you see anyone else, Shannon?
I see no one else on Zoom.
Okay, is there anybody else in the public that'd like to speak on a non-agenda item? Come on up. Non-agenda item. Great. Come on up.
Thank you for letting me speak on the general agenda item.
Oh. Is your mic on?
I don't know. Is it? Okay.
Now it is.
Thank you for letting me speak on the general agenda item. The divestment and the think globally, act locally motto really makes sense at this time. A lot of people have said that our federal government, there might be cause to justify shutting down the courts just because of the way the courts are misbehaving. So that's a crazy world we live in, isn't it? So can't we at least just decide where the money from the employees that work here goes? And that includes not going towards violence and not going towards war criminals and not at least letting employees work. Now, the this at least I see this council as positive, and I've lived a lot of different places, and I actually decided I like Eureka. And if I am gentrified out of Arcata, Eureka is actually behaving better in a lot of ways than Carcata. So what I want to say is that I want to congratulate this council on being part of a progressive movement going forward, but we can still do better than that. We can still do better. And by doing better, it means leadership, and it means supporting unions. And I was with a group at Betty Chin tonight, and I was leading a meeting for NA that wouldn't have happened. And there were people that were homeless on January 1st that wouldn't have been there if I didn't show up to open up that meeting for them. And that meeting wouldn't be happening. And this is one of the resources that Miles is touting. And his last name is Slattery. And I have affection for his last name because a gentleman who committed suicide, his last name was Slattery, and he married a Native American friend of mine. And they had a dozen kids in McKinleyville that are now running the school kitchen, doing all kinds of things, and involved in this community. And ththey're half Native, Ho-Chunk, not local. They used to be called the Winnebago. So there's a lot of positivity around here. And what we need to do is push it forward and not waste our time bringing forward incomplete, undefensible, and ridiculous ordinances to even be discussed. Stop wasting our time. Get on with the positivity. Thank you all for being who you are.
Thank you.
Live up to it.
I move we extend the meeting until 1 a.m.
Okay, so we have a move to extend the meeting
Second.
till, we have a second. Please vote.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Great. And that moves us to our public hearing. 2024 Home Investment Partnership Program grant application. One moment.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I am I'm here tonight, this morning, to speak to you about the 2024 Home Partnership Program Notice of Funding Availability and the funding opportunity that is presented for the city. A little background. The Department of Housing and Community Development has sent out a NOFA, which is a Notice of Funding Availability. And there is approximately 35 million available for the home NOFA. That we can apply for. Eligible cities can apply for up to 4.5 million for project activity and up to 1 million for a program activity. The City of Eureka was approached by the Housing Authority and Community, or CAPE, which is Community Access Project for Eureka, who are both interested in going after these funds. I have online, I do have Cheryl Churchill and Emily Ware, who is representing the Housing Authority this evening, and I have Jeff Davis here as well, who is representing CAPE to go over their side of the programs that they're going to be offering with this funding. So the Housing Authority is going to develop C and Clark at 1115 C Street. Do you guys want to hear from Churchill or Emily Ware? They are here online. No? Okay. And if you would like these slides, I can send them to you as well. And then I have Jeff, who is going to be utilizing these funds for the tenant-based rental assistant program. And staff supports both of these activities. We plan on going after or submitting an application on Thursday of this week. And here is our staff recommendation.
I apologize, I couldn't wait. Okay. All right, do we have any questions? Councilmember Fernandez.
I'll move staff recommendation. Oh.
Are there any questions?
Yeah.
No questions?
No,
Councilmember Contreras Deloach.
Just a quick one. I can't open this up, but earlier today when I opened it up, first of all, thank you. It's super late to everybody that's stayed all through this. I'm sorry. But I can't open it up right now on my thingamajig, but I noticed that the agenda summary, and I don't know if it matters or not, one of them, I think it was the resolution in there somewhere, it said family housing, but can we just confirm, because I'm pretty sure it's senior housing, and I don't know if that makes a difference, but can we make sure the language is right on it?
It's family housing.
It is family?
Yeah.
I thought it was for 62 and older, that it's senior housing only.
Let me double check.
I'm pretty sure it's senior housing, and I think it actually, can you guys check for me?
Cheryl, can you unmute?
Did I goof something? Is senior. Yeah, so one of them, and I can't remember which, if it was in the agenda summary or the resolution, but in one of them, the language says one and one says the other. And I know that's not a big deal unless it's the resolution. So can somebody who can open it confirm that it says the right thing in the resolution?
A correction on that. We do have to put it as family housing because that's what the grant allows us to go after. So even though it's going to accommodate seniors, it's still considered family projects, like family
So
housing projects.
it won't
So that
cause any problem then.
affect it.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. That was my only thing that I had a question about. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody here from the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing no one in chambers, do you see anybody on Zoom?
Cheryl.
Thank you. I just, really quick, I want to thank the staff at the City of Eureka for working with us on the project activity portion of the grant application. I've been doing community outreach around this project and continue to hear only words of support in every conversation about bringing more affordable units for our seniors here. And without the City of Eureka's collaboration and sponsorship of this application, we would not be able to apply for this funding opportunity that will hopefully take us a big step closer to making this project a reality. So thank you so much for considering this at such a late hour.
Anyone else?
I see no one else.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to council for a motion and a second and a vote.
I'll move staff recommendation. We adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Eureka authorizing staff to prepare and submit an application for the 2024 Home Investment Partnership Program.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any comments? Please vote.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
Great. So with that, we will move on to the consent calendar. I do have a concern about the consent calendar and a point of order. We did have an item on the consent calendar that was to be pulled. That individual has now left. And so I'm curious if that item can be put on our next consent, or how does that work?
I would
Is it
appreciate
item F4?
Yes.
I believe City Manager Slattery was going to give a report on that.
Exactly. But what I would say to you is that we moved the agenda around. And so the person who wanted this pulled was here to hear the item.
I see.
And now she is no longer here. because
I see.
everything went so long. So I would like for her to have the opportunity to hear the item, and I'm wondering what is the best way to move forward with this.
So I'm aware of what the concerns are and the questions. I'm not aware of the, hurry or rush or whether or not we need to do it. But I think to be safe that we should hear it so that we don't jeopardize potential funding. It shouldn't take long.
I'm not concerned about the length of time it's going to take. I'm more concerned about the person who had the item pulled who wanted to hear the item. And
That's why I was saying I'm aware of the questions that were posed by that person, and I can address those as a part of it. And they can come back and watch this, and I've had conversations with that community member as well.
Right. Respectfully, I was the one who asked to have it pulled based on a conversation I had, and so I would ask that we then postpone this until our first June meeting, which is what, June 3rd?
The concern
Is that right? That's why I'm asking if we can postpone until June 3rd for item F4.
Councilmember Fernandez, we are going to have a special workshop next week, and I can add this item then.
Yeah, I can agree to that. Okay.
Okay, so we're pulling F4 to.
So we are going to. Okay.
Special meeting.
Thank you.
All right. So notice the public, all matters listed under this category on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion pursuant to City Council Resolution 2011-22. If a member of the public would like an item on the consent calendar pulled and discussed separately, the request shall be made by a council member prior to the meeting. Unless a specific request is made by a council member, the consent calendar will not be read. There will be no separate discussion of these items. So the only one that I'm aware of is F4, and that sounds like we can move that to our special meeting next week. So can we get approval of the consent calendar minus F4?
Consent calendar minus F4.
Second.
Okay, any further comments on this? Okay, please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Legislative action correspondence. Okay, Councilmember Castellano.
And maybe they could be next week too. It's support letters for SB 79.
Is your mic on?
AB 609. Yeah. Oh, geez, I'm sorry. I'm usually, but okay. I have a couple of items, support letters for AB 609 and and SB 79. They're both related to housing. I've got copies of support letters, but I guess just if folks want to hear it next week. They are time sensitive, so Monday would be better than waiting.
But my only question is, are they the congruent bills? You have one in the Assembly, one in the Senate, or are they two separate bills?
Two separate bills.
Can you just give me a brief on each one?
Yeah, one is SB 79 is related to Transit Agency Land Use Authority and upzoning. And AB 609 is related to CEQA and infill housing exemptions.
Does anyone have any questions for Councilmember Castellano?
I know
Councilmember Bauer.
League of California Cities is opposing 79. So you want us to go against that?
I do know that too. We would be considering it at the Monday meeting. I don't think we're deciding it yes or no tonight.
So as a point of order, is that something that can also be added to the special meeting, or is that something that we need to discuss tonight? It is time sensitive.
We can add it to the meeting.
And for clarification, it's Tuesday, not Monday, correct?
Tuesday, the 27th?
Yes.
Tuesday.
Not Memorial Day. Great. Okay. So that moves us to reports and action items. Director Millar. Hello and welcome.
Good evening. This item will be quick. It's just the annual budget, nothing big. Derek, can you pull up the public hearing presentation, please?
Little light reading.
So tonight I'm just here to deliver it. The budget, well, the hard copy is here, or was there. So you can find, if you're watching from home or from the audience, you can find the budget on the city's website. I will show you how to do that. Or you can come to City Hall, and I have some hard copies down at the front counter. We are going to have our budget study session. We typically have at least one budget study session every year. That will occur at Tuesday's meeting on May 27th. This is going to be a joint meeting with the Financial Advisory Committee. It will also include some other items from tonight's agenda. But that's all I have tonight. Please read your budgets and come with questions. You can also email me questions if that I can prepare for prior to the meeting. But that is all I have. So thank you.
Thank you. So we're just receiving the budget.
Yes.
There's no action.
Nope.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. All right. That moves us to future agenda items. Anyone? Councilmember Castellano?
This isn't so much, well, maybe it's an agenda item. I'm just hoping maybe at the budget study session, we could bring our calendars so we could schedule a strategic visioning, because it has seemed impossible to do it via doodle polls.
We are looking into September or October right now, just to let you know. So I have dates from Karen, who's confirmed.
Thank you. Great. And with that, it's 12:45. We do have a couple other items on the agenda, city manager reports and our council reports. And I'm wondering if anybody would entertain a motion to
Move the balance of our calendar to
close
next.
the balance of the calendar for this evening and move it forward till next.
So moved.
Can we get a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and as everybody jumps, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Five yes votes, motion carries.
Great. And again, so I just want to thank everybody that hung out. This was a really long evening and we appreciate you being here very much and all that you add to the meeting. So thank you. And with that, we're adjourned.